flaming gate. We bow to you, the master of our fate. The world may spin with empires lost and found, yet in your cosmos sacred truths abound. We're tired of empires, their endless wars. To simpler truths we open up the doors. In the Black Valley where the shadows play, we seek the peace that quiets endless fray. Our dreams laid out beneath the starlit sky. In the silent cosmos, our spirits lie. We're tired of empires, their endless wars. To simpler truths we open up the doors.
Hello, folks. Welcome to the anti-broadcast. Every time I start the show, I have an excuse for why I'm miserable, have low energy, probably won't do a good show tonight. And this time around, my excuse is when I got home today, my house is a fucking icebox. I couldn't take my ritualistic shower before the show. And it's still fucking cold in here too. We dipped here in Galway anyway, -2 or something like that. It was traumatic. But I also saw Carlo Weather. He's a pretty good weatherman from Carlo, as you'd imagine, on Facebook. And he was saying this morning that they were -5. 420 in the chat says more fucking more excuses. Good to see you out there, man. As well as Dogman Vic, Dennis Carr, Dars K, Aaron Wolverson. Yeah, we got the usual crew in the chat. If you've never partook in the chat, take an opportunity to do so right now. We've got a nice little community. Very pleasant people, very funny people as well. Right. What are we doing? We're waiting for Morgan. He says he'll be here at 10ish. And this is the segment of the show where we just chat with the chat. We see where it's at. And we maybe discuss a little bit of news. Temple Bar looked busy. I was wondering whether I'll go with Temple Bar tonight or Dublin Port. And I pulled it up and there was loads of people there. And now, nobody. It's a ghost town down there. Saoirse Aaron is in the chat. John Kelly as well. I don't get that, John Kelly. What's going on here? ... Transgenders ... What's up ... What the fuck does that mean, man? 420 says, hey, lads and ladies, happy Friday, unless you were miserable. All right. How many of those are that? John Kelly says, don't take it personally. I call everyone transgenders these days. Okay. I had no idea what you meant. We have a lot to get to in the show tonight, all in the title and the mammoth description. I think that was like half a page of a description. I was surprised that it fit into the description box. Space Ghettos, nice to see you right there. Right. Before Morgan comes along and we start the show proper, let's discuss this American peace deal that is being, um, well, see, they say it was leaked, but it wasn't really leaked. The corporations and governments, they do this all the time. They leak their own documents. It's an interesting way of getting information out there and having plausible deniability and saying, well, it was like a draft, we were working on it. It wasn't meant to go out to the public, but they did say that Dmitry Peskov in the Kremlin was working with whatever that guy is that does the foreign stuff for Trump. I forget these assholes' names all the time. According to the Russians, that's not true. It's all very weird. And it's all a mix of delusion as well as giving the Russians a good bit of what they ask for. That's I don't know. Where do you even begin? What I have to say about it, at least, anyhow, is that it really says something. It doesn't matter what the agreement is supposed to be, what the proposition is from the United States. It's the timing of it, and that Pokrovsk basically has fallen. This is one of the most heavily fortified cities, probably the most fortified since 2014. It's a fucking a citadel, and the last in the line before Kiev, approaching from the south. It took a while to get it from the Russian perspective because, they have a kind of a reproduction crisis as the rest of Europe and many other countries around the world do. You can't be throwing away lives by rushing. And this has just fed into this narrative that the war has been at a stalemate. This narrative has been going for a year and a half, maybe 2 years. I forget when it first popped up, the word stalemate, stalemate. It was kind of just dropped into the discourse, and then you suddenly had a bunch of people repeating it online. It's very common, to for the media to just put out a word. The word of the year is stalemate. Fuck me, I'm actually warm now. If the fall of Pokrovsk has proven anything at all, it's the fact that there was no stalemate. And how you judge who is winning a war is which direction the front lines are moving. And they were moving forward from a Russian perspective and moving backwards from a Ukrainian perspective. You can't call that a stalemate without being completely fucking delusional. And this series of events, the last few weeks, I think, has brought it home for good for the Western powers. it's just going in Russia's direction. As well as the fact that if the war doesn't stop now, you will have countless people, I don't want to put a number on it, but way too many people freezing to death this winter. Because if you don't have electricity and other fuel sources are kind of inconsistent or more expensive than they usually are, you're going to have a lot of people freezing. That's not good. We can't be having that. So I think something has changed in the intelligence network surrounding Trump, because this peace proposal, which Alexander Mercouris from the Duran says looks very hurried and simple and like it's somebody's first ever, my first peace proposal. Um, it came out of nowhere, and this either means that Trump has finally gotten the real information from the intelligence service, not just this, Ukraine's winning, Ukraine has Russia on the back foot, it's just any day now, the whole thing's going to collapse. Their economy is in tatters, it's going to collapse tomorrow, and it'll all fucking change overnight. Or Trump knew that was not the case all along, and finally he's realizing I'm in a losing proposition here. All my, except for one, Azerbaijan and Armenia, all of my kind of international deals and peace processes are turning to shit. The Epstein files are out. Yeah, we need to talk about those sometime tonight. Although I have to do a lot of reading. There's too much of it to do it justice tonight. I think it's just time. It's just time for, Europe's never going to turn around because they're still in cloud cuckoo land, driving us, the taxpayers, and the people who built the countries they're leading into abject poverty. However, the leadership in the United States, I think they know it's time. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Oh dear. John Kelly in the chat says Trump is talking about renting Donbass to Russia, which won't happen. The victors won't be paying a rental fee to Ukraine. Yeah, that's another aspect of this peace deal. 28-point peace deal. I don't think it's that fucking complicated, guys. Again, like Alexander Mercouris said, it's very hastily done. It's very unfinished. I think you could take it down to maybe at least 15, Anyway, this idea that certain regions are officially recognized as under Russia's control, and those are the ones where referenda were held. And then there's other territories that Russia has since decided, if you guys are going to be stubborn with this, then we're just going to take more land. That will be under question. The agreement says that there can't be any changing of territory under force, which suggests that later there will be a discussion how to diplomatically hand over that territory. It's really not I don't see Russia going along with it. Dogman Vic says, I hear there's a Russian ship in the Irish Sea. Yeah, look, there's always there's a ship here, and because over there in Europe, they're closer to Russia. It's like drones, drones. People are seeing fucking. It's like those UFO things that people, you know, lost their minds about in the 20th century. They'd see lights in the sky. It was turned out to be a fucking weather balloon or an airplane, and they're thinking UFO, UFO, UFO. Don't d- d- don't even give it any of your brain power at all. Don't try to analyze it. It's farts in the wind. They'll come out and they'll say, "Oh, Russia's taunting us again. There's this boat and it's looking at our undersea cables." Oh, fuck off! As soon as they've said it, it's out of the news cycle because it doesn't mean anything. And anyway, even if it did mean anything, nothing lasts in the fucking news cycle because it's just trauma dump after trauma dump after trauma dump to keep us off of our fucking our centers, you know? You can't really talk about a Russian boat for more than 2 days. Oh, okay. There's Dar's case says there's a decent webcam overlooking O'Connell's. Cool. Um, Russia isn't taking this deal. I don't think so. I would be very surprised. I would be shocked, really, and so would all of Russia. I'm talking about the man on the street, all the way up to high officials in the Kremlin. They won't like it. They won't like it because, as I've said before, Ukraine has been dragging its heels. It's been living off of handouts from the United States and Europe. One sec there. I'm trying to get into the back end of the the stream so I can interact with the chat. Yeah, so yeah, the Russians are tired. They just want it finished with. A big sentiment in Russia is that we don't want to have to go through this again. You know, we agreed on peace in 2014, 2015 with these people. They stabbed us in the back. All of Europe stabbed us in the back. They signed Minsk II with their fingers crossed behind their backs. And they whispered to Ukraine, "Don't worry, we'll rearm you and then you can go to war again." And if anything happens other than complete capitulation of Ukraine, then it's not going to it's just going to repeat. And the Russians know this, and they will have Vladimir Putin's head. There'll be another fucking Russian revolution because it's been 4 years now of people dying, of, you know, uncertainty, whether there's going to be a terrorist attack on your way to work or to visit relatives across the country when you're on a train, or if you're in Moscow and there's going to be a drone attack, or fuck it, a HIMARS attack now. They don't want to do it again. Dars, that page is blank for me. Like the Carol's website comes up, but no video. Very strange. So yeah, it's going to be it's it's going to be interesting going forward because as Ukraine continues to trundle along and rob Peter to pay Paul and get a little trickle of weapons here and there, and then just drag this whole thing out. Russia's claims on land just expands further and further to ultimately to the point where they'll reclaim all of Novorossiya, defined by Odessa on the Black Sea coast there, an old city carved out of the Ottoman Empire by the Russians, and it's such a beautiful city, and it was majority Russian, but it's been ethnically cleansed since 2014. It's quite a tragic tale, but they will try to take it eventually. Dogman Vic, I'd be interested in hearing what you mean by Putin backstabs Trump. Like, where would you be getting that idea from, I wonder? Western media, I'd imagine. John J. Kelly says, glad you mentioned the referendums. I believe there was a referendum in the autonomous Republic of Crimea. I gather they invited Russians in. There was always Russian troops there. The extent of my knowledge is that they held a referendum in 2013, 2014, and it was a resounding success for Russia. Saoirse says, they push Russia too far. It has no reason to trust the West. It offered Europe a continued gas supply. Europe refused. Yeah. And we're suffering the consequences of that. It's just a tale as old as time, sadly. Every time that Russia kind of gets stable again and starts doing its own thing, it gets backstabbed by one or more European powers. I mean, Central and Western European powers, because they are in Europe, by the way. It's sad because there's nothing wrong with the Russian people. There's nothing wrong with Russia itself. Nothing wrong with Russian gas. Keeps it nice and cheap. It is a substantial fucking landmass with substantial amounts of natural resources. Why can't they sell them to us? Oh, because Russia will get too powerful. Yeah, so what? Well, let them be wealthy. Let them expand their borders. You know, fuck it, I don't care. Let them have client states and vassals or whatever the fuck. Everyone else does this. Why can't Russia? Oh, they're a special case. How? John J. Kelly says that big naval base in Crimea is under Russian control decades now, isn't it? Where the Black Sea Fleet is based. I think you know more than me, John Kelly. I keep wanting to say John Joe Kelly. What else could J stand for? Let me know if you'll allow me to unburden my mind of stopping myself from calling you John Joe Kelly. It just rhymes is all, I think. Yeah, you might know more than I do. Of course, where was the Black Sea Fleet if it wasn't there for the last decade plus? Dubious in the chat says, wife texted me this morning, Windows frozen. I sent her back to just pour some lukewarm water on it and tap the edges with a hammer. She texts me back, computer really fucked now. Funny. Very funny. Thanks for that. Dogman Vic says, Russia is just full of lies. Yeah, okay. That's your thing. Yeah. Yeah, that's what you want to believe. Go right ahead, man. There's really no having a conversation with that attitude, you know? And it is an attitude. It's not based on anything. And that's why it can't be debated. Dogman Vic says, didn't Trump make a deal with Putin and it fell through? Yeah, how did it fall through, man? Tell me about how this deal fell through. What Putin did to make it fall? Are you talking about in August when they met in Anchorage in Alaska? They made a deal there. And then, like a week later, Trump changed his mind and went psycho on fucking Truth Social. Started talking about long-range missiles. Yeah, when did Trump allow long-range missiles to be fired into pre-2014 Russia? What did he do? What did Putin or whoever do to justify that exactly? I don't get it. Where are you getting your information? Darsk says, regarding the black screen on the webcam, is there no? There's no screen. There's no video, is what I'm saying. I guess that's just me, my terminology. Because if there's a blank screen, I'll tell you there's a blank screen. If there's no screen, say there's no video. Slava Russia. Yeah, don't mix and match your languages there, Sirsha. It's Slava Russia. Or glory to Russia, stick with one language. Let's see. Okay, says John Junk Junk Face. John Junk Face Kelly. All right, I like that, Dars. We are only a few minutes away from Morgan jumping on board, and we'll get into the meat of the show tonight. Don't ask me what. There's so many things. We'll know when we get there. I'll leave it at that. Simon Martin says, oh, funny name. I didn't realize until I read it. Come on, there's nothing wrong with the great leader Putin, king of the North. It's his destiny to rule the new world. For fuck's sake, I'm smoking strong. Oh, God. Putin is Putin. He is what, he is Russia. He's what Russia has now, and that's what Russia deserves, and it's what Russia wants. And there's no changing that. It's just a different culture, really. It's more similar to Chinese culture than it is to ours in this way. Like, we would never look at fuck, who's the Taoiseach now? Is it Micheál Martin, right? It changes that often. I don't know. Or no, neither would we have looked at fuck me, my mind's a sieve. What do you call that? Bertie Ahern, that scumbag. We'd never look at any of these people and think, chieftain. He's the leader of all the tribes, That's Taoiseach is, the chief of the country. But in China, you have Xi Jinping currently. He's the emperor. Russia, you have Putin, the Tsar. It's old, it's ancient. These leaders, they stick around for a while, and they tend to have the best intentions for their country. That's something that the West just can't say now for the last 80, 90, 100 years, depending on which country you're talking about. Oh, look at that. I got it right. John Joe Kelly has confirmed that is indeed his name. All right, I'll say that going on. Sirish and Aaron says Russia, largest landmass of any country, proud, hardworking, intelligent. What has Europe done for Russia? But when they needed help in World War II, how many million Russians fell, starved, etc.? Those guys had battles with the Nazis that lasted weeks. I don't mean like battles over towns. No, battles that just actually just went on for weeks. And they laid down their lives without question. John Joe Kelly says, I'm trying to remember the name of the base in Crimea. It's escaping my memory. It'll come to me. Well, you've got a good memory if it'll come to you. This is a good question. Big Base Bomb asks, what was Putin's take on COVID? You know what? I don't know. But the response to it was somewhere in between Ireland and Sweden. There was lockdowns mainly in the city. They were quite casual, really, compared to Europe. And then outside of the cities, there was nothing. Nothing was going on. I don't know how much that has to do with Putin, his take on it, but we have to remember that although I said, Putin's the Tsar, he doesn't have absolute control. No leader does really ever, even, dictators as we think of them, like fucking Saddam Hussein or something. They have the power of like killing people, that kind of thing. They're scary, but ultimately they have to balance power with other people. And Russia is the balance of power is in their constitution. It's in their legal framework. So you're talking about the Kremlin, Duma, and the other organs of the state. So who knows whose idea it was? Well, I mean, someone out there knows. Many people out there knows. I just never looked into it. Who ran the COVID response? Dogman Vic. Well, don't wait. I assume he means. Well, I don't mean the Russian people, Howard. Just Putin and his twisted mind. I still don't get it, man. I still don't get it, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that you don't mean the Russian people, and I figured that. If you were that close-minded, you wouldn't be watching the anti-broadcast. I know that for certain. So I didn't take you to mean that, but just like I just recently said, man, it's not all Putin, 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 Putin. You know, there's other people there running Russia, right? Now they just happen to reflect Russian society more than Putin himself. It's been said before ad nauseum uh, by people within Russia and outside of Russia. Putin is a moderate. Okay, he's a cool guy. He's easy to get along with. Everyone else, though, everyone around him, no, they are for blood at this point. Jolo says Galway's freezing tonight. Yeah, yeah, I feel it. What are we right now in my neck of the woods? 7 degrees. It doesn't fucking feel like it. It was 6 degrees when I was driving home there 2 hours ago. I don't get it. Could it be right that for some fucking reason, right, my house is colder than the outside? In fact, I just recently went out to my car to get the bag of coal out of it. It's been sitting there for 2 hours prior, and it's still fucking warmer in that car than it is in my house. Could it be that you're just indoors? A lot of the times I find that I need to open a fucking window and open the door even in autumn, some days in winter, because the air outside is warmer. Also, it's fresh air, so it's a bonus. All right. People will have to get over this thing about Russia being terrible. They all lie. We're being gaslit every day in Ireland. So, yeah, look, we accept that we're being lied to about almost every fucking thing else, but a lot of us are still hooked on this Russia bad, Russia bad, Russia bad thing, not really questioning where does that narrative come from? Like, who is deciding which information to give you and who is deciding how to shape and present that information to you? Are they honest actors? No, they're fucking not. Saoirse Aaron reckons Russia is better equipped to win this war, to fight this war. They're better equipped to fight anyone and anything. Oh, look at that. The the CCTV video actually appeared. All right, let's switch to this. This is I was actually looking for a camera from this angle for months now because I saw it before. I just couldn't find it. So thank you. Who was that? Dars K, I think. All right, let's catch up with the chat. Folklore Ireland says anybody who thinks the EU, USA, or Russia has our interests in mind or are even remotely traditional. Oh no! What the hell did I do? Did I just accidentally? Wait, hang on. Oh no! Oh no! How do I unblock the? Oh my god! I accidentally blocked Folklore of Ireland. Okay. I think he was going to say, and I will look into how to fucking unblock someone on Restream right this second. He did he was, I imagine, going to say that you're probably soft in the head if you believe that. Oh God, hang on a second. Restream, unblock. Oh my God, AI overview on Google is just so fucking stupid. Like literally stupid. Go to the chat channels chat. Oh fuck's sake. Oh mother of God. Okay. Right. I will unblock Folklore Ireland when I am when Morgan comes and I'm not distracted by chat. So sorry about that, man. I tried to click the thing to put your message on screen, but I ended up fucking blocking you. Jesus. John Joe Kelly says Sevastopol Naval Base. That's it. The largest city in Crimea. Sputnik 5 COVID 19 vaccine was the Russian vaccine. I must ask my beautiful Russian friend, is it still in use? Why did they name it Sputnik? Oh yeah, by the way, yeah. Folklore Ireland is only blocked for me. It's very strange how Restream works, but I like to be able to read what he's saying. That's the thing. Why did they name it Sputnik? It sounds like a fucking cartoon, you know? As if the COVID period wasn't surreal enough. The Russians named their vaccine Sputnik. Like they just wanted to make sure that it was undoubtedly a Russian vaccine. And then you have all these associations in your head of Russian hackers and Russian porn spam websites, this kind of thing. I don't know. It's ridiculous. Let's see if the GPO camera is back. No available working or supported playlists. Ugh. Okay. Yeah, it goes in and out, is what I find, Dars. This is the problem. Excuse me. See, I like it. It's pretty cool. But if it's going to keep going out like that, we're fucked. Yeah, the first satellite in space was called Sputnik 1. Sputnik 2 is the second satellite. Yeah. See, I think a lot of people know that, or most people already kind of, it's just in the cultural zeitgeist, at the very least, that Sputnik is a Russian word, even if people don't know. And yeah, that's, I don't know. Did they want to kind of repeat that success? Their vaccine wasn't the first. I thought it would be the most effective. So Sputnik, carry on that legacy. Iru asks, "Hey lads, did they catch Enoch yet?" Oh, jeez, I completely forgot about that for like a whole 30 minutes. For those not in the know, the Gardaí have called to the Burke household looking for Enoch Burke twice, and he wasn't there. Presumably, the Gardaí looked elsewhere for him because I guess an order came out to imprison him. 420 says Enoch is in the hot press. Simon Martin says a Russian vaccine for a Chinese virus made with American funding to a world shadow planning. Yeah, it's a big old mess. All right, I didn't see myself going solo until 20 past 10, but here we are. Let's turn over to the news. Let's see what we have. Because I'm not going to dip into the main content without Morgan around. It just doesn't hit the same. Sirshan Aaron says Sputnik means mouse or traveling companion. Wow. I really like the way Russians name things, like the Oreshnik missile, and then the which is a fucking devastating missile, travels faster than sound, so it can't be shot down. Fucking frightening stuff. And now I forget. It's so hard to pronounce Russian words. I forget how to pronounce the name of the new missile, which they say they tested, but nobody is really sure whether it actually exists. A nuclear powered missile that can loiter in the sky for like 3 days or something. It can just kind of go to the ocean and just hang out there until it gets orders to attack its target. It's like drawing a gun. Dennis Carr asks me if I've ever been to Russia. No, I haven't. No, that's a special thing that has to happen in its own time. I have to do it right. Can't just catch a plane over there. Just land in some fucking tourist trap. It has to mean something. Same with Poland. Haven't been to Poland. I can understand half Polish. That's how much I love the country. It's and the culture. It's very beautiful. All the same, I will have to take my time getting over there. Oh, spouse, not mouse. Spouse. Sorry about that, Saoirse. Mouse or traveling companion? There's quite a range of meanings there. Sorry, I'm dyslexic and brain damaged, so I will read things wrong sometimes. Dars K says at this stage they've more chance of finding Madeline McCann than they do of finding Enoch Burke. Oof. Yeah, it's it's kind of reassuring, right, that they don't just immediately go to getting like Google or his phone carrier to reveal his location. All right. I'm seeing news as of the last 2 hours for the peace plan. The Western media, it just lies, just straight up fucking lies, saying like, oh, Putin is, all gung ho, yeah, he really likes this peace plan. Well, here we go. TASS, an old outfit, pre Russian Revolution, official news agency of Russia. So, if we're going to trust any outlet, it should be fucking TASS. Putin comments on Trump's peace plan at Russian Security Council meeting. The Russian president spoke on this topic for 6 minutes. That's barely anything for Putin, as some people know. Vladimir Vladimirovich, let me have a say, please. Today, the world is actively discussing up President Trump, Donald. What? Trump's 28-point peace plan for settling the Ukrainian crisis. I would like to ask you, before considering the main agenda, to share your view or your attitude to this plan and how it is related to your recent talks with Trump in Alaska. The president then spoke on the topic for 6 minutes, after which the meeting continued behind closed doors on the original agenda. So you're not going to tell us what he said. You're just going to tell us that someone asked him to say something about it, and you tell us that he said something about it. That's fucking stellar journalism there, TASS. Fuck me, you can't even spell US properly. All right, what do we have here? Heavy fog in the west. We're gonna freeze. Yeah, it's looking grim. Let's see. Once more, let's check the weather forecast. No, I don't think so. At least in South Galway, Google is saying, or what is it? Fucking who supplies this weather forecast on Google? It says a low of 4 at 5 a.m. I don't know. I think it feels colder than it is, or my car and the meteorological office is lying to me. Maybe all of our cars are lying to us. The temperature thing. I don't know. Yeah, Dennis Carr says Brussels do not want this war to end. Up yours, Brussels. Yeah. All the innocent life that's been vanquished, and the sheer economic burden that we've been placed under, which we are going to feel for many, many years into the future, and we were already under such burden. And then all these fucking people, nice people, lovely people who've come from Ukraine and enriched us with their imported cars and their pets and their wily ways. Yeah, Saoirse Aaron says wind chill. Yeah, but it's not that windy either. I don't know. I'm not convinced. I think I'm brewing a flat Earth tier conspiracy theory here. You know that kind of level of schizophrenic conspiracy theory where there's microphones in your shower head or something. All the temperature measurement devices, they're lying to me. The fucking thermostat, which doesn't work, it just tells me the current temperature in my bedroom says 7 degrees. I don't fucking believe that. All right, let's see if TAS has anything more substantive, because that was rubbish. All right. Oh, okay, here we go. Right. Now, here's my babe. I love this woman. She's fantastic. She does her job so well. Spokeswoman of the foreign ministry. And she speaks with such certitude and authority, It's sexy. So when you read something in the media, know that this is the official position of Russia. They await the US peace plan because, a leaked fucking document isn't a peace plan, it's a draft at the most. But I think everyone knows, like, a leaked document is rarely actually fucking leaked. It's usually leaked, it's put out there to test waters, etc. Or to supply the originator some plausible deniability. Maria Zakharova stressed that the foreign ministry received no information, plans, or drafts. Russia will react to the United States peace plan for Ukraine once it sees something concrete, refusing to comment on conflicting reports about it that have come out in the media. Russian foreign... Blah, blah, blah. I think that commenting on leaks that are contrary and contain conflicting elements is pointless. When we have some official information, we will receive it via a relevant channel, naturally. We will always be open to work. There we go. No document gets leaked from Russia. Yeah, because they don't play those kind of games, do they? Dennis Carr says, is RT News still going? Haven't seen it in ages. Because it's banned. It's blocked. You can't... it used to be on YouTube before the invasion or the special military operation began. And you used to be able to visit it. Like, look at this. RT.com. Loading, loading, loading. Oh, it's still loading. Huh. It exists. But you need a VPN. Or you need the Tor browser to look at it. And that's what I did for the first year or two of the special military operation. But then I realized it's kind of a tabloidy kind of news outlet, more of a magazine than anything else. Simon Martin says, Brussels' population is 80% immigrants now. Thousands of surgeons. Well, maybe 3 surgeons because they hang around the parks all day and night. Jesus Christ, man. You're a funny guy. I believe that, by the way. Belgium is it's been going through this process for a long fucking time. Like, you can tell how long a country has been suffering with this situation by how racist the indigenous people are. And they've been very racist 10 years ago. So, Rumble. Yes, RT is on Rumble. Yeah, I forgot to mention that. They went to Rumble, but it's I don't know. There's rarely anything like live on it. They have a live stream, but I went to the live stream, checked it out. There was a documentary on, and there was a news ticker and all that, and I was thinking, oh yeah, okay, cool. And I was reading the news ticker, and then I returned a month later, the same documentary and the same fucking headline on the news ticker, and I was thinking, fuck me, really? How old is that news? So it's really hard to tell with RT. Ah, Dr. Crispy in the house. All right, let's see what the Americans are saying about this. US wants Russia, Ukraine to strike peace deal by the end of 2025. That's from CNN. The administration of the US President Donald Trump is seeking to reach a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine by the end of 2025. So that's a month and 10 days. According to them, CNN, the resumption of negotiations on Ukraine has become a priority for Trump again in recent weeks after the ceasefire deal in the Gaza Strip. Washington is also considering engaging some of the foreign mediators involved in the conflict settlement. I just forgot I don't have Discord open, so Morgan could be trying to get through to me with some pertinent information as to where he is. Weeks after Washington is also considering engaging in uh, uh, some foreign mediators involved in the conflict settlements between Israel and Hamas. Okay. Sources said that the new agreement models itself after the deal between Israel and Hamas, and Qatar and Turkey may be involved in the behind the scenes diplomatic role. Oh, Jesus, what am I reading? This doesn't actually mean anything. Iru F4P says Duran, I imagine, um, the news commentator group, have strong connections with RT on YouTube. I don't know. I don't know. They do seem to sing from the same hymn sheet. Ah, geez. Morgan has issues with his PC. He says, be with you as soon as it is sorted. That was 10 past. And then now half past, he says, PC keeps shutting down. Go ahead with the material without me. Holy shit! I have to do a show without him. Fuck me, man. That's scary. That is actually scary. All right. Let's give me a minute to adjust to this new reality. Simon Martin says RT is a New World Order pariah because it reports too much truth and a nice sprinkle of propaganda. Yeah, you're never going to get the straight dope from anyone. It's just not a thing. This isn't the reality that we live in. However, you will find that certain outlets, certain propaganda mills, etc., they will tell you more truth than your own domestic media will, because your own domestic media is intimately tied with the people who rule you. So any power outside of you may just have an agenda to either destabilize or significantly change your country. And a lot of the times, the way things go, especially when you live in an evil empire like we do, that propaganda is actually useful to you. And it happens to be the truth a lot of the times, most of the times. All right. Yeah. I'm being fed the um, the material that Morgan has gathered for tonight's show, and we will go through that blindly, mind you, on a lot of it. We'll make something out of it. Don't worry. Let's see. Chat. It's 6 degrees where Saoirse is, and rain. Oh, okay, that's nice. We're not going into the freezing territory. Although we did dip to -2 here in Galway. Dogman Vic says I can't find you in Discord. Okay, you know what it is. I need to get the invite link and post it in the chat. There you go. Unless you mean me personally, you'll find me in the Discord server. Feel free to join us there, guys, if you want. It's good chatting in there. A lot of open-minded people. All right. 420 Audit says something going down at the 3 Arena. Gardaí are everywhere. Can someone do me a favor out there? If information comes up about that, can you fire it across to me? I think we'd all be interested in taking a look. Iru F4P says I'm on OnlyShams. All right. Huh? What? Okay. I'm gonna play some music and leave you guys with what do we have? We have Temple Bar. And then I'm going to kind of think about ho- what segment to get into first. Fucking computers, man. They've never ever fucking worked, you know? They've never just fucking worked. Anyway, I'm gonna stop bitching, and I will be back in about 5-10 minutes. Catch you on the flip side.
This is the forest primeval, the murmuring pines and the hemlocks, bearded with moss, and in garments green, indistinct in the twilight, stand like druids of eld with voices sad and prophetic. Stand like harpers hoar, with beards that rest on their bosoms. Loud from its rocky caverns, the deep-voiced neighboring ocean speaks, and in accents disconsolate answers the wail of the forest. This is the forest primeval. But where are the hearts that beneath it leaped like the roe when he hears in the woodland the voice of the huntsman? Where is the thatch roof village, the home Acadian farmers? Men whose lives glided on like rivers that water the woodlands, darkened by shadows of earth, but reflecting an image of heaven. Wasted those pleasant farms and the farmers forever departed, like dust and leaves, when the mighty blast of October seized them and whirled them aloft, and sprinkled them far o'er the ocean. Naught but tradition remains of the beautiful village of Grand Prix. Ye who believe in affection, that hopes and endures and is patient, ye who believe in the beauty and strength of woman's devotion, list to the mournful tradition, still sung by the pines of the forest, list to a tale of love in Acadie, home of the happy.
All right. I was going to say welcome back, but you guys should be welcoming me back. Jesus Christ. All right. So here's the deal, right? uh, we don't discuss the show beforehand, really, other than on through text. We coordinate that way. Myself, and Morgan. We don't, at least most of the time, see each other's preparation. That helps to keep things fresh. He can surprise me and get my just raw reaction, and the reverse is true also of him. So we're going to dig into stuff that I don't fully understand. That's fun, right? Yeah, we all get to just kind of explore unknown territory together as we look at his information that he has brought forward. Thank you, Dogman Vic, for welcoming me back to the show. 420 said, do you remember, speaking of the Fine Young Cannibals song I just played, do you remember people used to pay $5.99 for a ringtone like this? Yep. Man, those guys were making a mint selling ringtones. Oh, God. Everyone, by the way, watching the show with, sparing very few people out there. I've said this backwards. Very few people listening to the show have no idea what we're talking about. Selling ringtones. Jesus Christ, we all remember that. Dogman Fix says, you can do this, Howard. You're a positive guy. Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm not. I live my life in fear every moment. All right. Speaking of fear, we're going to look at the EU's latest foray into oppression and propagandizing its own population. 420 says, no production meeting, for fuck's sake, amateurs. Yeah. Look, if the show is wanting for professionalism, it's entirely my fault. It's all down to me. All right. So we have these busybodies, many busybodies. Michael McGrath, or McGrath, do you say? He's ascended to the EU, and he's going to help them and Ireland fight the terrible scourge of thinking for oneself and the internet and all those other varied threats to their democracy.
Ireland's EU Commissioner, Michael McGrath, has launched what is expected to be the flagship legislation of his tenure. The so-called Democracy Shield is aimed at strengthening the response by member states to disinformation and electoral interference by foreign actors. Mr McGrath said the initiative was not about censorship, but about enhancing the right of European citizens to vote in a free and fair manner.
The recent presidential elections in Moldova were, according to multiple reports, subject to wholesale interference by Russia. There were accusations by the country's intelligence agency of widespread vote buying, cyber attacks and misinformation, all designed to prevent pro-Western parties from winning. Similar controversy surrounded last year's Romanian election, when a pro-Russian candidate came out of nowhere to lead the polls, thanks, allegedly, to a massive TikTok campaign sponsored by Moscow. His election victory was annulled. Launching the so-called Democracy Shield, Michael McGrath.
What was that unrest on the streets I don't have the context here. Do they tell us? Is there any journalism left in fucking RTE? No, they don't tell us. There's no little information box telling us who's doing that protesting. Maybe, just I know this is a lot to ask, but why? You know, does this? I presume this is the poor fools, the stupid plebs manipulated by Russian propaganda on TikTok. Do you think this guy's on TikTok here? This guy? Do you There's a certain demographic of users on TikTok. I don't think he's in that category. Fuck me, Jesus. Jojo says one man's information is another man's disinformation. Yeah, that's what it comes down to, isn't it? No, I don't like that information. That's bad information. Because it happens to contradict what I want. Lord have fucking mercy. And I'm struggling to understand how we can be presented with something that just contradicts what we're being told. Two contradictory pieces of information are being presented here by RTE. You have protests on the streets. They're not protesting Russian propaganda or this candidate that came out of nowhere. So it only follows that they're protesting against something their government is doing. They're obviously really angry about it. If you look at this image alone, they're flying their flags. This means a lot to them. What could it be? What could that fucking be? Huh? Can we just fucking stop and ask this fucking question for a second? Could it be that they annulled the fucking results of the election and then rerun the election without the fucking candidate that they voted for? Could that be it, RTE? Do you want to tell us about that? Or is that just not fucking convenient to your fucking propaganda? Lord have fucking mercy.
Sponsored by Moscow, his election victory was annulled. Launching the so-called Democracy Shield, Michael McGrath said foreign actors attempting to interfere in European elections were better resourced and that technology had evolved to make interference a much more critical concern.
It has opened up opportunities and potential for interference in all elections in the European Union. If you take, for example, the issue of deepfake AI videos, which are becoming better and better quality as time goes on, they have the potential to really impact on elections in the last 24, 48 hours.
The centrepiece will be a so-called Centre for Democratic Resilience, designed to be a hub for expertise in spotting disinformation.
What are we being shown here? I love this go-to that the media has. Well, what the fuck, man? Like, it's the same imagery that you get when there's a news report about fucking pedophiles or the Silk Road, people selling drugs on the deep web, dark web, whatever the fuck it's called. Like, what the fuck is this? Are people fucking dim? Is the average viewer of RTE like just what, fucking 90 years old? Like they grew up without a fucking television, you know, and that this is still impactful to them. To me, this looks like a joke. You know, this dark room, someone tapping on a phone. Ooh, look at that. Ooh. Green text on a black screen. Ooh, someone's typing on a keyboard and it's lit up. Oh, the keyboard's lit up. They don't need any light because, you know, they don't have eyes. They just feel their way around things. Fuck me, man. Morgan says, cleaned all the dust out of the machine trying to reboot now. Oh my. Wow, that's hilarious. If it was the dust, geez, I'll have to start cleaning my PC. I did see a tweet there. Sorry, a tweet. Fuck me. A post from some Facebook group, IT group, and it was a picture of like a PC that's just absolutely caked in dust, and it said, you know, it never really occurred to me that dust could, you know, affect the performance of a computer.
Resources can respond more quickly. Elsewhere, the Commission seems to be boosting existing rules, such as the Digital Services Act, but there will be new initiatives on media and digital literacy. The EU has been investigating X, formerly Twitter, for 2 years for allegedly not cracking down on wholesale disinformation. Mr McGrath suggested such investigations were moving more quickly. The Commission says that as technology evolves, so too could the threat, and further legislation may be required. Officials are also mindful of the Trump administration's hostility to any constraints on big tech. But they say European citizens are entitled to free and fair elections. Tony Connolly, RTE News, Brussels.
I don't know. I have no idea, man. Look, that was important. That news report to, you know, give us an overview of the subject, which we will get into deeper. This democracy shield, or whatever the fuck it's called. What is it called? Yeah, democracy shield, right? We will get into that, but I don't know, man. I feel like I landed on an alien planet and switched on their fucking television. And like I have no frame of reference for this at all. You know, this is totally alien to me. You know, investigating X for wholesale misinformation. You know, that dark room with the the hackers, and then Trump administration. Like, what? What are we talking about here? This is pantomime. This is the bad guys, and we're the good guys. And I'm sorry, I have concerns of my own. I'm out here living my life as you guys are too. And when we get information, it's from X. Good God, but Facebook too, or I don't know what people use these days: Telegram, Reddit, boards.ie. And we're just getting raw information, whether it's from people on the ground in their parts of the world, or governments themselves coming out with statements, corporations coming out with statements. Rarely and sparingly, increasingly less, I'm seeing people reading RTE or the Journal or the Irish Times, because I rarely now see it coming up in social media feeds. Dr. Crispy out there uses MySpace. Good on you. So like when I finally do switch on the TV, it's like, whoa, what the fuck is this, man? This is a completely different world to me. See, I'm almost getting sick from it. Like, it's having a physiological effect on me. All right. I'm going to wait a minute to see if Morgan can actually use his PC. And if he can't, then I'll get into the meat of the matter. But what's your opinion out there, guys? Sirsha says, it's the power of social media, they fear. Holy, oh my God. Oh, look who just stepped into the green room. It's the power of social media, they fear, not propaganda. I mean, if you're not on that, if you're not on that page these days, you know, something fucking missing from your brain, your head meat, honestly. Thank fuck Morgan's here, because I on this segment and on Paschal Donohoe segment, I'm flying blind. Bizarre's case is all nonsense, Howard. Yep. Dr. Crispy says the EU going hellbent to stop the anti-broadcast. We will get into after the presentation of this propaganda fucking machine that our own Michael McGrath has embarked upon setting up. How these very same people are subverting the democratic process in their own countries. Multiple countries now have been touched with the death grip of the EU. I blame it on the rise of PFF. What's this? All right. Jeez. That noise when someone joins the green room, it always frightens me. Sure, Morgan's getting set up there in the background. And yeah, he's typing something. Or I don't know. Yeah, there we go. 1 minute. Fucking headphones issue now. Oh, yay. It's just one of those weeks, folks. Dennis Carr says, is that Burke outside the Temple Bar? Jeez Louise. Have you seen the memes? Let's see. I think I liked this. It's funny. There we go. Oh man, I don't know. Is that Photoshop or AI? I can't tell. Morgan says WTF, LOL. All right. People have imaginations, man. It's amazing. Yeah, I think quick piss and I'll be with you, he says. Thank God. This is quite the fucking delay for the show. It's 11 p.m. I should have just started with my content, because then, you know, I'd know what I'm doing. So where is Enoch Burke? Where would he be? It's like, what's the end game here? That's a more appropriate question. What does he think he'll achieve? Because he has to live a life. Yeah, he has to get on with things. Go outside, take a walk. You know, he has to go to work. Well, I mean, he hasn't been working for so long. But like, it's not like in a few months from now, the Gardaí are going to say, yeah, okay, we didn't find you. All right, all forgiven. It's okay. You can come back and live a normal life. No, he could be 80 years old and he could turn up in a boat having, lived a life in asylum in Russia or something. And then the Gardaí will be waiting there on the shore to arrest him and put him in prison. Justin Barrett tweeted out today, or yesterday actually, if anyone knows anything about Enoch Burke's whereabouts, you don't. You know absolutely nothing. And anything you did know, you've forgotten. And I asked, who? Yeah, cheesy joke, I know. But I would be curious to know where he is. Dr. Crispy says he was not at school. That would have been impressive. If he showed up in front of the gates of the school today, I'd be like, yeah, you believe in your mission. You're going to do that no matter what anyone says. But he didn't do that. He's fucking hiding, man. Iru F4P says he's broke. They're going to lock him up in a hostile prison system. Fears real. Yeah. I don't know. Morgan's in the green room. Don't know if he's still looking for his headphones or something. What a day. I'm actually still impressed that it turned out to be the dust that was causing the problem. Maybe it was overheating. And what's going on in the chat here in Discord? Why am I? Oh, I see. Okay, nice of all four of you to jump into the Discord server. Again, if you want to join the Discord server, link is in the chat. All right. Don't know what's going on in that green room, but we have to carry on. Darske says, it was dust. Such a great excuse. You could have also had the dog ate my mouse. Yep. All right. So while we wait for Morgan, we're going to wait for my PC to load a fucking folder. There we go. There we go. I have been following Candace Owens, and not every day. She broadcasts every day, Monday to Friday. Actually, I think it's just Monday to Thursday. And ever since Charlie Kirk was shot, she's been unearthing things, making statements. For a week there, she was the most hated woman on X. Like, my whole timeline was just constant. 9 out of 10 posts were just, Candace Owens is crazy. She's stupid. You know, just putting the woman down. And I've made no, if I haven't made it mysterious that I quite like the woman. And in fact, I love her. However, I started to fucking question the whole thing. It gave me a feeling of a murder mystery series, you know? This thing that just kind of unfolds over time, and we're going to eventually get to the truth. You know, this great big murder mystery is going to be blown wide open. And although I believe that there's definitely a lot of truth to what's going on, what the different characters at play, Ben Shapiro firing back, and blah blah blah. The whole theatrics of it. There's something to it. However, just the same day that I had this thought about it being a murder mystery series, I was watching an episode of Candace, and she said this. She was discussing Tim Pool, who, fired some shots at her, and she's going to fire a few shots back. All in good fun, as she says, but, what I found strange was the following.
In funnier news, if you think that by not acknowledging conspiracies, you're somehow going to be spared by them, you're obviously very wrong. If you join the corporate, the experts, and try to throw mud at people who are speaking about the obvious lies, eventually you will get swallowed by them. That's how it goes. You sell your soul to the devil. Eventually, you'll get swallowed by it. Now, that's not a way to say that Tim Pool sold himself to the devil. He's a bit of a fence sitter. I like Tim Pool. He's always been good to me. But when it matters, he will always just take like a little dig. And he kind of did that when I started investigating the Charlie Kirk series. And he kind of said, oh, well, no, you're number one podcast and you should be more concerned about harmony. As I started saying that the donors were squeezing Charlie. Like, that's the main thing. This is a part of the story. Like, donors were getting very angry with Charlie.
Did anyone else hear that? It would first require you to be paying attention, actually be interested in what she's saying. I don't know if anyone else there is interested. However, it is kind of obvious. I think even if you were passively listening, you would have picked up on a very interesting Freudian slip. I think it was around here.
Himself to the devil. He's a bit of a fence sitter. I like Tim Pool. He's always been good to me. But when it matters, he will always just take like a little dig. And he kind of did that when I started investigating the Charlie Kirk series. The
Charlie Kirk series. What would bring one to say that? Why would the word series be on your mind? Hey there.
Howdy. What are we doing with
Right.
Candace? Charlie Kirk.
Just listen to this, man.
But when it matters, he will always just take like a little dig. And he kind of did that when I started investigating the Charlie Kirk series. And he
Why would you have that kind of a Freudian slip? Why would you have the word series on your mind?
I don't know. Is she doing a series on Charlie Kirk, or I don't know what the fuck?
Well, I mean, you could say that. I mean, that's one description of what she does, because every day there seems to be another layer to the Charlie Kirk murder mystery. And it feels like, oh, we're getting closer and closer to the truth. Everything's new. Oh, now this week we're talking about the fucking airplane that was flying around in the straight government. The Egyptian government plane was flying here and there and stopped in this city for a day, and all very weird, and last week it was about Ben Shapiro and his tribe. It just feels like a murder mystery series, and I thought that to myself the day that I watched this episode of Candace Owens, and she said, when I started investigating the Charlie Kirk series, it's all very weird, don't you think?
Oh, I don't fucking know. What you talking about was funders. So who he was being funded by some Israeli outfit, wasn't he? Or he had Israeli backers, or was that part of the
What, Charlie
the-
Kirk?
Yeah.
Well,
Wasn't
yeah,
that what
that,
the whole thing where it came about,
that-
where he was supposed to receive funding and he didn't, he wasn't happy to go along with not talking about Israel or something like that.
he was very vocal at the end about Israel, and in private he said Jewish donors are really living up to all the stereotypes. He said all the stereotypes. So you'd imagine what kind of attitude he was developing in the days before he passed.
Okay, I don't know. That's the problem with backers, isn't it? If you have backers, you're normally beholden to them. Why isn't she dead?
Yeah. Well, that would be a bit obvious, wouldn't it?
Would it? Like Charlie Kirk wouldn't? I don't know.
I don't know. I suppose
I know you love her, but she fucking.
there's people in the chat that have the same feeling, so don't worry about it. And look, I'm not. I'm too. I'm around too long to be that attached to anyone or anything.
Well, that's the thing. In the end, they all let us down in the fucking end, don't they? No matter who they are, like, so they're great one moment, and then 2 months later they just stab us in the heart, and it's like, oh fuck, not another one. So maybe there's something in that. But Candace, she's never she never sat right with me. Like,
Okay.
I'm not sure why. She just she doesn't strike me as an honest actor,
Fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I just had trouble seeing it because, like, are there any honest actors? When everyone
No.
when everyone's fake, it becomes a little harder to kind of tell.
Yeah, and again, in that whole fucking ecosystem, like, so it's all heavily bastardized, isn't it? Like, and the 40 look like they're all at one stage they're all like companions and best buddies, and they're working together, and then they're all making money happily together, and then there's some sort of infighting, be it Fuentes or fucking Ben Shapiro or Candace, and then Candace is magically a Catholic, then a hyper super Catholic, and then give it 6 months and that her relationship will probably break down. She'll meet a Jew, and then she'll be a fucking hyper Zionist, and who knows where the fuck it's going to go. Yeah, but what we're saying, like, so the Freudian slip was the series. So what did you think about the what did you think the slip was?
Well, like, what else could it be? Why would you have that word in your head about investigating the death of your friend? Unless you were actually doing a series and it was already plotted out, like, okay, in the 26th of November, on Monday, I'll come out with this new take because, I can't keep talking about the fucking Egyptian planes, like, because it has to be something fresh, you know.
I don't know. I don't know. He's fucking. Oh, what do we know so far? He's dead. Like, or I don't even know if he is dead. I'm still convinced he's on that island in New Zealand somewhere where the rest of them will be left.
Valhalla.
Yeah, Valhalla. And it's no more ridiculous than fucking any other theory out there, or he's on Mars or the moon, or God knows fucking where. But that's how stupid the whole fucking thing is. Like, really. Like, I don't think we were too aware of him to begin with, other than here and there. And then he, you know, I suppose there's nothing like an assassination to make you famous. It's like,
Yeah.
if we need to be assassinated, like the channel will blow up in days, like, if we're lucky. Right, where we Michael McGrath.
Yeah.
So that has me. It doesn't have me worried. It's not like any of it's fucking new to anybody. But we need to be protected. That's the message from Europe. I don't know if people have noticed. We need to be protected from the big bad Russians and the Chinese, because apparently we're all mentally retarded. Unless the news is completely managed everywhere. Well, then we're just too stupid. We'll fall for any gimmick. And of course, you know, being wonderful members of the EU, our government's never engaged in any of that kind of stuff at all, or the West has never engaged in any sort of propaganda externally or internally. Like, we've no internal propaganda. We have their democracy, which, you know, has to be protected and saved at all fucking costs, even to the extent now where they are starting to put forward that podcasts need to be regulated. We have Alan Kelly from the Labour Party stating that podcasts need to be related. We need more restrictions. Of course, we know we need age verification to get online eventually, all under the guise of Save the Children. If that doesn't work, we're all going to have to go and fight the Russians directly. Like, if this European democracy shield, or whatever the fuck they're calling it, fails, well, then the last option is, right, we're going to have to arm up, go and fight the Russians on their own territory before they magically get here. We had that general in France addressing the nation, saying that, you know, if we are to preserve, or if they are to preserve their future, well, then people in France have to realize that they will have to sacrifice their children on the battlefield. Against the Russians, and saying this like all under the guise of comfort and love and what fucking have you. But we have one of our own. We have I can't even remember his name. What's his name again? Michael what? McGrath. Yeah, so an ex-Fianna Fáil guy. Do you still have the video up there? Can we go back, because I want to have a look in where he's in the office, which is very interesting, because the EU is very concerned about gender equality. And if you just have a look at the room that he's actually in, and we can have a count of the people in the room. We know Michael is male, apparently.
Ireland's EU Commissioner, Michael McGrath, has launched what is expected to be the flagship legislation of his tenure. The so-called Democracy Shield is aimed at strengthening the response by member states to disinformation and electoral interference by foreign actors. Mr McGrath said the initiative was not about censorship, but about enhancing the right of European citizens to vote in a free and fair manner.
The recent presidential elections in Moldova were, according to multiple reports, subject to wholesale interference by Russia. There were accusations by the country's intelligence agency.
Is this where we're looking?
No, but we might as well stop here as well, like,
all right,
because it's pretty fucking typical of the world we now live in. So what have we got? One guy standing isolated. Needs to clean.
He's probably just visiting. He's probably
he's delivering something or other, like probably lunch. Looking by the general weight of the fucking people in this part of the room. So we got about 2, 4, 6, 7 women busily working away within some EU institution. I don't know what ILPT Petru Rares is. We'll carry on there.
Agency of widespread vote buying, cyber attacks and misinformation, all designed to prevent pro-Western parties.
I'd happily sell my vote. I'd sell my vote in a fucking heartbeat. I don't think anyone in Ireland's ever been offered to have their someone knock on your door, I'd like to buy your vote, or that people are so retarded that that they're somehow going to be influenced by a TikTok campaign. And I suppose
Yeah.
in an Irish context, the big worry is it's the spoil the vote campaign. And the only reason in their eyes that could have happened is because of misinformation. Because if the word never got out there to begin with, that listen, this is an option, because people just couldn't think themselves like, oh well, I'll spoil my vote. But there was a concerted effort and a campaign, and we had the communication medium, which is social media, that enables people to gather together. Because outside of that, and before that, the only way to have a large organized campaign for anything is to have a large organization like a political party or a union. And as it so happens, all that falls under the umbrella of the state. There are very few grassroots organizations in Ireland that have the power to organize that kind of campaign. We see it in the nationalist movement in Ireland. Like there's, a group of 20, a group of 50. And then when they all come together and call for a national rally, well then on a couple of occasions they've managed to, pull 20, 30, 40, 50,000 people out on the streets. But prior to that's been the biggest success. And then we had the Spoil the Vote campaign. And that managed to get, like 200,000 people to spoil their vote. So we say 150,000 people, just to be generous. So that is a big threat for the state. And logically, if that wasn't there, the ability to get information to the people and call people together to do that, well then, and that has them fucking spooked. Because if something like that can happen, well then, in their eyes, the same can happen with elections. And it wasn't just them. We saw it with the abortion campaigns as well, where anybody who was, against abortion, all the media messaging was not censored, because they don't like to censor, but just gently hidden. I think what they're calling it now. Like, so, the message was whatever the fuck they call it, like either shadow banned completely or, just tucked in a far off corner of the internet. And then I think at some stage they dropped the hammer and said, okay, no more advertising at all. But those who were pro-abortion were let have at it access to the airwaves, RTE, news, radio, print media. There's no issue about that, because that's all truth, according to the state. No misinformation, disinformation, malinformation ever seems to stem from the government or state. Somehow it's only a problem for us plebs, because that's all we can deal in is falsehoods, half-truths, lies, conjecture. And we're too stupid. And we need guides to tell us what indeed is the actual fucking truth, according to these people. So yeah, but you just roll it on a little bit there.
From winning. Similar controversy surrounded last year's Romanian election when a pro-Russian candidate...
This was out on the streets there. Just go back there a minute. Just Jesus waving a Romanian flag.
Similar controversy surrounded last year's...
There he is.
Romanian...
He's back. And he's Romanian. Who would have fucking thought it? Yeah, so these people... if you take RTE to word, do you think these people are on the streets protesting the results of the elections, the interference? But no, they were actually out on the streets protesting the fact that their election was annulled because, they were infiltrated by the Russians and the Chinese via TikTok. Because up until that very moment that they start doom scrolling and came across a 1 minute video that completely changed their mind, reprogrammed them, and goes, okay, well, you know what? Yeah, I'm voting for the Russian candidate now because of X, Y, and Z. And even if that is the case, well, what's so different about what the state does? Like, they think we're so retarded that they just put up posters on lampposts, and that's enough for the people. Like, make a fucking dozen or so half promises that will never be fulfilled, plaster the lampposts with photos of the candidates, especially outside the schools, because when they have their deep, thoughtful meanings, when they're discussing what the people want and what's good for the country. No, it's really okay. Well, where do people gather most? Where will they see this image? Every day, at least 2 or 3 times a day, outside the schools. That's what the image is plastered outside the schools, so people go. And then when they do go to vote and they walk into the polling booth, sure, they're so fucking stupid and thick that they haven't thought about the candidate at all. They just get in there, they'll see a couple of pictures in front of them and they will automatically vote for the person who they've seen most of on the lampposts and outside of the schools.
That's quite an observation. It never occurred to me. Yeah, they actually do think we're just that fucking thick.
Yeah, they think I don't know if they're right. I don't think they're fucking right. Maybe some people are, but in general, I don't think they are. I think a lot of people are just sick of it, or they're resigned to the fact that, well, nothing can ever change. What's the point? And those people generally don't fucking vote. They just go, I can't be fucking arsed. What difference does it make? But, 13% of the people who did vote made a concerted effort to spoil their vote and send a message to them. And that has them worried, because they would be perfectly happy for everybody not to vote, as long as their party faithful continued to vote. And that's pretty much been the way since the foundation of the state. I haven't looked deeply into it, but, the last 10 or 20 years, every time there's an election, the turnout is dog shit, It's really, the Fianna Fáil faithful, the Sinn Féin faithful, the established political parties, and then a smattering of, Marxists and fucking assorted types, and then independents who really don't have a chance, because, they don't have the money, the backing to do it. But thanks to this technology, this double-edged sword that we all grapple with, that levels the playing field, because an independent with a good mind for social media and marketing can get that message out to people on a par with the government, and especially when the current government is fucking hated. And so in their mind, and not just here, but across the whole of Europe, they have to be panicking, knowing that, oh, well, fuck, propaganda has actually been democratized in the true sense, because anyone sitting at home can act as an agent of propaganda. And this must be stopped, crushed at all costs, so that people can never have a fighting chance. And I suppose the nuclear option is to switch it off, but they won't do that, because it's going to be far, far too obvious. Okay. Yeah, we just play it forward there. We got to look to these more beautiful.
An election when a pro-Russian candidate came out of nowhere to lead the polls. Thanks.
Did he come out of nowhere?
I don't know. Again, who fucking knows? Who's keeping a track of political developments in Romania? In Ireland, like, I'm sure Romanians are, but the average person on the street, and I doubt he came out of nowhere. Nobody just appears magically out of nowhere, unless it's Zelensky, But again, he didn't appear magically out of nowhere. They gave him a television program where he, was the president and this out of nowhere candidate, and then they just, they stopped showing it on television and just ran with that act afterwards. But I doubt the guy came out of nowhere, and I doubt the fact that so many people gravitated towards him wasn't simply because of propaganda. Like, what about the message he was giving to the people? Like, why would that be so popular? Like, any analysis on that? No.
And also he couldn't have been out of nowhere, because he was a member, like a leading member of a fucking an established party. They didn't just fucking find a random guy and say, okay, you're our candidate.
Yeah,
it doesn't work like that.
Isn't it a bit hypocritical in a so-called democracy that's supposed to be based on the will of the people, even if it's, a terrible fucking decision. So then let's just do away with the notion that we actually live in a democracy at all. It's like, unless you vote in a particular way, well, then your vote is far too dangerous, apparently.
Right. I've gotten rid of that illusion myself. I'm just waiting for most people to catch up.
Allegedly to a massive TikTok campaign sponsored by Moscow. His election victory was annulled. Launching the so-called Democracy Shield, Michael McGrath said foreign actors attempting to interfere in European elections.
Again, very heavily female-dominated room. And it's nice the way they let us know what the plan is, isn't it? Like, so that election was annulled. In walks Michael McGrath. So what's he planning on doing then? If perchance that we get around to the next election cycle, or any European country for that matter, and the big bad far right are going to come into power in a particular country in Europe, well then they're essentially telling us that the election is going to be annulled. It's going to be blamed on Russian interference or Chinese interference or some external interference. And therefore, to prevent that in the future and to stop it from ever happening again, well, then they'll have to cut down the source of where that information came from. And that's going to be social media and the internet. And we're already more than halfway there.
I'm trying, even though this is the second time I watched this now, you know, like, of course, you're always going to find new things. But I'm still getting over the way this newsreader just casually said, so this guy's election victory was annulled. Anyway, hang on a minute. You know, like what, 5 years from now, they're going to be saying, this terrible fucking Russian-backed politician was saying, maybe we should, tone down on the fucking hate speech legislation a little. So the Gardaí shot him in the head.
Yeah. And just walk past it.
Yeah, and then someone from Fianna Fáil took a seat. All cool.
Yeah,
all right.
There's 50 people were executed today and buried in a mass grave.
Don't worry, they deserved it.
Sue with the weather, you know. And this is, their democracy. Apparently, where real opposition has to be crushed. Not even crushed, but like aborted. Really, is what it has to happen with it before it ever gets a chance to live properly. It's like, no, let's terminate it now before it actually becomes a real living thing.
Yeah. Now, what are all these women doing? Like, I don't think like you like, what's going on here? This isn't an office setting.
I don't know.
This is staged, right? Oh, look busy. Everyone look busy on your laptops and phones.
They don't even look busy. Like, fucking, we've got one down the end, the Indian on her phone, the one beside her scribbling something, and then these three in front apparently doing something on the laptop. But we saw this when we covered Ming as well in Europe, like that. When they go there, they're immediately given handlers straight away. They all tend to be, heavily female dominated. I'm not sure if that's I don't know if these are secretaries, but I can't imagine that, they would happy to be secretaries, because that's very sexist for a woman to be a secretary. But I just find it interesting that anytime you see a politician walk into a room in the EU, that it's heavily dominated by women. And much of European politics is now heavily dominated by women. We have Ursula von der Leyen. And I kept my receipt. I want my money back, because I was promised that when women get into power, that the world will be a much safer, happier, genteel place. And that hasn't fucking happened. I don't know if anyone else has noticed, but that hasn't happened. It's almost as like the worst type of mother you could fucking have got into power and is furious and is going to fucking kill everybody and their brother because somebody upset her. And I don't know if anyone's heard of that, hell hath no fury, like a woman scorned. So, we're now going to kill Russia, apparently, or kill ourselves, trying to kill Russia because something, something. Because, that's their last gambit as well. It's like, it's usually when they're just about to lose power. It's like, okay, well, what's left in the bag? Oh, war. Let's have all out war that we can't possibly win. Now, we'll be grand, because we're not actually going to fight it. We'll be in the bunkers, but we'll get rid of all these dissident types. We'll script them into the fucking armies.
Yeah,
and then we have these beautiful coloured retards who will comply with everything we say, and we'll leave them behind. So yeah, we'll carry on then. Then we'll have a bit of a look at the mechanism behind it.
Were better resourced, and that technology had evolved to make interference a much more critical concern.
It has opened up opportunities and potential for interference in all elections in the European Union. If you take, for example, the issue of deep fake.
Did he say opportunities for interference? That's not how you phrase that sentiment. You say vulnerabilities, because it's a negative thing, right? But he's speaking about interference in a positive way. Am I thinking too deeply about what?
No, you're thinking correctly, because this is the way these people fucking think. Like, and they tell us really what they do
Hmm.
and what their plans are like. So they're all opportunities for interference, because we're supposed to believe somehow that these people haven't engaged in, interference. Like their whole fucking reason for survival is about manipulating people's opinions and elections. Like, when have you ever seen a politician, just give it to you straight? Of what it's not. None of them do. Like, everything about them is fake. They talk about fake news and fake media. These people are just fucking puppets in the real sense. They're told what to say, how to look, what to wear, what hand gesture to use. None of it's natural. We've seen
Yeah,
them
it's all committee. Yeah.
yeah, and every hand gesture and every, everything is managed and manicured by the likes of fucking Kitty Holland, whatever her name is. I don't think that's her actual name. Bunny, the Bunny Car Propaganda Academy, and then we had Ivan Yates, who was, giving media advice to Jim Gavin, and then we Grip Media again, John McGurk. He used to apparently give media training to politicians. So they, it's disgusting. So you essentially have so-called journalists advising politicians on how not to answer difficult questions, and then they're outraged when they don't answer a difficult fucking question. It's a load of it's just one giant bastardized fuckfest between the lot of them, and they think we're too fucking stupid to ever cotton on to it. And again, they will never answer a straight question. There's never a real emotion from them. It's just this manicured horseshit day in, day out. And then they tell us, oh, well, we're going to rule you like peasants and whip you into shape. And then, God forbid, if you object, oh, then you're the worst person in the world. You're clearly a far-right Nazi or some sort of Russian agent, and we need to deal with you immediately. No, so you're not wrong at all. They tell us every time they open their mouth, they tell us what they are at. And I don't doubt that, Russia wants to interfere in European affairs so it favors them. Like, this is politics, and this is geopolitics. It's like, and for them to think like, oh, well, what, you guys don't engage in it? You guys are the purest form of beings on the planet, that everything that flows forth from you guys is nothing but truth, and you sit around at the end of the day in the Dáil and you beat yourselves up over the ethics of politics in Ireland and how we must strive to tell the truth in a more clear fashion going forward. Go fuck yourselves. Like, people aren't stupid,
AI videos, which are becoming better and better quality as time goes on. They have the potential to really impact on elections in the last 24, 48 hours.
The centrepiece will be a so-called Centre for Democracy.
Wait, what did he say?
AI, generative AI, apparently
Yeah.
has the ability to sway an election, especially in the last 24 or 48 hours. So, and again, the example they use in Ireland is that I think somebody made an AI video of Catherine Connolly saying that she is withdrawn from the race,
Okay, who saw that? I didn't.
I don't know. Well, and even still, like, it's got to the stage now, like, which it's so bad that every video, everybody questions it. It's like, well, is that AI? Anything that appears
Great. We don't need their help then.
Yeah, exactly. Like, so you just do everything is just okay. Well, yeah, it's probably fucking AI, and that's a good thing, because then it gets people to actually fucking question it and not just accept it as fact, but they're still in this mindset that because people see something coming from the organs of the state, if it's RTE or the Irish Times or the Independent, that people go, oh yes, well, this is from the single source of truth, so therefore it can't be questioned. But somehow, when it's a social media post, it's either Russian interference, outright lies, or some kind of hybrid truth that's being spread online. And in many cases, that is the case. But I don't think people are so stupid that they just see it and bite it. And some people are. Let's be honest. Like, some people will fall for videos of horses with 6 legs and shit like that.
Yeah.
I won't notice it. But I think people aren't so dumb that if they see an AI video, even if it's a really good one, of a politician saying something like the truth, and that they're going to know immediately that it's AI. Like, oh my God, this Micheál Martin is suddenly, talking sense. Must be AI. But they're terribly worried about this, and it has to be stopped, or at least labeled as AI, and I'm kind of half on board with it, because I'd like to see generative AI, be buried in a ditch somewhere because it's just fucking terrible. Most of it, let's be fair, and it still has that kind of uncanny valley feel about it, and it will eventually, drive most people out of a job. Which I'd be happy enough with, but I think a lot of people are still kind of, their identity is tied to their job, so they might all fucking kill themselves if, God forbid, they have to, frame living on the planet outside of a job. But they're very worried about generative AI. I really don't know why. Again, the only thing that I've seen generative AI used for around politics is to mock them. So maybe that's what they're worried about, that people just won't take them seriously. But I think we're well past that point now. It's I think most people, if not all people, don't really take them terribly serious. They know what the game is about, that everything they're being told is either an outright lie or some sort of managed truth. And if they don't, well, then they're beyond help. So it wouldn't really matter if it was, the best AI in the world. They're going to believe whatever the politician tells them. And so I don't know, but that's what it's all about. This is the new danger, is generative AI, because we can create fake videos of politicians doing this and that. I suppose the big worry would be if somebody made a video of them in a compromising situation. So we can imagine, say, 24, 48 hours before an election, and say that a video comes out of Micheál Martin
Fucking a pig.
Yeah, fucking a pig, or sucking Enoch Burke's cock or something, the back of the forecourts. And then people will go, my God, that's fucking shocking. And that might sway their vote. And that would be very hard to get a hold of. But again, I just don't think, the way people are, that anybody who's a diehard Fianna Fáil voter is immediately going to say, well, that's clearly fake. Because stuff like that, it just doesn't happen, or somebody who might be on the cusp or a floating voter, they're going to go, oh well, I saw Micheál Martin sucking Enoch Burke's cock, so I'm definitely not voting for him. I might give Enoch a vote. That's some serious civic duty right there, and I think Micheál Martin deserves it. So no, but again, it's this overarching system of social media that needs to be controlled, regulated, managed, to save us now, not to save them, not to save their positions. And there might be some truth to it, but to my mind, the answer is never full spectrum censorship. And even the first thing out of his mouth was, this is not censorship. So again, usually what they say is the inverse of what they say. Otherwise, there would be no need.
I'm not racist, but
I'm not racist, but it is niggers.
Whoa, buddy. All right. Look at this. I went mental when I first saw this scene of the in the dark room and the green text. It's this is the image that you use on the news when you're talking about a pedophile or people selling drugs on the deep web. It's ridiculous, man.
Democratic resilience designed to be a hub for expertise in spotting disinformation.
And it's scrolling.
And typing without typing words, just hitting WASDF repeatedly. Let me go back, see if there's actually typing somewhere. It was just, if they're just fingering the top line of the keyboard.
Thinking that myself.
Let's have a look. What are they typing out?
And
a mobile phone, that's what you need is in hacker land. A mobile phone.
Okay. Yeah. Group info, groups from user. What's if?
Put group info, return.
There we go. Yeah. Okay.
Oh no.
Can you make out
the?
It's kind of hard to tell.
Nah.
Ooh. Look at that imagery. What the fuck, dude? This is trippy, man. Is this stock footage?
It has to be.
Yeah, there has to be a company that makes footage like this. Actually, no, there is. There's you can sign up. YouTubers use these web services where you just put in a keyword and you can find B-roll of
Oh
you
yeah,
know,
you have it on
yeah.
Canva as well. Like it's pretty standard. But I'm sure RTA have their archive of B-roll and anything to do with computers. Like you said, pedophile story, hacker story, social media story with dark undertones. It's all in their little folder, and they can just pop it in, splice it together. Yeah, it's fucking disgusting.
Those with fewer resources can respond more quickly. Elsewhere, the Commission seems to be boosting existing rules, such as the Digital Services Act, but there will be new initiatives on media and digital literacy. The EU has been investigating X, formerly Twitter, for 2 years for allegedly not cracking down on wholesale disinformation.
What is wholesale disinformation exactly? Like, if they're selling it in batches, or like, well, how does that work?
Timu, I think it is. Like there's a warehouse somewhere that sells discounted disinformation. Like, I don't know. So I think with X, they're just worried because they're not playing ball apparently, and so we do know that essentially nearly every other social media outfit in Ireland and Europe plays ball with the European authorities and local governments. So Facebook will take down material at the behest of the government. We saw that with the abortion referendum as well, that they were happy to minimize the amount of people who could see it or take it down wholesale. Same with YouTube. We know YouTube. Anybody who's used YouTube as any sort of creator knows that there's certain words you can't say, there's certain things you can't talk about. It's either taken off wholesale or your reach is limited. And they essentially train you how to be a good boy and what to talk about and what not to talk about. Same with TikTok. Same with most of them. I think the only ones that don't is really X and I think Reddit to some extent. So they have their own they have their internal what are they called? Moderators. Yes, they have their own internal moderation. Now, what Facebook and YouTube do is they farm it out. So to fact checkers, and that's part of this European Defence Shield, is that Europe has a headquarters where they monitor all social media posts for disinformation, malinformation, and whatever the other one is. I can't remember what the other one is. And then they will report to social media companies. And because of the new legislation that if social media companies don't comply with these takedown orders, well, then they get fined 6% of revenue, which is a lot of fucking money. And we just saw recently with Commission Le Monde, they're talking about this 2-year investigation into X. And we recently had that case, a German NGO of all fucking organizations bringing a case to Ireland against X because that's where X is headquartered. They can't do it in Germany because, that's the way the law works. So now Commission Le Monde are investigating X and they want access to their internal complaint mechanism to say that when people do report misinformation or disinformation or any sort of homophobic content or any content that they want taken down, they're not happy that X just says, well, we had a look at it and the answer is no. They're not happy with that. They want to say, well, why did you say no? Did you go back to the person who was complaining to say no? And really, we want you to take it down. And if you don't comply, we're going to fine you 6% of revenue. But it's not censorship. It's not censorship. It's just, it's just being nice is what it is. Like, so, it's like you're being rude by not agreeing to take down the material. And because you're being rude, we're going to levy you with a 6% fine. So all this comes under I think it's the EDMO, or I can't remember. I'll have a look at my notes in a minute. But it all falls under this massive tranche of money that's given to the EU for technology, science, environmental concerns, and the total budget is something like 95 billion a year. Now, that's not just for censorship. So there's a lot of hard science in there, but that's part of the funding, and this funding goes out to various organizations. In Ireland, it essentially falls to 3 groups of of people. So there's DCU. So they monitor, they do kind of the academic work where they, monitor all of social media for disinformation and malinformation, and then present reports to the government. But our good friends in the journal are the ones who are actually tasked with the day-to-day work of fact checking, as they call it, or ratting people out. So there's a team of 12 people within the journal who
Wow.
I
It's
think
a
that's
lot of people,
a
man.
lot of people. Like, that's one more than fucking was at the Last Supper. I think, like, was there 12 including Jesus at the Last Supper, was it, or 13, or was he the 13th? I don't know. I'm looking for some. But there's 12 of them anyway. And that's or part of their job is to fact check information. And we'll have a look at their website, so we'll see what kind of information they're fact checking. And so it's not a large amount of money that gets given to Ireland. So I think it's something like maybe 500,000 euros a year. The vast amount of that goes into DCU to, write academic papers. God knows what else they fucking do. And then some of that money then feeds into the journal. And then the journal also gets paid directly by Facebook for acting as their monitor. And YouTube as well. And YouTube will act on whatever the journal tells them to do. And as we know with the journal, they tend to lean in a particular direction on politics. I don't know if anyone's noticed, but you very rarely hear them fact checking, anything that isn't considered far right. These folks civil servants? No. So the DCU, they're not civil servants. And again, the Irish government doesn't fund any of this. This is done from Europe. The thing with people, even the funding doesn't matter. The funding's so small, it's probably inconsequential. And the journals, they reported that they do get paid by Facebook. They haven't said how much they get paid, but they said it's not a lot, which, is a small comfort, I suppose. But even if they got nothing, they would still do it because I think it's more of an ideological thing. It's like, they're fighting, in their eyes, they're fighting the devil. And people might think, oh, well, they're just, people's Facebook, their posts are just getting taken down. And it's like, there's no harm in that. But there fucking is, like, so, and these are the same people in the same breath who would, give you a 3-hour speech about the horrors of 1950s Ireland. When we had an official censor and the Catholic Church was censoring books and movies and what have you. And these are, bigger zealots. Like they're going after individuals who they disagree with and organizations who they disagree with and preventing, new parties forming and information getting to people. And even then, if you do become successful, say like you're the next Script Media or something like that, or you have 10,000 followers on Facebook or YouTube, and you're making some level of income for yourself or your new organization, well, then part of the rules here will be that they may allow you to continue, but they will, reduce your reach, or they will demonetize you, and even further than that, they will debank you. They will take the bank away from you, and people are kind of happy in the knowledge. Well, it's not too bad. They can't look at everybody. Like there's only 12 of them. There's say 1 million social media users in Ireland. So how can they possibly, track everybody down? But then there's another company involved as well called Newswhip, of all people. Isn't that a comforting name? News fucking whip. Right?
Wow. I didn't give it that much thought. I read the name and I was like, oh, that's just a goofy name. No, actually, it's fucking scary.
Yeah.
What is it? The slave whip or is it the party whip? Neither sounds very good.
No, it's the same whip, right? Unless you're using the whip in the bedroom, it's a dangerous thing. And even then, it can be dangerous as well, if you don't know how to handle it properly. Yeah, so we have the whip, which is designed to, put people in order and keep them in line, essentially. So Newswhip, again, this is a global organization as well, founded by 2 Irish men, of course. And I keep asking myself, what did we ever do as a country to deserve this? But as the days goes on, I think I know. Like, there's an awful lot of fucking really bad people in this country who think they're doing really good things, but they're not. So what they do, it's an analytics company, and they've been in operation for the last 7 years.
Wow.
So what they do on a daily basis, or probably an hourly basis, is their software enables them to scrape the whole of social media, every post. And I mean, imagine this now, every single fucking post that is posted on social media runs through their algorithms. And then they identify problematic posts, problematic trends. They can tell that what's going to trend kind of a week in advance. And then what they do is they give corporations, government agencies, and NGOs a heads up on what's about the trend. And so then if you throw into that, the political mix as well, they know what topics are about the trend, so they know how to get out in front of the story before it breaks. They're prepared in advance of how to combat the disinformation. And then also they can report it to the likes of Facebook and YouTube so it doesn't become viral, because they know this is going to go viral. This is a particularly touchy subject, and then they can kill it. Again, abort it before it even gets a chance to reach the masses. And this is a good thing.
I just realized something. Do you remember the early days, just a few months ago, really, when we started out on YouTube, and we were like, wow, anything to do with Micheál Martin, it just explodes, right? We were looking at it the wrong way around. No, Micheál Martin was just the only safe subject out of all the subjects we discussed. Like, that would usually be our reach. We should be reaching hundreds or even thousands of people. But we're not. We're preemptively shadow banned.
It could be. It could be.
I mean, it's a high fucking likelihood.
It's a high likelihood. And so, and again, the problem is there's no way to know. Because none of these organizations are open source. They don't report how it's done. You can't tell, so you're left in a kind of a mystery zone where, is it? Could it be? I don't know. It seems that way, but there's no way of proving it. I can never really fucking know. And so then what you do is, okay, well, you don't want to accept that because, it can't be proved ever, really, unless you manage to get in to YouTube. There used to be software you could run where you could tell if a channel was shadow banned, but I think they managed to get around that where it can't be done anymore. So the creator ends up thinking, okay, well, this just isn't working. Like it's, nobody's interested in it. And that could be the case. But what tends to happen is when people will just modify the message, because it is part of the YouTube landscape that a large group of people are in it primarily or secondarily for the money. And once the money starts flowing, well, that can become more important than the message itself. And then if the message gets too raw or too messy, well, then you can bet your bottom dollar that, either the algorithm will pick it up properly, or the rats in the journal will be onto it. And they monitor it like daily. So especially anybody with any, big following to begin with, if they start going, too far sideways, well, then it would be a case of, okay, well, they need to be demonetized. They need to be debanked. And that would be, and we've seen it happen in the very early days with Alex Jones. We saw it happen with the Canadian truckers. We see it happening in the UK with certain auditors now. There's one in particular, AY Audits, who was going around auditing the migrant centres and got too close to the bone. I think last year he made something like 100 grand sterling from his YouTube videos. And now he's become, a target for the state. So I think Channel 4 did a kind of hit piece program on him. And now magically he's being demonetized and he's being debanked as well, by all accounts, where banks are refusing to deal with him. And this is what will happen because, part of this greater system will be the European digital wallet. And we saw that last week where, politicians, the Prime Minister of Spain and the UN Grand Commissioner or whatever the fuck he's called. I don't know what he is. What do they call him? who cares? Like
No.
the king of the world. I think that's the new title for him, and the universe. And they're calling for, the implementation of this digital wallet, and that it will be linked to your social media, so you can still have a cutesy username, so you can still call yourself Eru F4P. But before you can come on here to talk to us as Eru 4 FP, you'll have to register with the government. It's linked to your digital wallet. So then, if you say something nasty, well then we'll never know who you are, but the good guys in government will know exactly who you are, and you'll get a knock on the door and a nice invitation down to the Garda station to explain yourself. And then if you don't, it's like, okay, well, since you haven't come, we're going to fine you. And you don't even get a chance to bounce the fine because it's just taken out of your digital wallet that's also linked to your bank account. So it's pretty, it's kind of noose around the neck.
Yeah.
Stuff. And it's already there. Like all the infrastructure's there. We saw it with COVID, how it works, how everybody gets restricted. We see it in China when they had their experiments with their social credit system. I know you said before it didn't go full scale, and a lot of it was propaganda, but it was still trialed, and it's in a lot of corporations as it stands as well, with their ESG scores. And again, we'll have a look at Paschal in a minute. Paschal's gone to the World Bank. The World Bank are now lending money to poor people based on how they're acting in relation to climate policies and certain terms and conditions, and that's how they'll get countries to comply. But this is for us plebs to keep us in line and to keep us safe and to keep their democracy safe for all time. And the journal, we have the journal to thank. I have a picture of these people in the journal. I want people to know who these people are, not for any, I don't want anybody to harass them or anything like that, but just so we know who the fuck these people actually are. And I'll have a little look at some of their backgrounds. Just let me grab a picture from them now. It would help if I went into the folder. Yeah, give me 1 second.
Sure.
That would be useful. Rightio. Where did they go? Do I even have the photo of these fucking cunts? Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, maybe we'll have a look at their website as well. Beautiful, beautiful fucking people. Lots of people get into journalism for, isn't it? To be a member of the Stasi. All right, let me get back to this screen.
No, sorry, state. It's fascism. It's like the marriage of the state and the corporation to control the people. And this is, we call Commission Amon the Ministry of Truth, but it's very decentralized. It's a web of information control. It's honestly quite disconcerting, It really does make one pine for the old days of censorship. What the my God, what a crew.
I know, right? No, I can't remember any of their fucking names. Right, but these are the people involved in the journal. As you can imagine, everyone
trash.
I know, right? So we could point out a couple of people like this, like that. I think she's the editor.
Who? Yeah, I don't see a mouse or anything.
Oh yeah, sorry, that's because I have it on the wrong fucking screen. Like that would help, wouldn't it? This one here, this thing, this yoke.
Oh,
yeah, we're not allowed to talk about people's inherent features, are we? Because we'll get kicked off YouTube because that's just me.
Well, I mean, only if someone complains.
Yeah, well, they could be watching now, like, so they're
right.
They're in that underground bunker now with the screens and the green text is flashing wildly that people are mentioning the journal. Oh my god, they're onto us in our central hub. So she looks like a witch. This guy is.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what's wrong with him. It looks like Napoleon Dynamite.
That's a man.
That is a man.
Looks like a middle-aged woman.
I know, right?
Wow.
Yeah, it's been crying after a few gin and tonics. And this one here is probably the most dangerous looking one I can see. Like that rare species of all women, the unibrowed woman, with that maniacal fucking smile. Yeah, don't know who any of these people are. Two of them.
No.
Well, there's two of them. They all have interesting backgrounds, but most of it is, left-leaning, worked, for a time in The Guardian, all had internships with left-leaning NGOs where they were no doubt groomed and conditioned. Nothing new about that. That's generally how it goes, in case anybody's wondering. People go to university, the universities pair them up with NGOs, usually when they're in their third or fourth year in college. Anyone who studies any of the social sciences, this is what happens. They don't necessarily get an internship in Ireland, or people in other countries, Germany, France, Italy. They tend to travel around Europe, and you have the Erasmus program for that. So what they'll do is they pair these people with NGOs in different countries. So they'll go and stay with an NGO for a year, and then usually what happens is they'll pair them with the CEO of the NGO or someone in a high position who sets the tone for the company. And they will, slowly but surely get indoctrinated if they're not already. And then from there, they'll go on, probably another 2 internships with other organizations. And then before you know it, they have a well-formed worldview, and they go off into the world of private industry or go work for the state with that mindset. And again, on top of that, with 3 or 4 years of college, depending on the college you've gone to, will determine probably the politics you come out with as well. As far as I can tell, it's still in Ireland, it's very heavily weighted left-wing progressive politics. I don't know if there's any or very few kind of right or even maybe centre-leaning people left in academia in Ireland at all. Never a good thing. It's not much better if it's heavily weighted to the right either, but it shouldn't be in there at all. But one of these guys used to work for Chinese news agency of all people, Jiangsu, let's call it Jiangsu News Corporation, which is the official mouthpiece for the Chinese Communist Party. So that's a kind of a good background. Another one of them used to work for Kinsen, which is the company that was responsible for monitoring all chatter during COVID and reporting it to the government. So do you remember that time when people couldn't mention anything about, you couldn't even say it or type it? Like as soon as you typed it or said it, like posts were taken down, labeled as almost a terrorist for spreading misinformation about the, people have to make up, silly names like the Jabberwocky and the goof because you couldn't even fucking say it. Like, what kind of world are people living in where they can't see this? So you have to walk around the streets and in your private time, whispering under your breath about certain things. Not because your government is tyrannical, but because you might infect somebody with thinking. And that's a terrible disease. It's the worst disease of all because it leads to all sorts of horrors, So that's the people in the journal. I do think that most of them would do it for free. You wouldn't even have to pay it. Kinsen was Storyful. Yeah, one of them used to work for Storyful as well. So I think Kinsen was sold. Spotify bought Kinsen because they were able to use their software to enable them to spot, I think, plagiarism on the Spotify platform. And of course, Storyful as well. The owner of that was, of course, Mark Little, formerly of RTE and Primetime. So the bastardization goes deep. And like we said, with the journal, like, money isn't the be all, but it certainly helps grease these dirty bastards' hands. Like, I will tell you, like, they will slit your fucking throat for a couple of shekels. Can you imagine, like, irrespective of what you think on a particular topic or a particular set of people, but that you were happy to essentially inform the authorities simply because people are talking about a particular topic. And, God forbid they get it wrong. Like, I want to meet one of these people or a few of these people where they have conversations and they never get anything wrong. They never have a wrong idea. They never make a mistake in their thinking. I want to meet these people. because they're probably the most dangerous people in the world that think like that. Oh well, we never make mistakes or we never get anything fucking wrong, and because we don't, we have to protect you and make sure the authorities know. What were we trying to do during COVID again? Wasn't it? Was get out of our houses? Wasn't it like? And we've been, essentially locked up for 2 years, and people were just trying to get back to some level of normality. And most people decided that, oh well, no, I'm not going to protest against the government or make a fuss about putting up with this shit. Let's just kill all the people who aren't vaccinated, and then we can go back to normal. That will make it easy, because that's the real danger. As soon as we get rid of all them, well, then we'll just get back to normal. Everybody will be vaccinated, and then we can go on holidays for 2 weeks and go to the pub and relax in peace. That's what they want. And these people are supposed to be somehow applauded. And we're the danger for spreading misinformation. Like, it's fucking, it's beyond the joke. So the last bastion of hope apparently we have for the free exchange of information is X.
Yeah, don't fucking count on it.
No. So, but that's it. Like, that's, in this ecosystem, let's call it, that's really the kind of the place that's least regulated. Now, with this threat, least regulated, of course. So, with this threat of 6% of revenue, whether they'll fall in line or not, I don't know. I really don't know. Even if it does, as we know, there are ways and means to get around it. We just, change the language. But it's going to take a little bit more than that. So we do have the whole of, this massive EU system to contend with, but there's nothing we can do about that. Within Ireland, essentially it's handled by a couple of people in DCU, a couple of people in the Journal. So it's not vast amounts of people, and one company. I think also the DCU operate in conjunction with Sheffield University as well, who also have their own analytical software that they allow DCU to use as well. So we'll just have a quick look at the Journal. But that's it, essentially. We're dealing with a couple of academics in DCU, a couple of people in the Journal who report to the social media companies, and then DCU will give their findings to government, and they will advise government on policy. And then all of this coming, from the EU, and, let's not be shy about it. It's not being debated in our Dáil at all. Or if it is debated, it's already a done fucking deal. It's not going to change with the current shower of dickheads we have in there. They're fully on board with it, Right, so let me just bring up Journal fact checkers. Because it used to be the case where, nothing was really monitored at all like that. We were okay as a society. Everybody got on okay. You got information. Sometimes you swallowed a load of horseshit, but eventually, you just puke it back up and go, oh well, that was fucking dog shit. Enjoy a silly boy, and you learn. That's generally how we learn as people, as we make mistakes and we fucking learn from them. Let me see.
Yeah, but, can't be trusted to do that anymore.
No, needs to be heavily managed. The Journal fact check.
Yeah.
Okay,
Need to stop the spread.
Yeah, 2 weeks to flatten the curve. Flatten the text. 2 weeks to flatten the text. All right, let me share this.
Flatten the IQ curve. Really.
There you go.
What's going on?
2 weeks to flatten the bell curve. Fact check the Journal. Right, so let's have a look. No, we won't go into it because we spent enough time on this shit already.
Yeah.
So they fact checked something yesterday, 8 hours ago. Increase in road deaths aren't because cars are shrinking.
Huh?
They're getting bigger.
Wow. Huh?
Who's making the claim that road deaths are increasing because cars are shrinking?
Probably one guy on Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And of course, we can see the agenda already. It's like, okay, well, we need to get rid of big cars because they pollute more and they're family friendly. So if people are confined to minis only, well, then clearly you're not going to have a family because you can only get 2 adults and 2 children into a mini, and you don't want one of those big cars for more than 2 people. And why do you want a car at all? Wouldn't you not be better off on a bike or a scooter?
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head here. Nobody said this. This is a perfect opportunity for the regime to just put out information that they want us to know. And what better way to convince the morons out there that something is true, not when you state it, but when you contradict the straw man.
Again, like who needs to know about this? Really. And then last week, Musk's AI answer to Wikipedia pushes racist conspiracy theories and gets some basic facts wrong. So I think this has something to do with the Great Replacement theory, that it's allowed to appear on Grokipedia. Like he's going full tilt for ownership of everything. So yeah, not allowed to talk about conspiracy theories. That will be the future if these people are allowed to take full control. That, you know, can't examine it for yourself because you're just too fucking stupid, and you fall for a hook, line, and sinker, whatever it is. So we have these enlightened beings who will guide us on our way in the future. Like, you can't read that. And again, this isn't like the Catholic Church or the state back in the 50s. This is different, completely different. You know, completely different. Because they're doing it. You know. We've got debunked fake video of children learning Islamic prayer in school, shared millions of times. Okay, I remember this. Somebody posted this on X, I think it was, to say this was happening in Dublin.
Okay.
But no, it was happening in the UK. So, you know.
Oh.
Yeah.
But it was happening.
Oh, it's happening. Yeah, it was happening.
For fuck's sake, man.
Yeah, so what actually happens is the teacher in school doesn't get them. So they go on a school trip. And so the teachers bring them on a bus.
Right.
Up to one of the mosques, and then the kids go into the mosque and learn about it in there. And this kind of stuff does go on in a lot of Educate Together schools, which we'll talk about later, because one of our other subjects is heavily involved with Educate Together. And as we know, with Educate Together, it's accept everything and believe nothing is essentially the ethos. And there are no longer more than 100,000 Ukrainians in Ireland.
Yeah, that's not a debunking, though.
No,
that's just an update. You know.
And again, he said this, like, somebody says it, they go, "Oh my god, like that doesn't sound right." So they corrected it at something like 87 or 88,000.
Oh my god, what a revelation!
A real explosion in Kerry was followed by fake footage that claimed to show it happening. And does Ireland produce less energy from wind now than it did 20 years ago? So this would suggest to me that there's no fucking need for these people to exist at all. This is, you know, the biggest concern in Ireland in the last month or the last couple of weeks. You know, the size of cars, Elon Musk publishing something that people may or may not believe. He didn't even publish it. It's just appeared on his, it's referenced in Grokipedia. Some kids learning Islam. Or a fake video. It was a generative AI video.
Right.
Yeah. The number of Ukrainians is slightly smaller than we thought. Something about an explosion. What's this? A real explosion in Kerry was followed by a fake footage that claimed that. Who cares? Who fucking cares? Like, it's just clickbait. Like, somebody's just trying to fucking, you know, make an extra 10 cents by getting people to watch a video. Who gives a flying fuck? And does Ireland produce less energy from wind than it did 20 years ago? Again, who's making that claim and who fucking cares? Oh, there's more. Dead pigs have long been used to intimidate Muslims, and now it's surfaced in Ireland.
Yeah,
and
it's
to
the
finish
most
up,
obvious thing.
after 5 years at Asylum Centre and Drogheda, out online fringe groups seek to rewrite what happened. All right. This was the fire, wasn't it? Where it wasn't actually, hasn't been determined yet if it was a racist incident or if it was actually some sort of feudal fight between two gangs in Drogheda. But apparently, I have to see now what the fuck. Can we see that, or do I need to? Does that follow through?
Yeah.
Okay. Fact check. Stop. Think. Check. It's like the Green Cross code. Remember, 1, stop what you're doing. 2, think about it. 3, check all your references. Then start reading it. Oh, fuck off, man. In the wake of an alleged arson attack at a centre for asylum seekers in Drogheda, anti-immigration activists online have labelled the attack a false flag. Who would do that, Howard? What kind of degenerates would do something like that? A false operation or a distraction. They must be hunted down and imprisoned. While one website instead characterized the attack as a calculated resistance by local patriots. So are you going to debunk this like that? Gardaí are investigating the fire at the County Loud iPass Centre on Friday as arson. CCTV footage from the building appears to show a man setting the stairs alight. Firefighters rescued 5 people, including a baby, from the top floor of the building in the town's Georgia Street area. The incident quickly became the focus of anti-immigration activists who repeatedly criticised asylum seekers for coming to Ireland, as well as the government for accommodating them in recent years. Yes, I often hear that on the streets, people walking up to asylum seekers and criticizing them for coming. Why this country? Attacks on asylum accommodation centres, usually unaccompanied or accompanied by online misinformation, have become a recurring pattern. In separate cases to the Drogheda fire, we have seen a number of fires at buildings where asylum seekers were to be housed or rumoured to be housed in recent years. This doesn't seem to be fact checking. This seems to be building a case based on other cases of why this case should be considered a racist attack. Like this isn't a fact check. This is this is a fallacy. This is building a fallacious case.
Propaganda is what it is.
More than 20 such attacks on property since 2018. Some of these have involved suspected cases of arson, and many occurred after misinformation about the buildings spread online. In another attack in 2024, anti-migrant activists welded shut an emergency exit for an accommodation centre for families in international protection. What's this got to do with the fucking fire, though? Fucking hell, next to be telling us like some fucking packy fell over a,
It's the same thing with their usual articles of like, there's 2 paragraphs about the thing, and then there's another 10 paragraphs about nothing. Sometimes even just repeating what they said in different ways. It's there's nothing new here. This is a busy work kind of fucking job.
Anti-immigrant groups were quick to put forward their own version of events. Just like what you just did there, but putting forward your version of fucking events. Following last Friday's incident, in some wildly speculative cases, they sought to place blame without proof, like you just did there, on groups as disparate as locals opposed to iPass centres or asylum seekers, to government operatives or Gardaí. Yes, it's called, looking at every fucking angle instead of you just jumping to, it's far right racists.
Sometimes an event isn't what it appears to be initially. Especially when it involves other people. If a tree falls down and you saw it fall down, then you could say, well, I mean, the tree fell down. But, when something's like miles away and you hear about it second, third, fourth hand, it would be a good idea for you to, think about it, put forward theories. I don't know.
Yeah, it's usually a good idea to question it, or at least not to be demonized or potentially have to go to court to defend yourself for, thinking about something. One website that regularly posts anti-immigration narratives ascribed the fire to locals who view the blaze as justified self-defense. What website? That would be useful, wouldn't it? Or maybe you don't get yourself in
I'd
trouble
like to
for
see this
defamation.
website.
Not very fact-checky. Seems to be lacking a lot of facts. A bold stand unfolded in Drogheda on Friday night when locals torched an international protection accommodation services centre on Georgia Street, sending a clear message to Dublin's open border elite. An article in The Liberal, they've named it, the liberal.ie.
The
reads,
Liberal, fuck's sake.
The targeted strike executed with fireworks. That's factually incorrect. Who's this? This is from The Liberal, is it? Emptied the building in minutes and left the facility gutted. Exactly the outcome Irish patriots demanded after months of ignored protest.
Oh, this is tiresome.
I
need to go pee real quick.
Go on. Yeah. There are some factual errors here. The fire was not caused by fireworks and it did not leave the building gutted. The Liberal is a website that has been fact-checked numerous times. Okay, they don't need to be fact-checking fucking websites. And people can make up their own mind. Many anti-immigrant groups took a different view, blaming the fire on different groups, including the residents themselves. Of course, because it's to be expected. It's like, how are you supposed to examine these things if you don't question them? Smells like an inside job to me, read one message. So we could say they're monitoring websites, they're monitoring X, they're going through posts, looking for certain responses, and when they get them, well, then it's off to debunk it. It's pretty much like, having some little sneak, sit in a pub, but listening to, a group of people talking, writing down notes, out of context, and then running off to the authorities to say, these people need to be dealt with. And there's been many a time in history where that doesn't work out too well for the general population, You tend to be 4 o'clock in the morning, groups of people come kicking your door in, telling you they need to take you away for questioning. And then, magically you end up in some sort of detention center for a couple of years where they try to re-educate you for your wrong think, Some fringe anti-immigration groups misleadingly call immigrants invaders. However, by far...
is it still fucking going on? Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So we're just saying they're monitoring. They're clearly, like, this group are monitoring all social media posts, akin to, somebody sitting behind a group of people in a pub, taking notes and then running off to
this is like literally fucking Soviet Union fucking secret police, man. What is the difference? Can someone in the Journal or any of these organizations please explain to me what is the fucking difference between you and the Soviet secret police or the Stasi?
Because they're the good guys. Don't you get it?
Oh my God.
I'm not saying the Irish state are capable of burning the iPass to justify restrictions on freedom, but began a post on X by Derek Bly, a former leader of the anti-immigration party. Bly has unsuccessfully ran in general elections and European elections and posted a photo of himself in blackface makeup on Halloween, the night of the fire. I don't know.
You know what? We need to check this website regularly. And if our names ever come up in this, right, then we just have to retire, because that means we're ineffectual. All right. Because the only people they're mentioning so far are fucking morons or possibly just fucking agents, to make us look like idiots.
This individual in the video is a Gardaí or Antifa at the behest of Gardaí or government, read a comment by another poster, which was seen 62,200 times on it.
Seen, scroll past. Fucking
Again,
hell.
Very light on the facts, aren't they? There's an
Very
explainer.
loose.
Yeah.
Very loose with the facts, yeah.
An explainer, Antifa, short for anti-fascist, refers to a movement that has taken a stand against the far right. A stand? Right. The term appears to have originated in the 1930s as groups took a stand against the
Oh my
rise
God,
of
man. Next thing we're going to be getting into the fucking, the early years of Napoleon Bonaparte. Like, fuck's sake.
Many of these claims were accompanied by arguments that the information put out by the media was contradictory or didn't make sense. In some cases, they had a point. Initial reports.
Oh shit! Did I just hear that?
Yeah. This is like, buried like in the fucking 18th paragraph. Initial reports, which were also uttered by the Minister for Justice, indicated that the fire was likely started by fireworks. So how about that? Leading some people to think that the blaze was an accident or a prank gone wrong. Unsubstantiated claims in the Liberal that the fire was started by... Well, what about the unsubstantiated claims of the Minister? He gets a pass, but the fucking Liberal gets a hiding.
Yeah.
Where's the Minister getting his information from? The Liberal? Is that what it is?
This is fucking surreal stuff, man.
Yeah. Oh my God, it goes on
Wow.
and on and on.
I'm telling you, man. Like, seriously, just like fucking hit F, Control F, type in Napoleon there, see if he comes up. Fucking hell.
Let's script to the end. Okay, it's just it's pathetic because it's just somebody sitting there at their computer for 8 hours a day, in the journal, scrolling through all social media, looking for something to fucking complain about. And again, it's like we said, you're just sitting in a pub behind people with a notepad, writing down inappropriate, but you think are inappropriate comments, stripped of all context, and then reporting it to the authorities. So here's something they picked up while spying on people. And we can easily imagine this route in the court, can we? We've seen it in the UK, where you did, on the 11th of November, 2025, you did say, quote, "Pure propaganda here from RTE," said a description on the video you posted on Instagram, featuring the clip. Drogheda woman says, "It's so cruel what happened IPAS Centre in Drogheda last night. What is cruel when a migrant raped a 10-year-old Irish girl in City West? Grammatical mistakes have been left as they are, as the intended meaning is unclear. I find you guilty of the most heinous of hate crimes and sentence you and your unborn child to 47 years in prison." There is no known connection between the suspected arson in Drogheda and an alleged sexual assault of a young girl in City West. What the fuck? Like, yeah, so that's what we're up against. And that gives me hope because these people are just retards. They just have the protection of the state behind them. And I'd like to know where they get their money from. I really would, because I don't know, is the journal, is it a very popular newspaper? Are there a lot of subscriptions to it? I don't know. Like, is it a print or is it just purely online? But you would think, like, if they've got 12 people working on the fact-checking team, that's a lot of staff, isn't it? Like,
oh yeah,
for a small fucking newspaper, like, so.
Yeah, honestly, I haven't seen the journal pop up on social media in a year. Like, all of these companies, they're really fucking tanking, man. They're like, the past 10 years in particular, I think they've been on this death spiral, slow as it is. They've been, like a drowning man, just kind of grabbing any old thing that might keep them afloat. And then out of nowhere, the journal can field fucking 12 fucking dickheads. It's possible that, they're just doing it because that's their idea of fun, maybe.
I don't fucking know, man. I know, but this is what we're up against, and yeah. So anywhere I've looked, like, there's on traditional media, there's no mention, there's no real debate about this democracy shield. It's, as far as they're concerned, it's like, this is needed. It's the best thing. There's no drawback. The big story for this week seems to be that what most people in Ireland are concerned about is the Irish football team have nearly made it through to the World Cup finals, because we beat Hungary. Everywhere. Like, anytime
the World Cup is on.
I know, right? Yeah. So we're close to qualifying. Some dude from Dublin scored a hat trick against Hungary, and that means we're nearly we've nearly qualified for the World Cup, and people are very, very excited. People are going to credit unions to get loans on the strength that we go to the World Cup. Every radio program, it's like, you know, an hour dedicated to this conversation. How it's such a boost and a lift.
This is so fucking propaganda.
I know, right?
The end of the fucking civilization, bread and circuses. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, and if we do qualify, I'm never watching any sport again, because it's a pure sign that even sports is not as it is. That I wouldn't. I've had this thought hundreds of times that, you know, every sporting event or every major sporting events to do with Ireland is probably fixed to lift and distract the nation. Like, it is bread and circus, like. And we saw that in, you know, the 1990 World Cup, and you know, I see a lot of people very excited. Like, it's the biggest thing in the fucking world. That, oh my God, we're going to go to the World Cup, and what will probably happen is we won't, and people will be crushed. And then either way, it works for the media, because they either get to celebrate it as like, this is the best thing. Let's talk about this now for fucking 4 months or till whenever the World Cup happens. And then if it doesn't, well, then they'll be licking their lips as well, because they'll just get to the drip of depression, fear. Just like, oh, it's fucking terrible. Like, we don't even deserve freedom at all. Like, we can't even make it to a World Cup. What type of awful fucking country are we at all? Right. So we leave that there. We're going to take a break. I won't take a break yet, because I want to have a look at Paschal. Our dear friend Paschal is off to pastures new after all the service that he gave to the state.
What did he do?
The fucking minister for this and the minister for that. He's one of these guys. He entered politics at a very early age, like most of the worst ones do. I think he was 18 when he entered politics. Before he got elected, he would regularly appear magically in audiences on the Late Late Show and current affairs programs. You know, just happened to be there, and then over the years made his way up through the ranks in Fine Gael, and then was credited with rescuing the country after Fianna Fáil made a balls of things and fucked up on the whole Celtic Tiger front, because remember, people kind of lost all faith in Fianna Fáil, and were really, when they were governing and the IMF came in, and the World Bank and all associated entities, the Troika, and essentially, okay, Ireland, you had your fun. You're clearly not responsible as a country, so we're coming in now. We're taking over everything, and we're putting these strict conditions in place, and you must abide by them for all time. And then people were devastated, and rightly so, because it was essentially like being invaded without an army and just surrendering immediately, because none of them had any idea what to do. The Minister of Finance at the time was Lennon, and he was knocking on fucking David McWilliam's door, asking him for advice and what should he do. Like, because I go, oh well, I don't really actually know anything about international finance at all. You know, I just got landed the job they gave me, the minister. I don't know what to fucking do. So at that stage, the party should have been disbanded, and a law should have been passed where none of them can ever govern in any sense at all anywhere. But that didn't happen. They just went into the wilderness for a couple of years. Fine Gael came to power, and then Fine Gael essentially ran with the IMF program, managed to pay back a lot of the debt, and saddled us with it, and our children and our children's children for eternity, you know. And part of that Faustian deal was that you essentially go along with what they say. So if they want you to have 30,000 immigrants a year, you have 30,000 immigrants a year. If they want to take half of your land and dedicate it to data centers for the new AI lords, well, then you do that, and whatever they say goes. Otherwise, it's like, okay, well, whoop, we're taking the comfy blanket away from you, and you've forgotten how to have a central bank yourself. Like, all that information is gone. You will die in the wilderness. You will be eating nettles before you know it. And then they put up more posters, because that's how they, you know how we work. If we see posters on the lamppost, well, then we will comply. So it was a binary choice of ruin if we just stay within, or recovery, and we chose recovery, and we saw where that got us, you know. But now, so he's had, I think, like maybe 10 or so years in various ministries, and he's lauded as one of the more competent politicians. And I suppose he make a good kind of autocrat, you know. So he doesn't seem to be, you know, left or right, at least in when it comes to fiscal matters. I think he's, you know, will be more conservative on that front. But again, socially, he's in line with everyone else, like, you know, equality and diversity, and very, very on board with that. And it doesn't help that he has a lisp. I'm sorry, but any man who has a lisp, it's not great, you know. And especially if people already think you're a bit of a slimy cunt, and then you come out, you know, hissing like a fucking snake. It's not great. I had the displeasure of having to listen to him, because when my wife got her citizenship, I know people will be hammering me now, like, for getting married to a dirty immigrant. When she got her citizenship after 10 years and having to work every fucking day of it and get fuck all support from the state, he was the guy who gave the speech at the whatever the fuck you call it, the citizenship inauguration event. But I can't remember what it's actually called. And she hated his guts, like, on pure sight. Like, it was a fucking embarrassment, you know.
Yeah, I like your wife's intuition with people. She's on the money. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's everybody though. Like, there's no exceptions. Like, that's everybody she meets. Like, if Jesus walked down the street, like, something odd about that guy. Like, he looks Jewish to me. Like, but no, she's very intuitive, and she's and women. That's the great thing about women; they're incredibly intuitive. Like, and I think that has to be kind of driven out of them, like that level of intuition. And we'll see it later in the piece with Ibn Joseph. Like, we have some very kind of middle class woman who, you can tell just by looking at her that she's not following her intuition here, and it's again, all shame and fear will drive intuition out of a person in a fucking second, you know. So yeah, Paschal has been given the nod. He's off to join the World Bank, I think second in charge of the World Bank, and so he's leaving a big gap in Irish politics. There's no way. There you go. Yeah, that's he can say it like, I'm now a member of the World Bank. No, just one bank, the World Bank. So yeah, he'll never have to worry about speech impediment again, as long as he's saying the World Bank. But when he starts mentioning euros and dollars, he's going to get into fucking serious trouble. So if he's off the pastures new, left a big gap in Irish politics, which I suppose is a little bit worrying. Like, if this guy was considered one of the more competent people within Fine Gael, what he's left behind is fucking terrifying, really. Simon Harris has now moved to Minister for Finance, like, all fucking people. Like, the guy who was in charge of the Children's Hospital, which was originally budgeted at 2 million, where it's now like at 10 million. He signed the contracts on that. Then when he made a balls of that, it's like, you know, over to health, where we had the whole incident with that child, Harvey, and ultimately ended up in that kid passing away because he didn't get treatment. So he's probably delighted that Paschal's gone now, because it, you know, well, I'm not the Minister for Health anymore. It's nothing got to do with fucking me. Then they moved him out of that and put him into defence. Again, why? It makes no sense, other than, like, there's nobody else available. But now he's in charge of finance, of all fucking things. And Helen McEntee, again, she's moved across from she was Justice.
Yep.
Again, made a balls of that. Well, as far as we're concerned, made a balls of it, because it didn't work out for her point of view, and the government's point of view. Did a fantastic, sterling job. Almost got the hate speech legislation across the line fully. Not entirely, but enough that was needed to do the job, you know. And more will be coming. We know, like, with this Digital Service Act as well. It's It's coming just in a different guise, you know. So she now moves into defence. She's the Minister for Defence. And just gave up the job of Minister for Education. That goes to some fucking horse-toothed cunt who I don't even know who she is. But she'll now be in charge of education. And I think Helen McEntee, her first day on the job in defence, she didn't show up in the Dáil. I don't know, maybe she was getting briefed. The second day, she's calling out Russia, which is, again, incredible. So we've got a 2-minute segment from RTE, so we'll just have a quick look at that. We won't spend 2 minutes time on it. Righty. Where are you going, Pascal? Oh, wrong window. If I do that, I'm going to vanish off the screen altogether.
Oh, yeah.
I'm putting it into the restream tab.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Right, there we go. One day I'll get this done in less than 5 seconds.
Well,
Okay.
it doesn't help that Windows really isn't intuitive at all, is it? I find these days.
It's just me, and I just need to spend the money on a second fucking screen and get it done with, like so.
Yep.
Paschal Donohoe has resigned as Minister for Finance and is leaving politics to take up the second most senior position in the World Bank in Washington, D.C. The shock decision has forced a mini cabinet reshuffle of Fine Gael ministers. The Taoiseach, Simon Harris.
There they are. Like, so there's the positions there. So Simon Harris becomes Minister for Finance. Helen, that's not how you spell her name. Like, that's RTE standards are falling fucking dramatically. Helen McEntee.
Typos everywhere.
I know, like it must be AI again. Like, it's just fucking, you're not putting the effort in. So she moves. Oh no, there's a couple of ministries there. Is there Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade and Minister for Defence? How she can get through a meal is beyond me with those fucking choppers, let alone 3 ministries. Like, I've never seen anybody with 3 teeth, or 4. Is it 1, 2, 3, 4 teeth? Like, that's impressive. Simon's looking jaded as well. It has to be said. I think the job's getting to him. Like, or the shirt might be too tight or something like that. That's incredibly, like, someone needs to loosen his tie or something. Like, it's just cutting off oxygen to the brain. It's and there we go, Hildy Naughton, STD. So she's now the Minister for Education and Youth. And I thought the English people were bad for the teeth, like, but there's something wrong with ours. And these are wealthy people, so they have access to dentistry. You know, you can understand it if you didn't have much income. Dentists ain't cheap, but Jesus fucking Christ.
Is now the new Minister for Finance. Helen McEntee takes over Foreign Affairs and Defence, while Hildegard Naughton has been promoted to Cabinet, becoming the Minister for Education and Youth. Paschal Donohoe's departure.
Look at him, isn't he? He's a fucking handsome fella, like, I have to say. And who knew? You know, there's rumours that you have to be of a certain... I don't even know if we can call it a religion anymore, if it's an ethnicity or more of a vibe these days. Is it like you don't have to believe in any part of it, or you just, as long as
we'll
visited there?
See an example of that later tonight. It's very hard to pin down, and I think they like it that way.
Yeah, so anybody could be, but God forbid if you point it out, well, then you're in serious trouble. But yeah, so there's questions now that we have to look into his background and his parents, especially his mother's side, just to see what's going on there. Like,
from public life means there must now be a by-election in Dublin Central when he stands down as a TD later this week.
A shock departure for a linchpin of government. There have been previous rumours of an elevation to a senior role, but Paschal Donohoe now goes to Washington to be second in command at the World Bank.
I am therefore departing from public life in Ireland.
Despite the disruption, the Taoiseach insisted there would be no slippage in government.
It can be a moment of intrigue, can certainly be a moment of shock, but it will not be a moment of interruption. There will be no pause in the momentum we must demonstrate in the business of government.
Just
Personal
shut up.
well wishes were dispensed with quickly as the opposition went on the attack.
This year, you delivered a budget of €9.4 billion and, astonishingly, you managed to leave working people worse off.
Infamously, earlier this year, more men named James were appointed to the Cabinet than women. So even with this change, the number of women at the Cabinet has just been restored to where it was.
I hate all of this.
I know.
It's just, it means nothing. It's just completely meaningless fucking jabber.
Even like, I don't know. Like, I don't know how these people manage to get elected. And even once they are elected, like at some stage, they don't realize, listen, we can't continue with this horseshit. Like this kind of every issue is to do with, you know, women or migrants or people of color. It's like, you know, people are starting to turn against us. You know, like if only they had the example of the Green Party where eventually everyone goes, you know, I'm fucking sick of it, I'm done with it. Where they're left with, who's left? Roderick is the only standing member of the Green Party left. So kind of every opportunity. So the biggest thing for this dope is the fact that, oh, well, you know, another woman hasn't been put in the ministry. Like,
Okay.
look, in what world does that even fucking matter? That the most important thing is that it's a woman. Doesn't matter about her capability. It's just the fact that, oh, well, if it has tits and a vagina, well then, because the numbers aren't equal, that somehow they should be a place made at the table for her. And this woman can't even speak, you know, I've never seen her speak without a script. And this is 2 sentences. Like, this is essentially to bitch and moan of the fact that, you know, why isn't there another woman at the cabinet table now that a space has become available? Like,
I mean, yeah, you know, she's a politician. She should be able to go off the dome. So, you know, it's probably because she doesn't believe in what she's saying. You know, I like they're just saying stuff.
Even Helen, like, watch Helen's face when she says it. Like, it's, and there's a perfect example of why there shouldn't be another woman just on the basis of her being a woman, you know? Mary again. How about calling people onto the street, Mary, at this stage? And, you know, why are you wearing one of those lights they have in toilets, public toilets around your neck? That's disturbing.
Leave working people worse off.
Infamously, earlier this year, more men named James were appointed to the Cabinet than women. So even with this change, the number of...
What the fuck are you talking about? Like, now we have to equalize for names now as well. That we can't have 2 men with the same name. We need equality of names. We've had 6 Johns in the last 8 years. We need Michaels or Mohammeds maybe. How about that? Unless the problem with their nonsense is that, like,
who's the fucking moron that like that thought occurred to them and they thought, yeah, that's clever. I'll put that in her speech.
Yeah. Again, it's most likely some sort of AI assistance, you know.
Oh yeah, actually that makes sense. That's kind of hammy shit that those machines come out with. Yeah.
And again, who could blame them? But like, it's a good tool for a shortcut. But you expect more from your politicians, you know.
Pretend not to care about your job, or no, pretend harder, you know.
women at the Cabinet has just been restored to where it was at the last government.
One possible contender is Jerry the Monk Hutch. He narrowly missed out in last year's general election.
As I've always been very clear, whoever believes that they can make this country a better place should put their names on the ballot paper. So
that's new. So I don't know who this woman is, but that's refreshing to hear that whoever believes they can make the country a better place. And also we have the lunchtime entertainment has just arrived for Paschal's going away party. A lot of children. This guy's looking particularly shifty. Don't know his politics, but again, if I showed it to my wife, I know the first words that would come out of her mouth. It would be, this guy looks like, begins with the letter P and ends with edophile.
whether he or anybody else wants to run, bring it on.
Paschal Donohoe's swift exit means the loss of a heavyweight minister from Cabinet and Fine Gael.
Just more shite, more nonsense.
Fine Gael?
Yeah, I mean, it's RTE
Nobody
speak, you know.
Yeah, I heard the voiceover newsreader stumble over a word, and I'm thinking like, is it kind of like that king of what was it, Castile, or was it Spain at the time, where he had a lisp and he kept saying Barcelona. So everyone in the country started to say Barcelona instead of Barcelona because they were afraid of the king. So is it like RTE are mispronouncing the odd word because they don't want Paschal to feel,
They removed all the S's.
like, is that what's going on? Because I never hear them mispronounce things, seriously.
I don't know. They have their own kind of accent and cadence, and much like the BBC. I think the BBC have a department for pronunciations as well,
Yeah,
so.
actually, that's been the thing for a long time. So maybe that's what RTE are trying to do,
Yeah.
But they can't do the BBC voice because it's already taken. So they're just gonna, sound like illiterate morons, and that's gonna be their thing.
Yeah, possibly. All right. Okay, we'll take a break there. I think. I'll take a break anyway. I need to get a cup of tea into me.
Okay.
That will
All
help.
right.
Do you want to carry on, or I just play something for him to see us through?
Yeah, I mean, if you have something on hand, if not, just leave me at it.
Yeah, I have something on hand.
Okay.
What I have is it's 10 minutes long. Like I shouldn't take 10 minutes, and I'll probably get bored after 2.
Okay.
But I was thinking back to when I was younger and living in Carlow, and I was having a conversation with someone about gambling the other day, and I used to gamble on slot machines.
Ooh.
Of all things, the worst type of fucking gambling.
Yeah.
Like I really like it's the stupidest form of gambling you can ever do. Most gambling, very rarely you win. But slot machines is just retarded. You may as well. You're like a pigeon essentially tapping a button to get a piece of corn every fucking 10 minutes. But part of it was because there's nothing else to do. Like I went to college in Carlow. Spooked some people on here a while ago. Someone was being a dickhead, so I told them I studied at a top college in France, like, so they said buy it, like, but whatever. I didn't. And there's very little to fucking do, and you're a student, you've got fuck all money. They were 2-penny slots and 10-penny slots. So me and the girlfriend at the time would go in, probably a tenner's worth of 2 pence we get, and we just, you'd hang out in the casino for an hour or two and just burn through your 2 pences. So then I think one night we won 30 or 40 quid on the 2-penny slots. And then, so like most gamblers, it's like, well, we're up. Let's put it back into the machine. So we went, changed the 2 pences for 10 pences, and then moved on to the 10-penny slots, which was the slot machines with the 3 sevens, and it's a much more exciting slot machine. There's more noise, more bells, more whistles, more kind of teases, like, so 7 bar fuck, bar 7, and it's like, oh, for fuck's sake. But eventually, I think you could do 3 lines, like multi-reel slot, and so 30 pence a go. And got like 3 blue 7s, which was like £120 at the time, which is fucking massive for a student.
Yeah.
That would get you a couple of weeks shopping, And then, so once I kind of left college and left that scene, I, left gambling and slot machines alone because, if anyone keeps records on their gambling, it's like, well, oh, fuck. Down a lot of money. But every now and again I would pass the casino, and boredom would kick in, and plus it's a rush. Like, that's the biggest thing about gambling, isn't it? Like, it's the adrenaline rush, the highs and the lows of being massively depressed, walking out having lost everything, or being on a fucking high because you've multiplied your stake by 10 or 20. So every now and again I'd go in and I'd see slots changing over the years. But I hear every now and again someone won $1,000 or $2,000. But then I came across these fucking YouTube videos, people winning like 4, 5, 10, 20 million.
Fuck.
Yeah. On fucking slot machines, like, so online slot, no limit slot machines. So you have the ones in Vegas, like where I think the max bet is like, $2,500 or something like that, which is ridiculous. Like that would sicken me.
That's insane.
I know, right? Could you imagine like just the thought of like 30 cent for me or 30 pence at the time was the limit.
I thought if you're rich enough to afford that, then you wouldn't be that stupid. You'd be going to the blackjack table or poker even.
Yeah, well, no, it's just fun for these people because with the slot machines, there's a thing called volatility in the slot machine. So if you play one of those 3-reel slots, it's low volatility, but low reward as well. So say every 5 spins, you're going to win once, and you're not going to have a massive loss, but you're never going to get this massive fucking jackpot, like a progressive jackpot of millions or one of the bigger jackpots. And then there's the high volatility machines, which are the ones with multi-reels, they've got like 5 to 7 different reels, and you can bet lines this way and that way. And so you can, have like 700 lines, and you win, but you might bet a $5, but you'll win 20 cent. And then it will roll again. You'll lose another $5, but you'll win, €1 or something like that. But the jackpots are fucking massive when you guess them. And so the Vegas ones, it's like, the highest jackpot is $1 million. I think there may be some sort of legislation that governs it. But these online casinos can operate essentially from anywhere on the planet. Get a fundraiser sent to folks. Yeah. Hang on, I need to see. What did that say? Put that back up. I got to say half of it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we'll everyone give me your money. I'll lose it for the group. So I came across this no limit slots, and there's these massive YouTube accounts that make a fortune. So you've got, like, as you can imagine, you've got millions of people watching them. And so I thought, well, where have slot machines gone these days? So it's fucking incredible what they've become. And some of these guys, they don't actually bet real money. Some of them do, and they're betting like 8, 10, 20 grand per spin. Like, how? Like, could you imagine? Like, I would fucking kill myself properly if even like €10 a spin, like for €100, like would just be like I'd feel completely sickened and embarrassed, and the amount of shame I would go with that. But the problem is, the temptation always is that people get see the slot as some sort of foe. It's like, oh well, I'll fucking show you, Mr. Slot Machine. I'm coming to get that money back. But these guys, 20 grand a spin. But then some guys, they pretend that they're playing with real money, but they're playing with fun money. And then they do all these fucking ridiculous reactions that they've won 20 million, like they haven't. But some of these guys, I think there's one American guy in particular who wins a lot in the slots. So I just put together, it's not a people winning. It's just that the slot machines, just to show people how far these slot machines have come on, how addicted they are. Even without the money, you would almost forget about the money, and you would just play purely for the pure entertainment of it, and to get the fucking bonus rounds. Like, it's incredible. Like, I was almost tempted myself, I have to say, to throw like 20 quid into one of these slot machines in the hope that I'd get, a massive fucking multiplier. But it's disgusting, really. The lengths and breadths that these companies will go to, pull people into the hole.
It is to the casino what OnlyFans is to porn. Yeah, it's a different level. Yeah.
Right, let me grab this up here. So, like I said, it's 10 minutes. If anybody wants the link to the casino after watching this, I'm not giving it to you. I won't be held responsible for you throw your money then, sure. But no, if you didn't want to, just let me know. I'll be more than happy. It's understanding that 10% of your earnings, your winnings, belong to me, and 10% of your losses will be covered by Howard. Seems fair. Right. So we'll play this away.
Wow. This is artistic.
It's impressive, isn't it? Even to begin with, it's like it's a long way from bars and sevens,
Yeah, there's artistic thought going into this. Yeah.
And with these machines as well. Excuse me, you can see, just so this isn't my money, this is pretend money, just in case anyone's gets notions that I have a lot of money and I'm a fucking lunatic throwing it into these machines. But what you can do as well, part of these machines is, you get features. So if you get, say, I don't know, like 5 Stalins or something like that, you get to play the bonus round. But they're so insidious that they know people want to get the bonus round, so you can buy the bonuses. So if it's, 10 euros per go, or whatever the fuck it's called, per turn on the machine, you can buy the bonus for like 500 euros or 10 grand, depending on your denomination. So what a lot of people do is they'll forgo playing it for the chance to get the bonus. They'll just pour a couple of €100 into the machine, buy the bonus, and then 9 times out of 10 the bonus is invariably a third of what you paid to buy the bonus. It's really
they're like the business has to keep going and even be in profit,
Yeah. And just think how much they must make if they can actually pay out 10 and 20 million to people as bonuses. Like how much money they must fucking earn. Like it's terrifying and very tempting as well to we're setting up an online casino next week. Just so people know. Right, we play this and I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right. Sorry about that. I had a bit of a technical hiccup. That was horrifying. Why can't I hear you, man? Your audio's not on. You're moving the audio of the wrong thing. I don't know, man. You've changed something when you left. But yeah, that was like a Datura trip or something, you know? Like being dragged into hell by demons. Very artistic, you know? I would actually be terrified to like let myself go that far. Jeez. Ah. All right, you here? Can you talk?
Oh, that might help. Is that better?
Oh, for fuck's sake! Yep.
It's the equivalent of having your glasses on top of your forehead, you know. Always the simplest fucking thing. Yeah, so that's fucking terrifying. Like, where slot machines have gone and aimed at a younger audience. So can you imagine like sitting in front of that for like fucking maybe 4-5 hours? Almost like a perfect form of brainwashing, you know, or just sitting there having these images flashing, sounds reinforcing behavior, being rewarded with money. Fucking terrifying. But I don't know. It might probably be sit down, 50 grand on your first spin. You'd be doomed, wouldn't you? I don't think I could.
No,
I could stay away after that. So yeah.
Equally mystifying is like, yeah, these streamers have thousands of people watching them. You said millions. Are there
millions? Like some of them, yeah, like
big?
like some of them started on Twitch. And then Twitch decided, I think they made some decision like we don't want this on our platform because it's just it's bad news, you know, getting kids involved in fucking gambling and seeing people win. You know, and again, anyone who gambles, no one tells you about their fucking losses, you know. So the same with these videos, you never see the guy who, you know, oh my god, he's lost like $5 million. He's now living in a fucking bin somewhere. And he's ruined his entire life.
Well, there's one example of that I know about, and it's fucking glorious. But go on.
Yeah, so they never said it. So I'm not sure the reasoning why, but I can imagine it's because like it's you know, it's degenerate fucking lifestyle. A lot of guys who I've seen who gamble big in Vegas, they have the money to do that, you know, like, so for them it's fun, and most of them are sponsored as well. So you can imagine if you have a viewership of hundreds of thousands, or you've got subscribers in the millions. And I don't know so much about the online casinos, but the offline casinos, you can easily imagine how like that. It mightn't even be their own money they're gambling with, that they'd make a deal with the casinos that, okay, we've got this new machine. What are they called? Influencer comes into the casino, shows like this amazing machine, and they're winning jackpot after jackpot. And then the rube sitting at home sees this and goes, oh, well, you know, I'm going to Fox's casino in Vegas because that's where the guy wins all the time. And you know, but then for the average person who's probably, I don't know how big it is in Ireland. I know there's small casinos, pretty much heavily regulated. But for, you know, an American person, like, you know, saving all year to get 5 or 10 grand together to go to Vegas, and then just boom, you know, gone in a fucking an hour or two. They
know that though. People who go to Vegas, they know they're going to lose their money. It's fun to gamble for them.
Yeah. Well, it is that as well. Like, it is. People forget that it is fun. It's a fun experience, and especially in Vegas casinos, like, you get comms like free drinks and upgrades to your room and tickets to a show, and it only cost me 10 grand to get $1,000 worth of entertainment. But, you know, I suppose you could argue it's no better or worse than drinking pints or spending your money on football matches or going to concerts, or people's money so they can do what they
Yep, sure.
wish with it, and especially adults. But it's particularly fucking insidious.
Yeah, there's a reason why generally countries have decided to regulate against it.
Yeah, there is, and that's the danger with regulation, because sometimes regulation is not necessarily a bad thing, but it only exists in so much as that people tend to go to the excesses of it, so it's always a fine balance. And now the argument's being made with speech, that speech is so dangerous, and expression is so dangerous that it needs to be regulated. So maybe we'll have safe spaces like free speech casinos, where you can go once a year, you save up, and you throw your money into a slot machine and you win a ticket to say outrageous stuff online in the safety and comfort of an enclosed space. I don't fucking know. Right, we'll move on anyway. Where do you want to go?
Don't know. How are we feeling? Some stupid foreign fucking reality TV, or Tucker talking to Sam Altman?
Yeah, let's go with the reality TV. I want to see what's happening in
Okay.
cultures and countries.
I jumped into this project thinking that I could make more of it than I actually could. So, apologize if this segment is shit.
Jesus, what a setup!
You know me. I have incredibly high standards for myself. That's why I don't do things.
Wow.
So Morgan had this idea weeks ago now. How about we look at social reality TV from countries abroad, particularly countries that are visiting our shores. Right, and first Morgan brought an incredible clip from a Russian reality TV show, and you know what? I think you destroyed the potential of that segment, because that was so fucking kino. Nothing, no other country could match it. Maybe Japanese reality TV, but we're not really interested in those. So I took a look at Nigerian reality TV and Indian reality TV, because those I think are the main culprits of when it comes to foreigners coming to Ireland to live. So I want to run an experiment with you guys. Right, first we're going to look at the Nigerian reality TV, and I want to make sure that we all understand how Nigerians look. So here, I want your opinion. Who out of this list, it could be more than one, out of these 12 potential ethnicities are Nigerian?
No numbers appearing. So I'll put my number into the chat. So I'm going with number 4.
All right. It takes a minute for chat to catch up. Oh, good.
All right. I think I used to date number 3. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Did you Photoshop that, like, or?
No, actually, this is say a famous woman for growing a mustache, and she's very proud of the mustache. Okay. All right, so we got a 3 in the chat. Okay, interesting. All right, I think that fucks my fucking idea up. Anyway, you would think, right? Yeah, number 4. I mean, yeah, the black as night kind of guy, right? That's who we're dealing with when we're talking about Nigerians. Well, but it doesn't really work out that way in reality. I found when watching The Real Housewives of Lagos.
Wow.
Yeah, that exists. That's a thing. And by the way, just as a footnote, most reality TV all around the world is just like franchised out.
Yeah.
Every country has a fucking what have they got Talent?
Yeah.
Real Housewives. It's insidious. This monoculture is reaching every fucking corner of the world.
In a legendary land of the rich lies a city that never sleeps. A kingdom where the walls can only go higher. A city only affluence can inspire. Hierarchy over everything. Either you are the bag or you secure the bag. From the champagne showers to the fashion, the vibrant culture and art, Lagos is certainly the heartbeat of Africa. Lagos is always moving. The streets are brimming with activities and a nightlife you can't imagine. Looks are everything. Who you have on your arm matters. Ain't no party like a Lagos party. So work hard and party even harder. Be about that.
Oh, that's chilling.
Like fucking twerking. You would think, that's a African American thing, but no, they all like it. It seems. Look, those establishing shots of Lagos, they're impressive, aren't they? For what it is, Africa. Did I lose audio? Oh no. What's going on here? I think I was the one who was online all this time. So sorry about the dead air there, folks. Fuck me. Always some kind of fucking problem. We're plagued with them.
All right. I don't know.
Yeah, I assume you dropped connection.
Yeah, I thought it was you. Like it leaves me staring at the fucking
It's
screen.
hard to tell, yeah. And then we're both silent, so then all the viewer gets is like dead air and a still screen.
Lovely.
So establishing shots of Lagos, impressive, right?
Yeah, they kind of skipped past the slums rather
Yeah.
quickly. I noticed that. Like, there's only so many shots of the affluent areas, and then it's like, okay, well, let's zoom past the slums. Zoom past the slums.
I mean, you saw some kind of shoddy fucking infrastructure, but like I think that was just in there to say, look, it's a bit rough around the edges, but we love it. And here's debauchery. Dars K in the chat says this is where all that Thokra box money went. But just a certain picture is being painted by this kind of show, you gather.
That good life. To remain in this kingdom, you must be on top of your game always. This is Lagos, the land of opportunity.
So let's take a minute to get to know the housewives of Lagos. One sec. I could have queued this up. I had time to do so, but I didn't. All right. Here we go. Just to prove my point that things aren't quite as they seem when it comes to ethnicity.
My name is Caroline Hutchings. I'm sassy.
That's a white woman, right?
Yeah, that's Rachel Dashashell from the one who faked being a black person in
dull
America.
as hell. Yeah.
That's
dull
who it
as
looks
all.
like.
Yeah.
That's a white American woman with makeup on, like.
It does look like that, yeah.
Yeah.
But in fact, she is Nigerian, like fully Nigerian, with an English accent, speaking English, by the way, because English is an official language in Nigeria.
Yeah.
And that's the lingua franca on TV. You'll find on this show they occasionally dip into one of their native languages for emphasis and turns of phrases, but they speak English and they look white. Why do they all look white? You'll see.
I'm intelligent.
Yeah, you are intelligent. Absolutely. Another white woman. Oh yeah, by the way, this woman, she's into construction. Or is that the same woman? I can't fucking tell.
She looks like a Kardashian.
Right? Yeah.
That's
like
the
really
modern
far.
standard of beauty, isn't it? Like a fucking Kardashian with cheek implants, lip implants.
Another woman that looks white, right?
Uh-huh.
It's all very sus, isn't it? Oh, look, I think I saw a black person. That's interesting. I didn't know they had those in Nigeria. And I'm not being racist here. I'm just pointing out that there's a certain, preference for an ethnicity here, right?
There we go.
Huh?
There's a black person.
Yeah, I mean, you would say very easily say that. Oh, yeah, that's an African. These aren't the Nigerians we're getting. Is my point.
No, well, it's like if it's not affluent, there'll be no need for people to come here at all. So, they have like different tribes in Africa, or not in Africa, in Nigeria as well. That there's the wealthy tribe and then the lower caste tribe. I don't know what the fuck we're getting. I think we're getting the prison population is essentially seems to be what happens to Ireland. We're at the end of the funnel. Or the doctors, isn't it? The doctors and nurses. That's what we're getting. These people apparently. It's
what do the Nigerians do when they move here? Like, what's their racist category? Like.
I think it's healthcare. Like most of them.
Right, yeah, nursing,
and home care, home help.
Okay, but that's just the women, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know what the men. Men, it's anytime I've seen any Nigerians, maybe one or two Nigerian doctors. Outside of that, I've mostly seen Nigerian guys in warehousing. Kind of standard, kind of low to middle income jobs. But I don't know. I don't know if there's any Nigerians in 10 kilometers where I am now. But yeah, and again, even for them to get here in the first place, it's still a mystery with no direct flights. So you kind of understand bringing people in for healthcare. And then, of course, there's family reunification that goes along with that after a certain number of years. So then the husband can come over and find a job. But any of the black guys I do know, be it from Nigeria or not, they tend to be in kind of working class jobs. But that's not representative. That just happens to kind of align with the people I generally associate with anyway, So who's to know if there's many of them involved in the knowledge economy, as they call it. I do not know, and I don't know the numbers employed versus unemployed. I don't even know if we keep those figures because we can't measure anything by race in this country because that's racist,
Well, we do know for a fact that the largest source of immigrants from Africa is Nigeria. We know that much. It's just, where are they? Is this like what we're seeing on screen? Are those the Nigerians we're getting? And we just can't tell they're here because they kind of don't look all that far from something we see on American television.
Yeah, I can't imagine there's that many white Nigerians in Nigeria. Again, it's we're looking at, well, even to call it reality TV is a fucking kick in the face to people. You know, it's anything but reality. Yeah, so we're going to see what appeals to the audience. What's the most shocking, the most, and this is housewives, isn't it? So that they choose from wealthy people. Did this originate in America? I imagine. Yeah. Housewives of the rich and famous.
Yeah. Housewives of New Jersey or something stupid like that.
Yeah. So yeah, we're not going to get a real representation of what the average Nigerian housewife is, and even like it's like something out of a Barbie fucking commercial, isn't it? Like gold leopards and candelabras and dressed in a fairy princess and gold dripping from her ears. Yeah, sure. You think, why would anyone want to leave Nigeria if this is how it looks, you know? Someone said as well. Yeah, a lot of Africans wear gold makeup as well. I think they have to. It's the only way they can kind of highlight features on the face or to make noses look smaller and stuff like that. I've noticed that when I go to Dublin, if you stand close enough to an African woman, you can actually make out the makeup. A lot of times it's gold. I think it's got to be to lighten the skin, doesn't it? Because we know that, you know, whiteness is the beauty standard, whether, you know, people want to admit it or not, or say, well, you know, oh, well, that's just another sign of structural racism. It's just how it fucking is at the moment, you know, that whiteness is considered the standard of beauty, and other cultures try to emulate that, you know. It's almost cultural appropriation. Stop trying to look pretty. So I don't know how many here are working what they're working at, but I do know is that there's not enough of them in government as ministers. We need more female Nigerian white-looking ministers in the Dáil.
I was assured that this short is pertinent by Dars K. So if it's not, then we know who to blame. The teacher. The listening test will be easy. The listening test.
Is there a black person here?
What did you just say?
I said, is there a black person here?
Do you have a question?
Yeah. Is there a black person here?
Chit, why are you asking that?
Janice said there was one in here. Came to check.
There's a white person here too.
Well, I don't need one of those.
Chit, please stop what you're doing.
What's the big deal? I'm just trying to find the black person here.
Well, you found her. Okay, you got her today. Okay, let me see. Let me set my sparkling down.
Oh, here it is. Got it.
Chit, are you saying, is there a black purse in here?
Yeah. Success.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Dars K. Fucking really? That's what you interrupt us for? All right. No, that was funny. Shall we move on to the Indians? All right. So same test again. Who are the Indians in this selection of beautiful ethnicities? Actually.
Okay, so I'm going for 3 and 11.
3 and 11. Yeah. Those are stereotypically Indian. I would
8 as well. I didn't see 8 there. 8 could be. It's a large continent, India, so you know, got a few different shades of color going on there in India.
No, actually, you're incorrect there. Sorry to tell you. This guy is native to South Africa.
Which guy? 8?
8, yeah. Is a native tribe. Oh, Jubius said Indian as well. I mean, look, they're not that far apart, you know, India and South Africa. You know, just like Siberia and North America, you know.
Looks Indian to me.
Yeah. He's very convincing. I mean, you know,
I want them DNA tested. We need to find this man and get his DNA.
So just like Nigeria has housewives, real housewives, India has Fear Factor.
Right.
Only they call it. Fuck me, I forget. Katron K. Khalidi. Which is something about the person who goes into danger or something like that. It's quite interesting in a morbid kind of monoculture kind of way. Let's just look at the intro because it'll inform us of well, let's just see it.
चलो किधर? ये विनिंग टीम की बस है, तुम्हारा ऑटो वहां से मिलेगा, जाओ।
आज से दोस्ती खत्म।
आई पड़ी।
Brothers, say more word.
Brothers? No brothers.
Why is there a white guy in the food truck?
I don't fucking know.
Do white guys move to India to work in food trucks?
It's hard to make a living out of it. You got to move around in a food truck, you know. You got to go from country to country.
Moving like a gypsy
Yeah,
all
wherever
throughout
you
the Silk Road.
Oh, I fucking
You are not my brother anymore.
कर तो जाऊंगा, लेकिन खतरों के खिलाड़ी की ट्रॉफी लेकर जाऊंगा।
वेट रुक।
ये लिफ्ट ऊपर जाने वालों के लिए, तुम तो अपनी टीम को नीचे लेके जा रही हो।
अच्छा बेटे, देखते हैं। गेम ऑन।
Oh fuck! I was muted. What is this?
Where's the Fear Factor part? Like this is. I'm just waiting for them to break out into a fucking some sort of singing and dancing, like some Bollywood extravaganza. Like
this is the Indian way. Is everything so performative and over the top and loud and flashy? Yeah, no, we'll get. I mean, we could look at the first stunt. It's kind of it's impressive, really. But we just need to see more Indian stuff, and we will see a good bit more. But have you noticed something about the skin tone of a lot of these people?
okay, yeah, there's this white face.
They're all so white, man.
Yeah, all whitening up, and then they come here and tell us like it's a crime to be fucking white. We need more black and brown faces. Meanwhile, they're all trying to whiten up in the interim. Like,
Yeah.
give me a fucking break. Like,
It's almost like we're not in the wrong here. We're just being gaslit to the extreme or something. I don't know. All I know is it makes me feel really uncomfortable.
Can I please? Get it.
Is that an Indian thing to go?
no, I can't watch any Indian television. I tried to watch some Bollywood movies before. It's like I can't get past 2 minutes, and it's just like, oh my god, what the fuck is this? Yeah,
It's
not
over
a
the
fan.
top stuff.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, someone has a thing for Indian women. Dennis Carr.
Oh yeah, I mean, it depends on the ethnicity of the Indian woman.
I
me.
suppose if you like them hairy, Indian women are for you. Yeah, I know. Again, that this woman here doesn't look Indian-like, so she looks the one closest to the camera. She looks Spanish, almost Mexican, like an Ariana Grande type person. So again, it's going to depend on their cast as well. So we know the kind of Aryan mix in India as well. So if we go from northern India to southern India, we'll see a distinct change in skin color. Let's
move on to a bit of anthropology, right? what Indians find funny and interesting. So this is right out the gate. This is season 14, episode 8 of Katron Ke Khalidi.
Welcome to Harder Presents खतरों के खिलाड़ी डर की नई कहानियां.
All right, before that moves through, you recognize the format. You know, this should be Joe Rogan or whoever it was, throughout the years, and he gets the two teams together. Well, was it that way in Fear Factor, or teams compete?
I thought it was couples, wasn't it? Like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was just two people, like male and female. I suppose they're teams, yeah, male and female compete against another male and female. I didn't think it was teams. Maybe that's more of an Indian cultural thing, like it's feeds into the corporate culture, the call center culture.
Ah, yeah. Yeah.
Today, the UK team take on Ireland team. Whoever converts most calls gets a special prize, gets to eat camel dick. Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe it's more it's communal living, so it's the whole family and close relatives.
Whatever it is, it involves 10 times the usual number of people. Yeah,
there's a lot of them.
So this guy's just going to explain, the lowdown. They're in the middle of a season, so one team has 0 points and the other team has 30. Okay. I don't know how many points you earn in one go, but they're very far behind, I'd say. All right, so it's not in English. You will hear some English. It'll give you a clue of what's going on, but I have to be your guide through this psychedelic kind of experience that you're about to go through. They're going to play a prank on the female team leader. They're going to play a recording of one of her teammates who's no longer around, or maybe he's in the group. I don't know. It's hard to tell. It's all in Hindi. But he's going to insult her on this hot mic that he doesn't know is being recorded. Captaincy, her ability to lead.
So now,
इरिटेटिंग है यार, इतना इरिटेटिंग है, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है मेरे यहाँ पे घोट रहा है, दम घोट रहा है मेरा. निमृत ने जो मेरे साथ में किया है ना, जिंदगी में नहीं भूलूंगा. और ये सड़ेली कैप्टेंसी, इतनी सड़ेली कैप्टेंसी कभी जिंदगी में किसी की नहीं होगी. ये छोड़ो, कोई सीजन में इतने सड़ा कोई कैप्टन नहीं बना होगा. उसको पता है, उसको. हाँ, आ रहा हूँ यार. अरे मुझे सुनना, पानी ला के दे. उसको मैं मना कर रहा था, मेरे को मत भेज. निमजी मेरे को लगी हुई है, बैक पे पेन है. नहीं, पलट के बोलती, आई एम सॉरी शाह. आई मीन रिडिकुलस है यार. इतनी सड़ेली लड़की है ना, ये चिड़ी हो गई है मुझे उससे. मैं ऑनेस्टली बोलता हूँ, क्या गड्ढे में जाए इसकी कैप्टेंसी और गड्ढे में जाए ये लड़की. आई एम सो डन. पता है, बिग बॉस में भी सलमान खान ने बोला था कि निमृत तुम्हारी कैप्टेंसी से बुरी कैप्टेंसी मैंने आज तक नहीं देखी. मतलब इतनी.
That's the captain, by the way. I don't know if you picked up on that, but watch her, right?
बड़ी कैप्टन है यार, मेरे को मतलब समझ में नहीं आता यार.
इतना सन्नाटा क्यों है भाई, निमृत?
She's fucking crying, man.
I genuinely don't have anything to say. सर मुझे कुछ भी नहीं बोलना. I don't think I.
अरे तुम रो क्यों रही हो लेकिन?
No sir, this is really disrespectful. और जो भी मैंने डिसीजन लिया है, अगर वो दिन अच्छा नहीं गया, I never once said कि किसी भी टीम प्लेयर से उसकी कमी रह गई हो. ना फ्लैग मेरे हाथ से छूटा, ना.
So I'm fast forwarding this because this goes on for like 3 fucking minutes. And they go through this.
एक काम करो, शालिनी आ जाओ.
they go through this whole thing of bring him up and say, oh, you know, should we make him the captain? And it goes on for another 2 minutes. Like a whole 5 minutes of fucking with this woman's head.
I am not giving up on my खिलाड़ी. Simple.
कल तुमने नहीं भेजा होता मैं तुम्हें बोल रहा था कि मत भेजो
मेरा दी ने भी बोला था कि उसकी कंडीशन नहीं है भेजने की अगर
अरे तो मेरी भी तो नहीं थी तो मैं तो बोल रहा था तुम्हें पता है ना
तुम्हारी फिजिकल स्ट्रेंथ उसकी फिजिकल स्ट्रेंथ से तो ज्यादा ही है ना
कमाल है यार तुम अभी अपना को जस्टिफाई कर रहे हो
मैं चाहती हूं कि ये यहाँ रहे बाकी इसका डिसीजन है ईच मैन फॉर देयर ओन उसके पास खुद का दिल और दिमाग है मैं इसमें कोई डिसीजन नहीं ले सकती
मुझे नहीं रहना
ओवर एक्टर ये प्रैंक था हमने रिकॉर्ड किया हुआ है ऐसा कुछ नहीं है
Oh, they're all laughing while she's crying. Oh, ha, 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 ha. Oh shit, I didn't realize I cut it off there. But they laugh for another fucking half a minute or something, like all kind of, I don't know, like they're fucking hostages to a psycho who just told a joke and you have to laugh. What the fuck is wrong with these people, man? Maybe, you know, maybe it's scripted, right? Maybe not. But the fact that it's on TV and it's considered entertainment for these people is fucking frightening, man.
But as much of fucking reality TV is torturing people, like, let's be honest about it. It's like, you know.
Yeah, that bad?
But that wasn't bad. Like, they just made a fucking joke about, you know, her not being the captain. Like, I've seen pranks where people, you know, have pretended to kill people, like, and kidnap them. And that's pretty tame. I've seen one where where was it from America, where he set up his friend. So they're out, so driving in the car at 2 o'clock in the morning. Guy pretends the car breaks down, gets out of the car with his friend. Then the two of them are bending down to try and fix it or look at a puncture. Some guy pulls up in another car, gets out of the car in a balaclava, grabs the guy who's not in on the prank from behind, wraps his head in fucking electrical tape, then puts like a blanket over his head, wraps him up, throws him into the boot of the car. Then they drive off to another location, brings them up, I think maybe 6 or 7 stories into a building, places the Mark and his friend who's in on it in 2 chairs with their hands and feet tied together, and then takes the mask off and then points a gun at his friend and then pretends to like shoots his friend with a blank and his friend pretends to die and the poor guy in the other chair is just fucking freaking out, having a nervous breakdown. And and then the other guy comes back to life and goes, oh, it's only a joke, don't worry. And the other guy is just fucking...
Can't be legal.
It can't be fucking legal, like, but, you know, and the other guys are all breaking their heart laughing and this poor guy is just fucking in the midst of a nervous breakdown, just convinced that his
PTSD has just
imagine
been acquired.
Yeah.
Fuck me, man.
I would fucking kill him, but I don't know, maybe that's cutting edge for fucking India. That's the danger of importing that kind of fucking shitty culture where it's never enough, you know. The same with the whole fear factor genre as well. Like, I suppose it's shocking to begin with. I remember when it came on the telly first, like, I would have watched it as well because it's like, oh my god, I can't believe someone's going to eat it.
Like eating maggots, that kind of thing.
Maggots and fucking kangaroo testicles and brains and shit like that.
Testicle and genitalia in general.
Yeah.
Man.
So they got to up it and up it and up it and up it and
oh my god, I just realized something. What did I call him? The Joe Rogan. He was like complicit in this. Basically, it was crazy. It blew people's heads away. This show, when it came out, it was like another level of depravity that we hadn't been exposed to yet. Yeah. He actively partook in that for years? Yeah. And now everyone's tuning into him for like what the latest thing is we should be thinking. That's fucking scary, man.
I know. Yeah, so maybe in 5 years in India, that host will have his own podcast and he'll be, you know, preaching to the Indians.
Yeah. that's it's strange days, man. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it went that way. I'm not suggesting that we watch this stunt. It's pretty cool.
Garza is saying it looks like we got to strike. The screen stopped for a second. Do you want to just check?
Oh.
Did we get any notification or?
Yeah, I will. I will open that up. I guess some shows you just can't fucking play, and some you can. I would be surprised if. Oh no, I got nothing here. Strange.
No, maybe just a glitch. All right.
Yeah. I would be surprised because I found this on YouTube. But stranger things have happened on YouTube. I'm not suggesting that we watch this. However, I clipped it just in case if it took your fancy. But what I do want out of this clip is to demonstrate something about Indians' use of English. You may have picked up that they throw in a bit of English in the same way that when you watch T.G. Caher, right? They'd come out with these English phrases once in a while in their Irish.
All the best, guys.
All the best. All the best.
All the best.
All the best.
Is that what you would say to someone that's about to, dangle over like a 50-story fucking building on a fucking rope?
Good luck, or are you fucking nuts?
Yeah, right.
That first girl looks like she's from fucking inner city Dublin or Cork or something. Like she could be.
Oh shit! Oh my god, yeah. Oh god, yeah. She looks like a knacker.
How dare you use othering language?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm fond of the knackers. All it means is someone who sells horses. Calm down. It's like it's practically nobility that they descend from. And very attractive women, you have to admit. But you would say good luck or something like that, right?
Yeah, good luck or all the best. It's very
Well, you
Irish
wouldn't
thing as
say
well,
all
isn't
the
it?
best.
Yeah,
All the best. You say all the best when you're gonna, you're saying goodbye to someone.
Yeah.
But it just keep that in mind whenever you're speaking to an Indian, that maybe your communication isn't going to be perfect between each other. Like there's going to be some. Oh, geez, really? That came up? Fuck these people, man. It's okay. We survived it. Have we though? Is he saying that that's currently the thing? Okay.
I don't know. Let me open up a separate page. What policy violation? For fuck's sake,
Yeah, it's fair use. It's just that they have a problem with it on streams. That's the thing.
I'll just try and have a look in on the stream now.
All right.
Yeah, stream unavailable. Stream suspended. Brilliant.
Oh. All right. Well, I guess we'll be back anyway in a few minutes.
For what? For the Indian shit, you think? Or
oh, it had to be. If it was the Real Housewives of Lagos, we would have known sooner. Yeah. But I'm not getting any notifications in the studio. It's not saying anything. Which leads me to think that it's a temporary kind of slap on the wrist to let us know, hey, stop doing that.
All right, I might as well take a piss then.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Meantime, see what's happening. Well, I thought you normally get a notification, don't you? Like when
Yeah.
What have you got? Hickey does tell us. Hickey. No, so we only have two there. I can see the regulated goods, county gains, and the hate.
Your stream was interrupted.
Oh, we're back, are we? I think we're back now.
Maybe. All right. Okay. All right. So forget about all that. Fuck you, YouTube. Can't wait to be free of you. One day we will be. and we won't need you anymore. Most of humanity won't need you anymore, and you will drown in your own accumulative failures over the past 19 years.
All right. I do have to piss now that I said it out
Yeah.
loud.
Yeah.
I badly need to piss.
You go do that. But like I said, guys, you just don't know whether whether your communication is mutually intelligible with a foreigner. And that's not to say, oh, you know, stupid foreigners. No, it's just that you don't fully know a language, really, unless you're a native native speaker, that is. Like, I have had a lot of trouble with say Polish people who moved here when they were adults, like fully grown adults, 30s, 40s. They can speak English. They know how to make the sounds with their mouths, and they know enough about the language to be intelligible, to get around in the world. However, that masks potential for misunderstandings, because I think it's also, especially us Irish, we speak our own English. Where there's a lot more subtlety in our
Jesus fucking Christ.
Jeez. Your hair. Your
It's
hair.
getting on my fucking nerves. Like it's too long, so it keeps flopping down into my fucking eyes. And
oh, I hate that phase of hair
it's a
growth.
cunt. Like, it looks like a wig half the time as well, because my fucking hair goes out and up, and a mad fucking mental Irish hair. So depending on the day that's in it, like it looks like someone's plopped Lego hair on top of my fucking head. Like sick of it. Shaving it all off. Fuck it. Go for the Thai kicky look. What's that? They will drown in poop.
Yeah, that's YouTube. Yeah, I was just saying, you know, I even have problems speaking with Polish people who moved here when they were adults, because, like, they can speak the language enough to get around and function in the world, but they just miss the subtleties of English, or Hiberno English even, where, like, you just kind of trip up over each other sometimes, and it can end up in fucking World War III. Right. What would you like to do, my good man? It's 2:10 in the morning.
All right. What have you got left?
We have Altman
and Ebon Joseph.
Oh.
As well.
Oh God. Jesus.
Let's go with Ebon Joseph.
Yeah.
Then we'll see if we can get around to Alsman as well. We'll probably tie it up nicely at the end with everything we've spoken about AI anyway. And all these tools that are being used to oppress us and potentially free us as well from all sorts of things, apparently. But we'll have a look at Ebon Joseph. So Ebon Joseph, if people don't know, she is the special raconteur or rapporteur, I don't fucking know, for racism in Ireland.
Words, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Like, so probably raconteur is probably the better description. Like, so she's fucking anyway, all things to do with racism. She's an anti-racist proponent. So she comes from Nigeria, of all places, magically.
Yeah, the wrong kind of Nigerian.
Yes, yeah. There's nothing light about this woman in any way, shape, or form. Whiteness is a problem that needs to be solved, and she's here to do it for us. I'm sure people have come across her on their travels. So she comes from Nigeria. We don't know if she's an immigrant or a migrant or how the fuck she got here, but she is here nonetheless.
Potato, potato.
Say again?
Potato, potato.
But yeah, okay, I'll leave it there. I won't get us into trouble for saying other words. So she trained as a microbiologist of all fucking things in Nigeria by her own account. I can't verify that. So on her bio, she lists the university that she apparently went to. So I looked into
Nigerian Prince University.
Yeah, exactly. So I looked into how I could actually find out. The only way I could find out was obviously is to contact the university,
right?
But I would need her consent for them to release any information they have about her, and it would probably yeah, because you can't just fucking start ringing up places like say I want to find out information about you, and I ring up a particular institute. Hey,
it's a university. They should be open about who they've manipulated, right?
Yeah, they don't. But this one they don't. So they don't have a list of alumni, and it is fucking Nigeria. So let's not have any notions. They probably don't even have the record. Like they've only got 2 filing cabinets
for the whole country.
Yeah, and I'd probably end up being scammed as well. Like just ringing up, and then I get through to Prince fucking Umbadongo, whose father king has died, and he needs to get 20 million out of the country, and he's setting up some sort of casino. I'm like, oh, really? Okay, I'm in. It sounds good. So we can't verify it either way. It's not really relevant. She's here. She has the air of government, and she's been on this like every time you if there's any sort of race related issue, they wheel her out onto Virgin Media and RTE, and she sits there, and it's more of the same nonsense, trying to make Irish people feel guilty and that they should be ashamed. And
she's full on. She doesn't hold anything back. Like
yeah. And hang on, I need to find the lighter. I think I have slow onset of dementia or something like that. Like it's just, or maybe it doesn't help that I sit in fucking absolute darkness. I can't see a fucking thing.
Well, I figured out today, if I don't leave the pair of scissors in the exact same place as I usually keep them,
the
next time I need them, like I mean, I could be looking for a whole day. Like, I forget where I left them, where I used them last, that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. Like, I wouldn't mind. I've only got like 4 items in front of me, but I keep misplacing something. If it's not fucking filter tips, it's the back or the lighter. What are you going to do? It's part of being a man, I think. I don't know. It's a good enough excuse for me.
Yeah.
So, anyway, so Ebun now has a podcast, a YouTube podcast. She's going to do 6. The little cards are coming. Yeah, sketch.
Sketch. I love that term in fucking secondary school. Sketch.
So she has this podcast. It's a 6-part podcast. God knows how the fuck they're going to get 6 podcasts out of it, but no doubt they will. This one is like 2 hours long, or an hour and 45 minutes. I managed to cut it down to 20 minutes, which is still way too long. But on this podcast, we have Ebun obviously hosting it and asking the questions. And then we have 3 other participants. So we have, again, you must know by now, I'm terrible with names. So we have some white middle-class woman who...
that is a name.
Yeah, white middle-class woman who used to work in an Educate Together school and is a lecturer in DCU and is responsible for some element of the national curriculum. Holy fuck. Curriculum. Curriculum. That's what it is. It's the new curriculum. With a focus on anti-racism. Then we have some other black advocate, a lecturer from Maynooth University of all places. It seems they got rid of the Catholic Church, and they've the Church of Progressivism took over. So she's an advocate. She is not an anchor baby, but she moved over to Ireland when she was 9, and she constantly talks about her experiences of racism and, again, the anti-racism angle. And then we have another guy from Pavy Point, which is the traveller advocacy group. He's the chairman or CEO of Pavy Point, which is now looks after advocacy for travellers and the Roma. So they've joined forces.
Two totally different people. Oh, they move around a lot. So how fucking racist and self-hating can you be?
Yeah, I don't know. You got to chase that money, you know. You got to chase that funding. So you get an extra 100, 200 grand a year if you include the Roma, I suppose. So essentially, it's the oppression Olympics is what it is. What we're looking at here, like so, and we're looking at the intersection of how all these people combine and fight the systemic racism that is so prevalent in Ireland and how we're going to solve it. So I suppose we better start fucking looking at it, considering it's 20 minutes long. Right, Ebon, let me go and find you. I can't stand this woman. Even to look at her makes my stomach a little bit queasy.
Yeah, you, me both.
Okay. I'm not even sure how she came to prominence either. Like it's a mystery how these people just manage to position themselves, isn't it?
Yeah.
Then we have to put up with them or listen to them as if they hold some sort of fucking weight. But we need to pay attention because they do have the ear of the government, and
as fucking painful as it is to pay.
It's a little bit enlightening as well, and so much more so for the guy from the traveller community. There's a couple of things he says which are disturbing, but also a little bit enlightening as well. So, and he does talk a fair bit. I couldn't listen to the other two because it's just rinse and repeat, the same fucking nonsense that you get everywhere else.
And before we look at this, Morgan let me know ahead of time, and I was really proud of him. This podcast was initially 5 hours long, and he managed to edit it down to, oh my God, you told me 30 minutes? You shaved off another 9 minutes?
Yeah, it was 21 minutes. Again, it's just a butcher job, but
4.5 hours on the cutting room floor.
The thing is, we could have watched the whole fucking thing. Really, we could have just had one show watching this and just talking about it point for point. But nobody's got time for that. That's the
ain't nobody got time for that.
Right, let's dive into this anyway. So, it's just a trigger warning for the mild of heart. So we're going to see Ebon, like this is the best picture possible that Ebon has of herself now.
Oh, okay. Because if our viewers are anything like me, I was triggered just hearing the cunt's name.
Yeah, you may fall in love with this woman just based on this. You should especially look away, you and your fondness for all fucking things from the dark continent. Like if you fall in love with fucking Candice, like it'll be Ebon, like it'll be showing up at her house in blackface and trying to appease her. That soulless.
Just just use your lips. That's what they're there for.
Yeah. I don't know what level of witchcraft this is. Those eyes, like
oh yeah, they're like they kind. I don't know, man. I mean, and they're all what's going on here? Call a priest. Is all I'm going to say.
That's pretty demonic, isn't it? Like it's.
Yeah, they're all black.
Yeah, a soulless person looks like, and I haven't edited this at all. I genuinely haven't.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, you're not that sophisticated at Da Vinci.
Oh, I am. Yeah.
Also,
how dare you? Fucking hell! Like,
also, you don't have the paid version, so
Oh, I do, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you don't. Like, I do, because you deleted the paid version I gave you in your update, like so. And I can do that easily because that's fairly fucking easy to do.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
But I didn't do that.
All right.
Yeah, so delete the unpaid version you have and reinstall the fucking paid version you have and make life a little bit easier for your fucking self.
Deep table.
Yeah, deep table.
What the fuck does that even mean?
I don't know. It sounds like a strip club to me. Like if it was a restaurant, I wouldn't eat it. Eat at it. It's like no, that's too fucking weird. I don't know. It's got to be something to do with some sort of tribal culture, isn't it? Where they meet, or maybe it's they meet around the table for deep, meaningful.
Oh yeah, because no other culture ever meets around tables. That's just a very unique fucking thing. Yeah.
Oh come on, get on with it.
Good evening, everyone. Well, really welcome to the first edition.
God, she's blacker than she is in her photos. Like, is she lightening herself?
I don't know.
Is this back to the whole thing about dark people want to be light?
Yeah, but she clearly fucking doesn't. So that's very, very dark.
Well, I mean, she can't do much about that. Like,
but she's put a fucking balaclava on or something, or a bit of Tipex around the, to define the features a little bit better. I was going to mess around and darken the tone of her skin, but I didn't need to. Yeah, so Nigerian. This lady here is Kenyan, of Kenyan extraction.
Yeah, she does look like beans.
In case we need to know, this is the male traveler, and this is the female, the middle class female woman crippled.
Well, thanks for letting me know it's a female. Like, these days.
I'm presuming her pronouns now, or her gender.
Oh, she didn't start with her pronouns. Okay, well then it's her fault.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
Of the deep table. So get hoo-hoo.
Oh my God. Who the fuck showed up for this? This can't be like people off the street. Like, this is fucking an NGO fucking said, look, we need some fucking heads in this building. And then this cunt is sitting at the table saying, go hoo! And she's all fucking happy with her because the fucking apparatchiks fucking wooed.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
And that's it. If you have to, encourage them to woohoo or to applaud, it's not a great start.
Yeah, you haven't achieved anything.
Yeah, well, fair play to her. I think that is her own hair. Or maybe it's not. I don't know what it is. It's
no, that's not African hair.
No, it's extensions. It's not like it's.
Yeah, you can see that it's balled up because it's like it's straight and curly. Like no.
So the deep table. Well, we really just come to talk about racism, but not to just talk about racism in itself, but to look at how it impacts on people. How can
that's all you ever talk about. Like, what else is there? I mean, that is what racism is an impact on another person, you stupid cunt.
In our society. One of the key things I find is that we talk about it all the time, that, we don't have enough spaces to talk about these issues. We only wait until maybe there's a City West incident, or there's an incident, and we start talking about it. I said, that's a little too late, So how
I agree.
can we create an atmosphere?
It is too late when there's an incident in City West.
Yeah.
Wow. I think I might actually enjoy this podcast.
Yeah. So the way the problem is to talk about racism. Not what happened in City West. Like that doesn't matter. Like we'll find out later what that was really about. Like that was racism and something else. Like so.
Oh God.
The girl.
Sorry.
Like the girl who was assaulted, let's put it that way, that's kind of incidental. Like that wasn't the important part. That wasn't the important takeaway from that event.
And wait, talk about demonic eyes. Check out the Kenyans.
Yeah, I know, right?
What the fuck is going on with these people, man?
Safe space, really, where all views, are respectfully treated, where we can look at as many views as possible, but give opportunity to have a conversation. So that's what this is all about.
It's all about. So it's.
Oh my God.
I don't see anyone with a differing fucking opinion here already.
It's astounding. These people have to know that they're just full of shit.
Yeah,
seriously.
I think she does. She would have to.
Hmm.
We could, I could live with the fact that it's just a scam, like, and she knows it.
Yeah, well, if you fucking make up a story about ordering red wine and getting Ribena instead, yeah, you have to be in on the grift. And her place of origin, it doesn't do her any favors countering that theory.
Yeah, this woman here, I think, is a true believer. This one here, I think, is a true believer. She's just been caught up in the university system, and
because I thought she was dug out of a grave and reanimated by fucking the other one's necromancy. Sorry.
Yeah, maybe. And I gotta say, the hairline on these women is something. Like horror starts here.
Yeah, you know what it is? It's fucking androgens. They're too masculine. That's the fucking problem. Like that guy, the traveler, has a more, proper fucking hairline than they.
Yeah, I know. Then the women, like, you can understand with this, with the weave, like that, the hair, naturally gets dragged back and vanishes from the sheer weight of weave, and over time, like, so eventually there's like 4 strands of fucking hair to tie the weave onto. But there's no excuse for this at all. Like, this is just. Unless she's bald. Maybe they're witches, like that. That's what it could be. We all know witches don't actually have any real hair. It's just a skull with warts on it.
But we can talk about it because, for some people, they can go inside their room, close the door, and racism is over, So sitting with racism, I mean, like, I had lots of no's, but I think you know that already, and people know that already, I mean, even
the fuck are you saying?
I don't know.
You had loads of no's?
Loads of no's or notes. I don't know. It's very hard to understand what she's saying. And why does the microphone need this white padding, or is it toilet roll?
They're held up by whiteness. Don't you get it?
There you go.
It's an unconscious admission to, yeah.
Yeah. Did you know even the microphones look so? Everyone's microphone is pointing towards them for some reason. This woman's microphone, or maybe it's just because she's so unattractive that the microphone changed direction. It just wilted.
In City West, and we've seen, that happen. We saw the Indian community being attacked on the street. We've seen the guy.
Do you remember that the entire Indian community was attacked on the street?
Sorry, I was busy coughing up my lungs. Did she say entire?
No, she didn't say it, but she said the Indian community was.
Oh, well, yeah, of course. I see, but the thing is, I've heard this collectivist shit so much. I don't even. It doesn't even fucking factor for me that they're being collectivists again. No, it's just like yeah. Brainwashing, man. It's hard to resist.
Yeah. I think even her glasses are trying to leave her face. I've never seen glasses in that position.
Yeah, the only reason why they're still there is because of that big fucking nose.
Yeah, because look, like, or maybe her ears are up here, are they? Because like, aren't ears normally around here somewhere?
Yeah, where are her fucking ears?
There's no fucking ears, like, so. I doubt it's even human. Oh my god.
Oh Jesus Christ. All right, yeah, okay.
Not because of where she's from, just I'm talking about her soul and not her.
Is who she is, like, in the deepest part of her fucking being. Like, when God created her, he was saying, I have to make someone more evil than this Satan guy, because like Satan's actually going to be our friend in the end, where he tests souls, helps them evolve. But I need something, just I don't know, around to just create some endless fucking chaos and misery for creation. And he came out with Eve and Joseph.
All right, okay. I thought you got away from Christianity now, and you're back to Satanism again. It's hard to keep track.
That report, about policing of black and brown boys. We've seen, the traveler community where they.
Okay, I sorry I'm stopping this so much, but it has to be fucking stopped because it's lie after lie after lie after misrepresentation. She needs to be fact checked. If you're listening to the Journal, this is where you need to be fact checking, because the amount of horseshit and nonsense that comes out from these people is unbelievable. So she says about this report, from the Gardaí about black and brown boys. There was no report from the Gardaí about black and brown boys. The INRAR, whatever the fuck it's called, the Irish Network for Racism or whatever the fuck it is, another NGO, created a report and again made it out that black and brown boys were disproportionately stopped by police, and you know, the normal horseshit that we see imported from American culture again, and the culture war that the only reason that African youths in America are stopped is because of structural racism. Nothing else to do with the fact that, I don't know, maybe they're involved in more crime, not as a race, but in particular areas where there happens to be underclass, poverty-ridden communities where the inhabitants are black. Is not unique.
And there's also more police operating there because there's more crime. So, of course, then more black people who just happen to live there will be stopped. Yeah, it's
horseshit. And it's one of the major problems with this anti-racist or anti-racism theory, that everything boils down to be because of race. There's nothing else. There's no other factors like, you know, deprivation, poverty, culture isn't taken into account. It's just singular problem, racism. And until we solve the racism problem, which is the sole property of white people, because in this theory, black people can't be racist, and white people are so racist that they don't even know about it. So even if you think you're not being racist, you still have unconscious racism that needs to be dealt with, but it can never go away. So the problem these people are trying to solve can never be solved because racism is inherent to white people, which in and of itself is incredibly fucking racist. But that doesn't matter. And it's great for the likes of Ebon because she'll never be out of a job, because the problem she's trying to fix, well, one, is not really a problem at all. And I could solve it in a fucking day. I need a couple of planes and a couple of men to come with me and solve the problem for me. And that would be the end of it, because there was a time where we didn't have any of this fucking problem at all, because we didn't have this racism issue where we had people from other countries coming in who were of a different skin color and finding it everywhere, actively seeking it out in fucking glasses of Ribena and looking at the makeup of the country. Why is there so many white people in this white country? It makes no sense to me. I feel unsafe. I need to have more people of black and brown people in the country so I feel safer. And we can only do away with all these white people in this country that I benefit from so much. Well, then it'd be a much happier place and I would feel safer.
It's in weddings, or whether it's in pubs, or whether it's in spaces, you know, being kicked out, you know, not having that equal access. I was looking at preparing the report.
Yes, it's. I don't know if it's a whole of Africa thing, but the pronunciation of the letter K with an S in front of it or after, it's almost impossible for these people. These people.
You know, it's a fiction of these people that you know, saying these people is inherently racist. But no, you mean people from Africa, not necessarily because they're white. You know, a white man can grow up in Africa and you know, mislearn English and have the same problem. Just, you know, talk to a fucking South African once.
Yeah, like this can like kind of ask you a question. Like, it's not fucking difficult, you know. It's like, you know, ask. Like
listen to the BBC for a few hours a day.
Yeah, sound it out. I'm just amused myself with like these people, and then my defense was it's not her skin color, it's her soul. Like, and we all know these people are soulless. Like, it's the Church of Mormon will tell you that.
Looking at, you know, the numbers in education, I'm like, how is that possible? You know, like you're not, if you didn't even migrate, the traveller community didn't migrate to Ireland, so they are Irish. So we cannot even say it's migration that is impacting. Do you know? So that means that we've not put services in place. So
yeah, so she's fucking vile looking at
I know, right?
Yeah, it's like ugh. So she can't wrap her head around the traveller issue and the racism towards travellers, because she says she can understand if it's a migration issue, how people could be upset with people from another.
Oh, I get
culture
it. Okay.
coming in, so she can't wrap her head around. Well, why are travelers the recipients of discrimination?
I mean, just rewind the chronological clock there back, honey, about like how old is she? Like 40 years, and then go through the schooling system like I have, and then maybe you'll get an idea. Go to the bad school.
Yeah, like how about the lived experience of people who've dealt with fucking travelers, because that's going to be a recurring theme, and we already know it's a recurring theme throughout all of these conversations. It's about people's lived experience, the subjective experience of people. Trumps everything except.
But white. I hate white word, but us, right? Real, okay, that's better. Real Irish people, right? We can't have lived experiences because we're not alive. We're just like phantoms, biological mechanisms walking around victimizing Ibn.
Yeah, spawn of the devil, as per fucking what's that Islamic cult in the States?
Oh
called?
yeah, the Israelites.
The other one, the Nation of Islam.
Oh yeah. There's the evil scientist who made white people in a lab.
Yeah.
They
escaped the lab like the original COVID. The pandemic continues.
There's so many horrible. Well, I mean, not so many, but enough from the right sets of people. Horrible stories about the origin of people like us. Did you know that there's a story in the Old Testament about two brothers where one basically stole the birthright of the other in exchange for some food because he was out hunting and he couldn't, get a successful hunt, and he was starving and cold, and his brother said, I'll give you some of this chicken if you sign over your whole, life and riches.
Was it fried chicken? Because that would be just too delicious. That's so fun.
But yeah, so in this story, right? It's there's a certain group of people out there, they have their own country, they're doing quite well for themselves. They see themselves as the brother who stole his brother's whole livelihood that he worked hard for, and their brother is the rest of us. Kind of like Cain and Abel, where Cain got to stay in the good graces of God, and Abel got to, and then Cain is wandering the wilderness, that kind of story. So yeah, just so you know, we're evil according to a lot of people.
Okay.
Really, yet we have people who will still argue with you that there is no racism in Ireland. So when we talk about sitting with racism, what does it mean for you? And what do you...
Did you add the static?
Huh?
Did you add that static?
No, it's terrible. Like, it's the sound quality from...
What?
Yeah.
Dude, I could get rid of that in like 30 seconds in Audacity.
Yeah. I know. That's all that needs to be done is run through a filter. I'm not taking it out because we want the authentic experience of...
but like, what's the excuse? Racism?
Yeah.
Audacity is developed by white people. I can't use that because it promotes white people.
It's the frequency, the frequency of black voices and ally voices can't make it fully through the white noise, so to speak. So there will be a crackle in the microphone. It's just a poor fucking setup, which we can understand. It's the first podcast, so I suppose there's going to be teething problems, but the content is well funded, so and again, all this will be claimed for. Like, this isn't coming out of Ebon's pocket, this is part of the annual returns. Like, well, what did you spend the 200 grand that we gave your NGO? Well, we had to buy these things here, whatever the fuck they're called. I can't remember. At a very inflated price from my brother-in-law. So this one here cost 7 grand. This one here cost 2 grand. The tablecloth was 200 euros. The microphones Again, two grand each. And then the hotels, we have to pay for the hotel for these 3 people to.
You forgot about the microphone stands, which are actually just mostly used rolls of kitchen roll.
Yep, or Nigerian mahogany, as we call it, in our native land. So again, 5 grand each, and so on and so forth. And then the microphones, the cameras, her fucking gold witchy shoes. So it'll all be.
It's the same level of grift as when you were reading through the journal fact checker thing, and it started out with it just mentioned things that people said about a certain incident, and then 20 paragraphs later it launched into, well, in 1786, you're just writing shit. It's low effort. You're not actually doing anything. It's probably fucking a chat GPT 2 that fucking pumped this out. No, this is grift. It's the same thing on a lower level than the fucking children's hospital,
Yeah. So we'll get around to that. Are knackers a race?
Yeah, I was interested in that question. Always am.
Yeah. So we'll get around to that in a little bit. So where are we at the moment? We're sitting with racism. What is it like to sit with racism?
Impact on people. I start with you, Liv, for sitting close to me.
Okay. For me personally, obviously, as a settled white person, it doesn't.
That's where the conversation would end for me if somebody introduced themselves as a settled white person. And this kind of behaviour needs to be stamped out of Ireland immediately. So could you imagine how awful it is to be this woman? We have to feel sorry for her. So every time she's in a room with somebody who isn't her or like her, she has to essentially apologise for who she is to begin with. As a non-male working class woman, or whatever the fuck it is, I don't know, but it's pathetic. It reminds me of Ty Kicky on the boat, taking a knee.
Yeah.
Everyone, this is your country, bitch.
Yeah.
You don't have to apologize to any fucking body. It's sad. She may as well. She's essentially her slave, and everyone else is slave on this panel. So they can say whatever she wants, anything they want to her. And she'll never be able to say how she actually feels, because she feels she has to put on this performance and apologize for everything they've experienced, because it's her and her ilk who are responsible for the desperate lives that these 3 people live, that they don't actually live. Ebon is minted. The other one sitting to her left is doing fairly well for herself. She's a professor in Maynooth University. The other guy's the CEO of Pavy Point, so he's on a minimum of 60, 70 grand a year.
Yeah, he's practically king of the travelers at that rate.
Yeah, and that's not taking into the money he makes from scrap metals and pretending to tarmac people's fucking driveways and shit like that, robbing lead off the roofs, that's not accounted for. So that's off the book
on me personally. And so, I have that privilege in one way, but in another way, a bit of imposter syndrome sitting here talking to you all, because I don't understand what that feels like.
Just kill yourself, for the sake of
good, seppuku. What was it called? To take out your sword. Get off your fucking stool there, kneel down in front of that thing, and go.
Yeah, only for the fact that Ebon is so relaxed, she would probably have asked her for reparations there and then, took out the credit card machine, got her to hand over 10 grand.
I don't think Ebon is even paying attention. I mean, what is she doing there, scrolling on her phone? This bitch is talking again.
She's playing the slot machine. She's playing.
Gambling away our NGO money.
Yeah.
For people, I will never understand what that feels like. But I think
she says, I will never understand you people. That would have been much better, wouldn't it? I'll never understand you fucking people. You make me sick.
When we think about the sitting with racism and how it impacts people's lives,
Yeah, you are sitting with racism. How ironic.
Yeah, I know. Right beside it, to your right and to your left.
Yeah. You're embattled by racism right now, you stupid cunt.
For me, recently, is that we need to see it as more than an interpersonal issue that we're dealing with. That racism is part of how society works. It's kind of in all of those different systems that you talked about, health and education. So I think as citizens in a democracy that we need to recognise that it's everywhere within this.
No, we don't. Fuck speak, cunt.
Yeah.
Get the fuck back to California. We don't need you, okay? You're surplus to requirements.
And even the hair, like, the fucking shocking dyed.
And how dare you wear a fucking top or a dress that is like almost exactly the same color? What are you at? You know what it is? This scares her. Being there scares her. She wants to melt into the background.
Uh-huh.
The only thing visible really is her face. Everything else, it blends in with the background. She's invisible. She wants to be invisible.
Yeah, and she will be. If this is her attitude, eventually she will be fully invisible. She'll be forced to give up every fucking thing, everything she owns, everything she holds dear, and eventually that hair will be confiscated from her. That makes no sense, but
it was still funny though.
System in Ireland, within society in Ireland, and the impact that it has on me is to call that out, to educate about it, to make sure that children are recognising, understanding what it is, able to have the capacity.
Just leave the children alone. They don't need to be hassled with this shit.
You took the words clean out of my mouth, man.
Everywhere this nonsense has been trialed, it fails miserably, and it just causes division between children. Like pointing out the fact that, oh look, we have 7 black people in the class. These people are oppressed, and guess who did it? You little white fuckers. And it's already in the fucking school. Like I've said a couple of times, I got phone calls because my child called someone poo.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up, by the way. Look, I had no interaction in terms of school with non-white people until secondary school, right? Where there was one black girl, and because it's just the way, if you're different at all, it's going to be really hard to kind of make a connection with people. And she would always sit with her lunch in the mess hall, whatever the fuck it's called, canteen, alone, eat her lunch and, carry on her day. I decided one day I'll sit down and try to, say, hey, how are you doing? Try to get to know her. There was no thought at all like, oh, this black bitch, like that didn't come into my mind. Not a racist or bigoted or any kind of fucking anything ist or ism like that in my head. I was just like, that's a human being. She's a bit lonely, I guess. I mean, you have to be if that's your fucking life every fucking day of the school week. But your kid called his friend chocolate. Like, that could only happen if this racialism was implanted in his head in the first place. Nobody ever came and told me, oh, these Africans coming into the country and one of them is in your school. That person is different. Do you get what I'm saying here?
Yeah, and it's horseshit, because one, kids are fucking cruel, they haven't learned not to be yet, maybe they never should learn that, it's probably easier in life. But, the 2 kids were playing in school and there was an argument. She said something to him and he said, you look like poo.
Poo. Okay. All right.
Poo, yeah. You look like poo.
What kind of poos are he making? man.
I don't fucking know. Like, I don't even know the context, but the whole thing, the only issue for the school was that he said she looked like Pooh, because Pooh is brown and she's brown. Therefore, it was somehow...
It must have been racism.
It must have been
I
a
get it,
racist
yeah.
incident, you know, and it's like, oh, for fuck's sake. Like, it's like, what are you bothering me with this nonsense for? And it's everything with the school. It's not just that, it's every fucking single bleeding thing, every issue. Like, your child said a bad word to somebody today, they need to inform you. And schools now, they all have apps. When I was a kid, if there was a problem or if there was some issue, you remember the school, they'd send you home with a note to your parents, and you'd give them the note saying like that this event is coming up in the next fucking week, or if there was a serious issue at school, you know, they would send a letter home or write it in your journal. Now it's like 15 fucking texts a day, like this is happening, that's happening, this is happening, that's happening. You know, your child said boo, or your child fell in the yard and scraped their leg, and it's like, I don't fucking care. You know, I don't need to be informed about every stupid fucking minor incident that happens in the school. It's a fucking school. What do you expect? It's essentially a prison for fucking children. Like, just leave them alone and let them figure it fucking out. And what it does, it ends up breeding resentment in the kids, because every time they say something to, you know, a person who is fucking different, a different color, well, then they soon learn like, oh, well, these people are getting fucking preference over everybody else. And then people don't like that, you know, especially in a prison setting. If some of the inmates are getting preferential treatment from the guards, well, then what happens is the other fucking inmates tend to turn on them. And then the other kids, the black and brown kids, aren't fucking stupid. So they're soon going to learn, well, if I get in trouble and I just say, well, he called me a brown this or a brown that or whatever, well, then they'll use that to their advantage. And then the teachers will have a fucking, oh my God, no. You know, I'm sorry your child was stabbed in the head with a rusty fucking hammer, but he did say the girl was brown. And, you know, if he hadn't have said the child was brown, well, then he wouldn't have a rusty hammer stuck in his fucking head. Like, and that's what this woman is doing. And is actually in a position to have this horseshit, this fucking critical race theory actually inserted directly into the primary education system. So every fucking child who goes through this horseshit will come out thinking like this woman. At least the ones who don't fucking, you know, break through the horseshit at some stage. But a lot of kids will. And this is essentially what's being taught in educate together schools at the moment. I've seen kids, I'm sure everyone has, if you have, you know, friends, or not even fucking friends, but you just have acquaintances who send their kids to educate together schools. It tends to be a certain type of person, which is this fucking woman. And people who think like her. And you see the kids going in, they're fucking, you know, it's not the kids' fault, but, you know, you see them like 5 or 6, 7, 8 years later, and they're fucking, you know, social retards. The same guys who turn up with tits at protests. It's like, when did you get a pair of tits? Like, I thought you were a dude. Like, when did you get the tits fitted?
Yeah. But at the same time, right, there's also the counterbalance in Gen Z and Gen Alpha, that they're probably the most racist and sexist and all the other ists and homophobic than we are. You know,
Yeah,
so the experiment isn't fucking working.
Well, it's the early fucking days though. So we got to remember like that. So we still have, excuse me, we're split in education. So, you know, we've a good few educate together schools. We still have pretty much intact the old Catholic schooling system, you know, which is dying on its fucking feet. You know, it's becoming more and more secular and progressive as the days go by. And we still have this kind of bridge of, you know, kind of Generation X as parents and millennials as, you know, bridging the gap for parents as well. But if you go 20, 30 years into the future, if you've got a whole fucking generation from, you know, early childhood to the college system, you know, those people die off. So, but you're right, there's always some sort of pushback against it. But we've never been under this level of fucking attack where from, you know, early years education. And it is early years because this is the same people in early childhood Ireland. It's the same. It's this type of person who's on the board. It's staffed by this type of person. And it's every fucking organization within the state or who receives state funding are primarily staffed by these type of people. And they are making decisions about early childhood education, primary education, secondary education, and third level education. And we see it with our own fucking eyes every single fucking day. And it's very difficult for the parent to fight against that, you know. And I've had lots of people talking lately where they're actually seriously thinking of just like, oh fuck it, I'm taking the kid out of school. They can't take it anymore, and then to go up against the school is another issue as well. You know, it's very difficult for a parent, and we see like the likes of Enoch Burke is probably the perfect example, not as a parent, but as somebody who goes up against the education system and the state as a whole. It never really turns out well. It's more nuanced than that, but just as a simple example, you know.
Yeah, no, it's still an example. Yeah.
Yeah. So this kind of nonsense needs to fucking needs to stop. It's embarrassing for me as an Irish person to see Irish people like this.
Oh yeah, it's like, you know, a African American seeing another African American in chains in the barn, in tattered fucking rags, you know, emaciated. Yeah, that's what this looks like. Okay,
it's the form of cooning.
Like, just look at that face, you know. Tell me that is composed and confident and self-assured face. Come on, tell me.
Yeah, you can't. It's sure, it's the same face and the same silhouette as if there was some dude standing in front of her with his dick pointing at her face. She's in shock and horror, shock and awe.
That'll never fit in any of my holes.
To stand up for themselves and to stand up for their peers. So I think the impact for me is hopefully being an ally and bringing about change through education.
I feel such a burden on me, like, you know, when racism happens, you know, it's only, you know, ethnic minorities, you know, who are calling it out, you know. I'm like, but, you know, we're not in some of those rooms. So where major racism is taking place, structural racism is taking place, we're not in those spaces, you know. Because of my role as special rapporteur now, I'm, you know, in some spaces. And I get in there, and we're talking about a strategic plan for Ireland, and it's a white room. I'm like,
what do you want, Ebon? Just hand over the state to you. Get rid of all the white people in the white rooms in the white country.
Yeah, yeah, that's it. That's it. There's no ambiguity about this.
Let's just hand it all over to you so it can become Nigeria 2.0. Let's have the wonders of Lagos brought to Ireland, the country you fucking ran away from, so you could come over here and make a.
But do you know why she ran away, right? Well, ran away. I mean, that's not.
She escaped.
What happened?
She got off the plantation.
No. The thing is, you know, these people colonized my people. I will go over there and colonize them. That's what's going on here.
Yeah.
Okay, where are the travelers? Where are the ethnic minorities? Where is the 20%? You know, so
again, where are the travelers? They're out doing their own fucking thing, is where they are. Like, they've no interest in, you know, being in rooms. There's a reason they fucking, you know, stayed segregated from the rest of Irish society. Like, they recognize, oh, these people,
because they want to.
Yeah, they want to have some level of fucking freedom, you know. It's
in many ways, they were better than us settled people.
Yeah, you know, there's a good argument for them to be segregated, not for anyone else's benefit, for their fucking own benefit. Yeah. But this woman, this is the same woman. This is the same as Holly Cairns. So she wants the parliament and every organisation to be representative of the demographics of the country at any given moment, and not just the, you know, race and fucking sex, age, height, weight.
Oh my god,
weight.
dude! I just saw. Sorry, I just saw something. This is mind blowing. Like, it's wow. Look at. Do you remember you were saying how her glasses are trying to run from her face?
Yeah.
No. This is deliberate. They're designed that way. Look at the fucking angle of the lenses to the what do you call the bridge or the whatever?
Yeah.
They're designed to look like that. She's trying to look more intellectual. She's trying to distract away from her hideous fucking mouth and the fact that, you know, like, it just, in any general day-to-day life, most people, even people from her native land will look at her and think, yeah, okay, bye.
Yeah, it is. It's crazy lady on the street vibes, isn't it? Like if you saw her walking down the fucking street with that hairdo and that get up, it's like you'd expect her to start breaking into fucking dance and screaming about God or something in the middle of the fucking street. Like, right. Jesus Christ, what, 4 minutes? Fuck.
We've not been able to call it out because if we're not there, we can't call it out. So who is going to call it out? There's Sandrine sitting with racism.
Yeah, I think it's like we were talking about it earlier. I think when the incident with City West happened, it was one of those when I had first read it.
It's worse closer up.
I know, right? So the City West, we're back to the City West incident. This is when she noticed the racism.
And I held my breath and I was like, let it please not be an African person. And
there we go. And look at this. Like, well, it's always a sign, isn't it? Like, always
yeah.
a sign.
Like it's like there's a get this fucking news flash, completely like brainstorm. Only someone as brilliant as Einstein could come up with this observation. Augmenting your body says something about you. It says something about how you treat yourself, because that is how you treated yourself. You punctured yourself. You injected a permanent foreign substance into yourself, for instance.
I'm not even sure how they got that in there, to be honest. Like, there doesn't seem to be any space to get it in there in the first fucking place. And again, the hair, this shocking fucking red hair again. Like,
yeah, but is it hair?
Well, no, it's not really. It's
no.
I don't know what, like hay or something, or fucking who knows, like old shoelaces or something like that.
And I knew straight away, like, that was even wrong saying it. But I was like, this is the reality of racism in Ireland, where it is subtle. And I knew straight away that once the identity was going to be revealed, every African migrant was going to be, again, categorized in the brush in the same brush. Even on that bus, I was very hyper aware, like, I'm the only black person on this bus. I shouldn't, like, make sudden movements, everything like.
What the fuck is she talking about? Like,
I don't think her compatriots and people who have the same kind of skin tone as her feel the same way as she does. However, I'm just going to say, things are moving in a good direction, don't you think? You're picking up what I'm putting down.
What are you putting down? No.
That when certain people start to feel a certain way about being in a certain place.
Yeah. It's time to go. It's time
yeah. Don't say no more.
Yeah. But again, like, she feels uncomfortable on the bus because of what happened in City West. She's seen it on social media, and this horseshit about not making a sudden move on the bus. So, guess what? People notice there's a black. Oh, there's a black. One of them's on the bus.
Oh, Jesus! I thought that was just a shadow.
Yeah, lynch the bitch. Like, throw her off the bus, throw her out the back fucking window or whatever. Like,
yeah.
So if she feels so uncomfortable on the bus, my suggestion is that we reserve the back of the bus for her as a safe space and her compatriots, and then that's where we'll put some sort of cage. Oh my God. Across the but it's horseshit, like, and of course she's going to think this way because everything in this woman's mind is viewed through the lens of racism, and you have to fucking look to something as ridiculous as the bus, or you saw it on social media, or as soon as the ethnicity of the person was released to the public, because people have been jumping up and down. It wasn't about the ethnicity of the person; it's the fact that it's a guy from an IPAS fucking center. People who are coming into the country who haven't been properly vetted. People don't know who the fuck they are. They look around in their local neighborhoods and they see these guys acting the bollocks. There's been, kids have been stabbed. And the argument from this crowd is always, oh, well, that's it. White people do it too. But we don't tend to concentrate groups of, white unknown entities, male only, into these locations, these small locations where they can't integrate into a society properly. They're not wanted to begin with. and then expect anything but absolute fucking chaos from it. But her only concern is, please don't let it be a black person. Please don't let it be a black person. I suppose we can understand that because for her, she is first and foremost a black person. That's the crux of her identity.
But she cares for the wrong reasons.
Yeah. So, if she would embrace Irishness, and as simple as that, that would be easier. It's not an excuse to say, well, mass immigration has to continue, but she would be welcomed. Much easier if it goes, well, you know what, fuck this black identity. Like, yeah, my skin is black and it's pigmented, whatever, but I'm fucking Irish. And the perfect example of that would be someone like a Phil Lynott, but maybe that can only exist when the numbers are so few that it doesn't represent a threat to the native country. But when you embrace this identity, this all-encompassing blackness, and all the problems in your life are based around whiteness, well, then the only solution to the whiteness problem, as you see it, is the extinction of that very fucking whiteness, because that's where it fucking ends up, isn't it? They can only be happy.
Yeah, where is the at the end point? What's the victory condition here?
Yeah,
they never tell us what the victory condition is.
Yeah, and even if it's like, oh well, we want white people as the minority, but then if that's the case, well then the whole system has to roll around again, doesn't it? Well then blackness becomes the problem, because the whites are now a minority. So whites magically inherit this white becomes a special characteristic because it's a minority, and blackness is the majority, and therefore
that's
now the systemic problem.
You know what's going to be, right? The South African Revolution, or whatever you might call it, where apartheid ended, blah blah blah, right? The place is a fucking shithole. It's an absolute dump. There's in the capital, Johannesburg. We might actually look at that for a minute because it's funny. There's a pothole that is the size of the size, half the size of an Olympic swimming pool. A pothole.
A pothole.
Yes, and there's like a geyser of municipal water shooting up into it. They call it the jacuzzi of Joburg. So the thing is that they're still going on about racism over there. Like the problem is, well, it's the white people. The white people did this to us. Yeah. So when we are a minority, it's gonna be like, well, this place is a shithole because of the way you left things, and crippling debt, and you're so racist to us. You gave us all PTSD. Yeah. That's their excuse. Okay, we'll never, ever, ever get the special, esteemed position of being a native group. They're even fucking already claiming fucking Stonehenge and all this shit.
Yeah, did we have that in Ireland as well? That the original inhabitants of Ireland were black people as well, horseshit.
That, and again, that was just that reality of when something does happen in Ireland.
Come on, come on, man, you're doing this.
I'm not. Look at her reaction. Look at her fucking look.
No way.
Yeah, so it's feedback from
Play that again. Play that again.
And again, that was just that reality of when something does happen in Ireland.
Oh my God, it's real.
Yeah.
What the fuck are these people at, man?
I don't know. I think it's the demon inside of Ebon. It's trying to communicate.
It was just that reality of when something like this happens in Ireland, it's a racist incident, but again, you're on social media trying to defend it in the sense of why are we focusing on this?
So I'm not. So the what was the racist incident was them releasing the ethnicity of the perpetrator in City West, who was an Arab by all accounts, wasn't he? Some Middle Eastern dude, and that's the takeaway from City West, is that the ethnicity or race of the perpetrator shouldn't have been released because it makes black people feel uncomfortable.
the race of the individual, should we not be talking about femicide in Ireland? Like, that's the issue. It is male violence against women and children.
There we go. That's the real issue. Femicide.
All right, there's always more to pull out of the fucking endless, bottomless fucking drawer of fucking problems. Jesus Christ.
Not the fact that a child was raped that could have been easily preventable, as the guy had been given a deportation order, should never been in the first place, should have been checked, was checked, told to get the fuck out, put back into state accommodation that ended up resulting in what happened to that poor child. But the real issue is femicide. I don't think anyone died, did they? No. So, but again, is this horses get out of fucking jail free? Well, there's many get out of jail free cards. Femicide.
But what about this?
Yeah.
Yeah. A bit before you continue, because it came up, I have to remind people, well, tangentially it's related, but I have to remind people every time that I can, women, you're not so fucking great, okay? When they do studies across all cultures in intimate partner violence, right? They look at heterosexual couples, they look at gay couples, they look at lesbian couples. Domestic violence between lesbians is through the fucking roof, all right? So in dynamics, right, the more women you have, the more violence you have. It's just scientifically fucking proven at this point, all right? So go fuck yourself. Cherry picking fucking whatever you want to make your own fucking narrative. Fuck you.
Yeah, and it's about capability as well, because it's interesting that you said in lesbian relationships that it's way off the charts as well. And again, it's obviously the the person who's getting charged in the lesbian relationship is the person who essentially manages to inflict the most amount of violence on the other person, because that they're seen as the violent one. But again, in heterosexual couples as well, I can't imagine that it's just purely a case of guys just the typical tropeless coming in drunk and then just kicks the dog and then runs over to the wife and boots her in the face. I've seen in my youth many a man, friends, fathers who were essentially beaten up by their fucking wives and wouldn't hit them because it wasn't permitted. But again, those who do it, men can be attacked. And then if you hit a woman, you're the worst in the world. Doesn't matter if she's hit you with a fucking frying pan or clattered you around the face or threw some punches. The second you throw back, well, then it gets reported as a violent incident on behalf.
But she's allowed to psychologically abuse you as much as she wants, because it's really hard to fucking identify. It usually takes years after being separated from the abuser before you even piece together. You can contextualize the gaslighting and other psychological games where you see, oh wow, I wasn't the only abusive person. I was even the least abusive person. Yeah, good sentiment. Yeah.
Why is it that we're only caring, again, when it's black and brown migrants that are committing the crime? So for me, that is sitting with racism. It was acknowledging a kind of...
I know, right?
We do care. We really do care. It's just more notable. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and again, they tell us every time. It's not that you don't fucking care. The only thing you care about is racism and your tribe, and that's fucking it. It's as simple as fucking day, at least for me. And I'm surprised this guy's managing to stay so fucking calm, only for the fact that he looks white. But we'll say in a minute how supposedly white. Well, if he was white and what they consider to be white, we know he wouldn't be fucking sitting there for a start.
Prolonging it and knowing that something like this, once the ethnicity was revealed, something was going to happen. And I think then the impact, I call it out.
It wasn't I know I'm talking to her like she can fucking hear me.
Yeah.
It wasn't the ethnic. It wouldn't have mattered if the guy was fucking white, black, pink, blue, yellow if he was from, you know, Amsterdam, Donegal.
But you see fucking complaints about how Ukrainians are behaving themselves on social media.
Yeah.
Like commensurate to the amount of them that are here. Yeah, you know, it's of course.
Yeah, the protest was about, I'll say it to her again, maybe she'll hear me someday. The protest was about a child being raped in a complex that houses unknown people from all around the fucking world that have been, you know, proven to be dangerous. Not all. But even if it's 10, you know, people aren't willing to take the chance with 10 kids. And it doesn't matter if they came in from fucking Germany or Poland. If the outcome was the same, they would still be the same.
Actually, you know what? There's fucking proof of that, right? A year or 2 or 3 years ago, I can't remember now, but one particular instance, and this happens a lot in the UK, where there's a pedophile and then it ends up in a fucking riot, or, you know, near riot, in a, like a council estate kind of setting, right? There was a pedophile who was released on remand. Is that no? Sorry, I wasn't on remand. Was released without bail, pending thing, blah blah blah. And then, you know, you had like 200 fucking locals in this fucking council estate, and it ended up with a smash window. You know, there's crazy shit, right? Because they wanted him out of there and in the prison, you know, in jail rather, until he gets his, you know, trial or arraignment even. The guy was white. Again, I hate that word. He was Scottish, right? And the only reason really why those people went to those lengths is because it's a fucking pattern of how the police are dealing with these kind of incidences. If there was a situation where, you know, there was, like, you know, we have now, like, fucking women are scared to be on the street in many places. I've heard it from my family. The least fucking racist people on earth fucking come from fucking Northern Irish Republican stock, right? Lefty as the day is long, and they're scared to be out in the street after a certain hour. You have these things happening to women and girls, and nothing is being done about it. It's the same fucking thing. It doesn't matter the skin color. It really doesn't. It's just social media, man. You know, it's skewing things. You've got people on the right, patriots who, you know, amplify certain messages because they know that makes money. But if you speak to, you know, the average man on the street, it's a different fucking story. And then the left, they just gobble that up and say, oh, that's proof. That's proof of what we already know. It's a sick fucking cycle, man.
Yeah. and the only solution is we need to control social media. Like, so,
that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. But it's not, though. Like, but that's what they will want. Like, so again, if people don't hear about these things, like, how will they know? Like, so, you know, it doesn't mean your society improves, but if nobody knows about it, well, then nobody's any the wiser, you know. And so that's where the logical progression will lead for these people. It's like, well, then, you know, we can't have any mention of who was responsible, other than the fact that it was a male. And that doesn't even happen. It's like, so if 9 times out of 10, if it's a white guy or you know, an ethnic Irish person, that's, you know, well, let's print a picture of him in the paper. Let's give his name, his address, and then we only know that it's not that, usually because it's not mentioned. But for some reason, in this instance, it was mentioned, which is, you know, an abnormality, really. And these are the same people who, you know, will say, well, we can't really question these people too hard when they're coming into the country to check out their backgrounds, and that if we can't get a background check, they shouldn't come in. No, it's like, come in. We believe any story you tell us. But they're actively lobbying for a domestic violence registry that women can go and check their future boyfriend. So before they get involved with, you know, in a relationship with somebody, they can go to a database check out the person's name and address to see if they have any history of domestic violence, and then make a pass on that, So that's okay, but there's only certain types of people where it's okay to vet them, in advance.
Sounds like privilege.
Yeah, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like straight away, and I was on social media calling it out and kind of even framing it like, oh, this is like a weaponization of us versus them. Like, this is what the media is doing. Like, can we just, like, again, like, let's not lose
No, the
track
media
of, like,
isn't
the
doing
10-year-old.
that. No. The media actively fucking seeks to do the opposite of that. In this, when it comes to, politicians and the uber wealthy, no, they yeah, no, but it's just nitpick,
Just focus on that. And I think that, like, in Ireland, like, we're still having this conversation where it's like, oh, that, like, it would have happened if it was anyone else. And I'm like, no, because white Irish men still commit crimes against women, but they're not out protesting.
Because you can't, you dumb cunt. I'm sorry to put it in such blunt terms, but you can't organize a protest for one random guy in the main population. It's just if it was an African guy, some random African guy who's, already settled in the community, is living in wherever, in some fucking house. But it's very difficult to organize a protest for people to get upset about it because it's just one random fucking guy. But again, when you build large fucking centers.
Actually, you got it right. That, like, what was that? The fucking Indian guy on the bus that felt up the skirt of the schoolgirl.
Yeah.
Like, why wasn't there riots over that? Because, it's contextual. Yeah, good fucking point, man.
It's horseshit. It's like you want to protest for everyone. No, it's fucking context dependent. And like I said, if you keep building centers for these kind of fucking people, again, all you need to do is look at the cunts to get a fair idea of where they're coming from. Doctors and engineers don't tend to have fucking prison tattoos all over their fucking face and have heroin habits.
Yeah.
Like it's unfucking real. Like, and again, it's because when she sees a blackface, she sees the best of it and can't simply accept that. Oh well, maybe these people are just the wrong type of people, irrespective of their fucking color. But just because they're black or brown doesn't mean they get a pass. And just because somebody's white in this country doesn't mean they get a pass. They never fucking have. It's never been a thing, and will never will be a thing. Like, he raped her, did he? Yeah. What color was he? White? Well, fuck it. Sure, he's one
Shit happens.
Yeah, he's one of us. Like, it doesn't.
We all have needs,
Yeah, no, they when people know who they are and know where they live, especially in working class communities, their houses tend to be burnt down, or bricks are thrown through windows. The person is severely beaten or shot. That's what tends to happen. Not just, but let's protest every horrible crime. Oh, fuck's sake.
And things like that. So I think that is sitting with racism in Ireland is, again, like being pre-prepared of.
No, that's just sitting on the bus, looking at social media. That's not sitting with racism. It's just, actively seeking it fucking
like
out.
Kind of, like incited of hatred when things happen when it has been committed by a black or brown migrant. And kind of anticipating those conversations.
Sitting with racism.
Well, I've been, and my people have been sitting with and struggling with racism for
It's not
centuries.
racism! You're Irish, you dumb fucking cunt! Fuck me, Jesus.
Yeah. They go to him like this is like 30 odd years.
No, he's just a fucking chancer, just like all the other fucking knackers. This is what he's doing. Oh yeah, I suffer racism too.
I'd like to think that it would be comforting to think that, but it's more insidious than that. Like, it's so, like, Pavi Point is one of the original NGOs, like, and so they all move in the same circles, like they all workshop together. It all falls under an organization called the Wheel, which is the representative body for all these NGOs and social.
Yeah, but like, out of all of the travelers, right? Why him? For some reason he saw an in there, and he took it because it's not like, come on, they're not fucking scouting for.
No, they're not like, so he would have been a voice within the traveling community. And, you know, the travelers, they do have their own fucking problems, you know, and they have been, let's say, marginalized, and not because just like, oh, well, for no fucking reason, though, which is never brought up in these conversations. There's never any, you know, element of, well, do you know what, maybe 10% of it is because of a certain element within the fucking community, or, you know, that's never given. It's always case, well, it's always someone else's fault. Like the reason they're being oppressed is because of X, Y, Z, historical oppression, fucking, you know, it's never a fact. Well, you know, there's a large amount of people within the community and the culture that looks on the settled community as essentially dirt. And if you steal from the settled community, well, fuck them. If you fuck them over, well, fuck them. You know, you can, you know, don't buy into the social contract like I can sign on in fucking 8 different locations. Fuck it.
Well, there's a word for us in Shelta, their language, which, you know, basically it translates into dope. You know, a fucking moron. You know, we are there to be taken advantage of. And you know what? Okay, fair play. I don't care. Like that. Okay, that's our relationship. I was happy with that relationship. I think what really upset the traveling community is that they weren't allowed to, you know, travel anymore. You know?
Yeah, well, I don't know, because we'll get around to that as well, because, you know, they weren't always traveling. There was something that led to them actually becoming travelers. They weren't always. It's not like there's, you know, thousands of years of history of them fucking traveling. Like, so it goes back to, you know, the Cromwellian plantations where they had to travel. They were originally known as the walking people because they were. Anyway,
okay, but it's baked into their culture that this is who we are. This is what we do, and that was deprived of them, like in a very short period of time. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, but it may be a natural outgrowth, like, and, you know, because you can only travel so much, and then when you travel into other people's fucking communities, I mean, you leave a big heap of shite behind you, and you come into the town and start acting the bollocks.
Yeah.
Well, then the settled people there are going to say, well, what are you fucking doing? Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, and then it's like, oh, no, we're not leaving. But it's okay. Well, I tell you what, here's a couple of matches. I'm going to throw them on your fucking caravan. Like, you'll soon move now. Like, anyway, we'll get there. We will get there.
All right. Okay. Let's hear him out.
Yeah. So, and this guy, like, he represents the traveling community, just as she's a representative for some people, and she's a representative, and she's a representative, but they're not representative
of the entirety.
Yeah, or even I'd imagine it's a very small amount of people, because I've met the likes of this guy and this woman and this woman and this woman and others through a lot of the fucking work that I did, and they don't represent any. They represent middle class fucking Ireland and guilt. Now, I don't know about this guy. I'd like to have a talk with him in a pub, but I think he's too far gone where you could actually, you know, he can deal with the logic. He's had this kind of mush from sitting in fucking meeting after meeting and conference after conference with these people. And he's now well and firmly allied with these people and is buying CRT horseshit, hook, line, and sinker. Especially if he opens up with like that, you know, he buys into the myth that somehow travelers are a fucking race now.
And yet I'm very concerned about the emerging narrative as if racism was a new phenomenon, when in fact it's not. As I said, my people have been experiencing racism for centuries, and persecution, oppression. You know, we've had our trailers, better known as caravans, to settle folks. We call them trailers. We've had our trailers burned. We've had the side of our tents kicked in. We've had young traveller children being bullied in school.
Tents?
Maybe they had tents before they had fucking horse and carts or trailers, as he...
So he's complaining about something that happened hundreds of years ago. Probably the first 10 years that they started to be travelers, when all they had were tents. Is fucking complaining about that.
Yeah, because again, it's this historical fucking guilt, a historical guilt that needs to be resolved by fucking communal punishment.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, we know what this is about. Go on then. Go on.
You know, evictions is a common occurrence. So it is a reality, and it has been a reality for a long time for my people. And I would like to think we're beyond the stage of denial. Now, you might have a couple of individuals who were hell-bent on, you know, denying people's experience of racism, and that actually adds insult to injury when your lived experience of racism, both individual and systemic racism, is being challenged and being denied. I think that actually does add insult to injury. But in the main,
snowflakes. Like, really, come on. the hardest people on the fucking island. And you fucking question me. You fuckers beat the shit out of me, robbed from me, spat on me, called me all sorts of fucking names. And now, we're the victims. Oh,
Yeah,
fuck
but
off.
your lived experience doesn't count again. Remember, you're not a living entity.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't even have a soul. I forgot.
Yeah, you forgot your lived experience doesn't count. That's just your racism coming out. Your
There's a
anti-traveler.
base biological mechanism interacting with his environment.
They were just expressing themselves. That's how they express love for the Central community.
Aw.
I think there is an acknowledgement within society that we have a serious problem with racism. And I think,
Yeah. No, we don't. We don't. We have a serious problem with putting up with this fucking shit.
Yeah.
Buying it and just bending over and saying, fuck me harder in the ass, please, everybody. Travelers, Roma, fucking Indians, Africans, half Africans, anchor babies. Come on, world. Come on in and just give Paddy a proper kicking. Sure, he'll keep on taking it forever.
A sign of that is the government adopting the National Action Plan Against Racism. I think that sends out a very clear message that racism is a problem, both systemic, individual. It's in our communities, it's in our housing estates, it's in our schools, it's on the streets. And
everywhere, the lamppost is under the table right now. In fucking Ebon's hair. For fuck's sake, man.
The state has...
Except these people, though. Isn't it amazing how somehow they're inoculated from it, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, despite the, the tone of their skin, where they're from, the fact that they're the same fucking people as us.
An obligation to support and try and protect the rights of those who are vulnerable to racism.
How does racism manifest in everyday life in Ireland in ways that go unseen and unspoken? Because, I mean, I can understand racism.
Wait, I know how you edited this down so much, right?
Uh-huh.
You gave the initial viewing because you got to, take it all in, get an idea of what you're working with. And then you got to minute 21 and you were like, okay, I can't fuck it. Okay, cut off the rest of it. That's it. 21 minutes. That's how long it'll be.
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
Yeah. So it just goes on. They just repeat themselves over and fucking over and over again. So I just have to cut it down to, okay, what's the most pertinent thing they said? And then stop because I just get fucking tired of it because it takes 3 or 4 fucking viewings and then a first cut and then a second cut and
editing is terrible, man.
Yeah, it's a pain in the tits.
Against me, my skin color, and I migrated to Ireland. I wasn't born here. Even my kids who were born here, they were still, first generation or second generation, one of those things,
This is showing intellectual light.
This is fucking brain box right here.
Doesn't know first or something 1, 2.
I don't know. All I know is I'm here, and all these people around me are fucking fools.
Look at that! Isn't that something out of the 1950s? Isn't it when in America, where you're trying to make fun?
Countess Dracula. That's what that is.
Blackula, Countess Blackula.
As a traveler community, this is home. So it's so there's no get them out. So how does
there is. There always has been get them out.
It's more
That's so fucking thing. Probably why they were wandering around is get the fuck out of here.
Move, go, shift. Christy Moore wrote a song about it,
There's in everyday, unspoken and unseen. How have we been able to get to 2025 with native Irish population, yet you're still experiencing anti-traveler racism?
Well, I think Sadira made a really interesting point, which I can very much relate to, and that is the weight of responsibility and expectation that's on the shoulders of traveller advocates and advocates from other minority ethnic groups who are vulnerable to racism and oppression. that we have to answer and defend the entire community. And it seems that's the experience of minorities right across the globe, as where the same weight of responsibility and expectation is not on majority ethnic groups. Majority ethnic groups are not conscious of their ethnicity because they have managed to develop a support system that validates and endorses their ethnicity, whether that's museums, schools, and other institutions of state.
You know, fair enough, because that's how majority societies fucking work, you know.
Yep.
What do you want, like a knacker museum?
I mean,
what are we
no,
trying there?
I would gladly allow my tax money to go towards a museum to travelers. That's great. Yeah, let's do that.
But
You know,
it
just
already-
ask for it, man. You know,
But it's already
How about
close. Like
that?
the amount of money that gets pumped into this fucking situation is fucking ridiculous. Like it's
Well, I mean that's it. The money is going into the wrong fucking thing.
but what do they want? Like that's what I mean. Like there's never like we said, there's never an end point. It's like, well, what do you fucking want? Tell us clearly what you want, and then maybe we can give it to you. So you shut the fuck up and get on with your fucking life. Like you can't have it where you're going to get every person in the country to agree with you wholeheartedly, bend down, fucking bow, and worship the ground which you fucking walk upon. And you can't talk about, like, well, you know, what about this? And it's terrible for you people. You're blaming the fucking all your problems and the whole of and everyone else outside of your ethnic fucking group, and taking zero responsibility for any of the shit that comes within it. You just said, well, you know, why should I have to apologize for everybody within the community? You don't have to. Nobody's fucking asking you to do it. You decided to do it when you stepped forward as a fucking representative for the community. Did they vote you? Was there a vote of the knacker clans and decide, okay, well, we'll put you forward? Was there some sort of fist fight to decide who gets to be the king of the travelers and it was you? No!
No, this dude could fucking walk into a pub, sit down, have a pint, and people are like, how's it going?
Yeah.
He goes, yeah, how's it going? But no. He probably just wanders around saying, you know, I'm a traveler. For fuck's sake, man.
Yeah. And the problem is that the longer he spends around these people, the less of a traveler he fucking becomes.
Yeah.
And the less of the traveling community, you know, get to remain as travelers, because the whole fucking point is to, you know, not to help them to live their best lives, it's to fix the fuckers.
Change them. Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah, because they need to be relieved of their false consciousness.
After their burden.
But hang on. Before you press play, you'll be proud of this one from Darske. Ellipsis. Is that Michael D. Higgins in the crowd?
Where?
Put it back a few seconds.
Oh, hang on. I wouldn't be fucking surprised. Like.
Yeah, go on. Yeah. Well, that's well enough. Go on.
There, just that play from there.
And it seems that's the experience of minorities right across the globe, as where the same weight of responsibility and expectation is not on majority ethnic groups. Majority ethnic groups are not conscious of their ethnicity because they have managed to develop a support system that validates and endorses their ethnicity, whether that's museums, schools, and other institutions of state. So majority ethnic groups are not conscious of their ethnicity. They have no need to be. But minority ethnic groups, from the moment they get out of bed in the morning until the moment
All
they
right,
go to bed at night,
it was probably farther back. Sorry. No, someone's ringtone was going off. All right, sorry about that. I thought maybe the joke would land, but no. It didn't.
And very conscious of the risk of racism and discrimination. And while I've always said that racism and discrimination doesn't happen every place, every time, it happens too many places and too many times. And what I mean by that is, and this gets overlooked, and I think this is a really important issue, it's the fear and the expectation that you're going to encounter discrimination and racism. That's equally as damaging, in my opinion, as the actual incident of discrimination.
Well, maybe stop thinking about it every day of the fucking week.
I know, right? It's like victimization here, yeah.
Just take a break, step away from it, you know, get out in the fields, beat up a horse, something. Back to your fucking roots. Just stop focusing on it every fucking day, looking for it. And then when you can't find it, well, then you have to fall back on, well, I can't accept that it's not really fucking here anymore. So it's hidden. Where is it hiding? It's somewhere. Like I know it's out there. I just can't see it, hear it, feel it, smell it. None of my senses are picking it, but I know it's out there. And the fact that I know it's out there hurts my feelings. And I can only truly be happy when he doesn't have to think about it ever again. And that's on everybody else to help him do that. It's like, what more?
But that's impossible because every bad thing that happens to him must be because he's a traveler.
Yes. It's a great again with the same with the black, like it's because I'm black, it's because I'm a traveler. Like Ali G need to do a skit about, is it because I'm a traveler?
Is it because I'm black?
It's because I'm a traveler,
It has a psychological impact on you. It creates mental health issues because you're living with that constant fear 24/7 from the moment you get up in the morning.
Oh my God, man. What? Are you fucking joking me, man?
Yeah,
You're white. Yeah, you know what? In the fucking CRT fucking woke community, right? There's a thing called white passing, right? Where you're black, right? But you pass for white, so you don't experience racism. It's even in the trans community now. Oh, you're woman passing or you're man passing, where no, you don't really experience transphobia because everyone thinks you're whatever sex that you're trying to be. It could only be if he goes around saying, you know what I do for a living? I represent travelers and how downtrodden they are. And then people think, oh, fuck, I can't. No, I don't want anything to do with him. And then he thinks it's because he's a traveler. But no, it's because he has a pain in the fucking hole.
Yeah, I know, right? It's that simple. And if it does end, well, then his career ends. If he ever gets to the stage where, oh yeah, well, it's fixed now. We've won the war. Well, then he just can't accept victory, and never will. And again, we will never know because we don't know what victory looks like for him, for her. And the only thing I can say what victory looks like is that everyone else is gone. So the country, what remains is, a traveler community, a Kenyan community, whatever the fuck this is, and a Nigerian community, and then the nasty Irish people who were so kind and giving, essentially gave up their homeland to welcome these people, only for them to then spit in their faces and say, fuck you, this isn't enough. I want it all. And this guy, what are you doing at that fucking table, man? Like, it's embarrassing. Again, embarrassing. And not because these two are black, well, partly because they're black. But they're
like,
not.
I'm embarrassed for this woman, right? And I did feel terrible for her, but that guy was invisible until he started talking. And then when I heard him talking, I was like, actually, I'm more embarrassed for him. Because he's a traveler. He's supposed to have some fucking dignity. All right?
Yeah, I know.
Dignity
the moment you
is
go to bed
actually
at night.
something I associate the travelers with. Yes, they live in squalor, right? A lot of the times. But you know what? They fucking carry it, man. They're men. This is a fucking shrimp.
You're in that constant state of apprehension that it's going to happen. And that takes its toll on you. So let's not forget that element of it, as well as the real, the harsh incidents of racism and discrimination, either in schools, on the streets, or on the buses, or trying to get employment, or trying to get accommodation. Every time local authorities propose to build travel halting sites, I'm 59 years old. I'm 40 years in the struggle.
Does he want halting sites, or does he not want them?
He wants them.
Oh. I don't think that's like a universal agreement amongst the travelers. Like, are they good? Are they bad? I don't know.
I don't know what they fucking want, like, because that's half the problem. Like, so,
like, halting sites were like overlooked by the church, and they just fucking Yeah, oh, here's this fucking zoo cage for you to, do your thing in. Like,
Yeah,
do you want halting sites or do you want fucking housing? Like, what is it?
I don't know. Like, so, and again, like cultures change and shift, and some of them even die. And but this guy, he'll talk about it a little bit further down, where he'll talk about the approach that was taken during the 50s and the 60s, which was essentially to assimilate them into the settled community. But somehow we can't see this as the same fucking thing, But again, he doesn't explicitly state what he wants. Like, so
None of them do. They just
no.
complain.
Yeah, the era of just traveling all over the country in a fucking horse and cart is gone. It's dead,
I wish it wasn't.
So do I, but it is.
Better times, yeah.
It's the time moves on. Like a lot of culture is gone. It's not coming back. It's just at least in any large fucking scale. Maybe as we can have, I don't know, traveler month or something like that, where they travel around the country in caravans or whatever.
Oh yeah, let's do that. Yeah.
Straight after Pride Week, we'll have Knacker Month or something like that, or whatever the fuck it is.
If I could change one out for the other, I'd go with Knacker Week, or month, yeah.
Yeah. There's so many images running through my mind at the moment. Knackers dressed up as furries. I can see that going down well. Yeah, so I don't know what it is they want. Like, so like they still have caravans. Like even the guys who are settled in houses. They still have a caravan or a trailer in the garden because they still want to, it's part of their identity.
Yeah.
It is.
And
they
more
still
power to them.
Horses. And most halting sites are fucking, as a settled person, whatever the fuck that means. Because they're pretty settled too. You go into a halting site and it's like, oh, for fuck's sake, I need to get out here as quick as possible because it's like going into a fucking ghetto. You get a vibe immediately. And one, you're not welcomed. They don't want you there. It's their turf.
Yeah.
But I think the initial idea behind the halting site was it would still enable them to travel and they could go between different halting sites, and just stay there and carry on. But, their lifestyle wasn't born out of this fucking wistful romantic notion of just, freewheeling it around the country, playing tin whistle fucking tunes as they went on their merry way and, tidying up towns and, helping the natives. They were, essentially like a lot of Irish people just fucked off the land that was confiscated, and out of necessity, they traveled and lived a life of fucking hardship. And then over many years, that becomes the culture. And no matter what your culture is, if it's your culture, you want to hang on to it as long and as hard as you can because it makes up a huge part of your identity. Without it, it's like, who are you? Oh, well, then you're just an average guy like every other one in the settled community. And that means you have to conform to a certain set of rules and restrictions. Like you'll do your 9-to-5 job. The freewheeling lifestyle you had is gone, and you can't do that anymore. So there has to be some level of fucking balance. You can't have like where the state continuously pumps money into your community, but there's no give on your half. There's no end to the amount of support that you need, and then at the same time you get to live the life of fucking Riley, So I don't know where things stand with the traveling community and the culture as it stands today. Now, I don't know many fucking travelers, but it seems just a hybrid of, they, for all intents and purposes, they live pretty much the same lives as settled people, but generally do a lot of work in the black economy. They've got some fucked up rituals where they still are dating rituals. The grabbing each other is fucking mental, as far as I can see. The Disneyfication of their large parts of their culture as well, with the way they dress up at communions and confirmations and shit like that, is bizarre to me. But I'm happy to leave them fucking at it, And I think they're probably happy as well for people just to leave them fucking alone and let them be. But this guy does nobody any help at all, because I can't imagine that he's too popular in the traveling community. It's like, for them, it's probably an embarrassment to see one of their men, appear on stage like this and be bitching and moaning and, oh, it's terrible for travelers, because it makes them look like pussies.
Masculine thing, is it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's not. It's like most traveling men, and I know a few travelers. I've dealt with them through work as well, where they used to come and collect scrap from us, and they're just decent fucking dudes. Like, it's like anyone else. Like, it's okay, you can tell they're a traveler immediately, but there's beyond that, there's nothing fucking to it. You can have a conversation about anything with them, you know, and it's a business deal. It's like, okay, well, here, you take the scrap. We don't have to fucking hire a skip or whatever. They're happy because they get to sell it, and then you have a chat, and then it's all right. Goodbye. You know, there's never any conversation about, oh, the terrible fucking inequalities of traveling men and women and all this kind of shit. With the halting sites, it's like, well, what do you want? Like a halting site at every fucking 10 kilometers? And anytime anyone objects to a halting site, it's not because of some, you know, inherent bias. It's because anyone who's grown up beside a halting site knows that they're fucking shitholes, man. You know, there's rubbish fucking everywhere. You've got kids running around like fucking lunatics. You've got horses escaping into the fields. You've got, you know, traveling kids running amok because, you know, violence is part of the culture, whatever way you want to look at it or not. It is like this.
It's an honor culture. They're like Klingons, man.
Yeah, but I'm not saying it's inherently bad, but it is. And then when that bleeds over into the settled community, that's not a part of the settled community at large.
Yeah, simple as that. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, we tend to resolve arguments either with words, or if that fails, well, then we hire solicitors or barristers to take care of the argument for us. These guys just punch it out in the field. So that can be quite shocking for somebody, especially in a school situation where, you know, there might be an argument over a pencil, and, you know, the settled kids will, you know, ask the teacher to intervene, but the traveller kid decides to stomp on your fucking head because he wants the pencil, you know?
Yeah. Or, you know, when it comes to copulation, we approach women and proposition them while they just straight up fucking kidnap a woman. And that's not hyperbole. That's actually what they do. But, you know, silver lining, right? You know, the positive thing about the traveler community is, you know, whose birth rate is higher, you know?
Yeah. I don't even fucking know anymore. Like, so again, the problem for the traveling community is if this seeps into their culture, and more of them are going, like, they didn't used to go to school at all, like, so most travelers couldn't read or write, you know. And they may be better off by that, because it's hard to, you know, if you get a court notice in the door, if you can't read it, well, then you're none the fucking wiser, you know. You can't really be held accountable for it, you know, and you're not quote unquote civilized. And there's been concerted efforts to get their children into the schooling system, and the same with Roma, to get their children into the schooling system as well. And they will be civilized, and they will have this kind of outlook pumped into their heads. And then you will have a bunch of woke fucking travelers who see allyship with other oppressed.
Oh my God, the two worst things in the world combined. What the fuck?
So we'll have punchy fucking woke activists who'll be making call out videos on the internet, you know. Aggressive and incredibly soft at the same time.
Oh my God, we need to make an AI traveler call out video where, you know, the traveler is using really sophisticated Marxist critical race theory terminology.
It's trans as well, a trans knacker.
And it's a call out video to, a trans traveler. And it's a call out video to Justin Barrett.
All right, we're on that. Write that down. Don't let us forget about it.
I have never ever witnessed a situation in that 40 years where a local authority proposed to build a traveller halting site and it wasn't opposed.
What kind of practices reinforces racial inequality in Ireland? What practices reinforce them?
Well, coming from an educational perspective, I suppose we see them all the time, and I think Martin has already referred to a lot of them. You know, there's a lot of deficit views of traveller children, and that can have an impact then on their educational opportunities. But I think as well, like, I mean, I'm very protected from the kind of experiences that Martin and Sandrine and yourself have, because
there's no point having her here, like I said. Well, I can't express any opinion other than just
these two women are they're as protected as you, my dear. Like, well, what are you talking about?
Of my racialized identity, because I'm settled, and also because it's my identity that's put as the norm in schools, and
it is the norm. You know,
the norms exist. How weird.
What do you want as the norm? Like a fucking the traveling culture, like, and some fucking blow in from Nigeria and another. Well, there can be no norm if everybody gets in on the fucking act. Like, it is the norm because it is the norm. You don't have to like it.
You know what the norm is, right? All right. So we were colonized by the British. We were the first fucking project where they cooked up their most devious fucking strategies, right? Nigeria, you know, the British. Kenya, the British. Okay, so what's the norm between all those countries, right? Is it some kind of, Anglo monoculture maybe that was founded by colonialism, and then that's what you want to bring about, except, it has a little tiny, pink bow on it for women and trans people and black people. What are you talking about here?
In the textbooks and in the curriculum. So I think that that's where it's reinforced as, settled white person, and lifestyle is situated as the norm, and then anything that's, considered minoritized or racialized as other than white or traveller is kind of positioned outside the norm. And we see how that can have an impact. There's a lack of representation.
Whoa! You don't fucking say!
The norm is not the norm. It's positioned as not the norm.
These people just have a fundamental, there's a mental illness that they don't consider that there's always some kind of norm always going on. Norms are how the universe itself is structured. There couldn't be atoms or fucking stars with planets revolving around them if there weren't fucking norms, because those are norms.
Yeah. It's madness. Like, and I can imagine if they'd let her in charge of mathematics or something. It's like, if Johnny has 5 apples and June has 8 apples, how many apples do they have in total? Well,
I don't know. Is June
I couldn't possibly say. Like, I don't want the 5 apples to feel othered.
But see, if June was black, even though she has 3 more apples, then I don't know whatever that white kid's name is. I don't care anymore. I just know he's white. Then that's not equal, because even though she has 8 apples now, she might have less apples in the future because she's black.
Yeah. Since we can never get to a conclusion, because we have to discuss the inequality of the amount of apples that June and Johnny had to begin with. And let's be honest, Johnny owes June some of his apples for historical inequality.
I know, because Johnny with his apple seeds all over the place.
Yeah, where did he get those apple seeds? And let's not forget that Eve, it's horseshit. It's terrible. It's good to see her microphone is perked up though, so maybe it's because she's flashing her tits, like the microphone has found its life again.
The only good thing about her.
There's a lack of representation in the teaching staffs. So I think that there's this kind of subtle normalization of a particular type of identity, not just
a normalization of the norm.
Yeah.
Wow.
A lack of representation in the teaching staff. So that's where we're going next, is to have the teaching staff representative of the demographics.
Okay.
So if we need, I don't know, Ukrainian teachers now, how you get them, I don't know. You're just gonna we don't even need qualifications, because the important thing is that just the kids feel
it's just
safe.
a lottery of the whole population, and you get picked out of a hat. Someone comes, knocks on your door. Hey, you're a teacher now.
Yeah, nothing about suitability.
Soviet Union shit, man.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Well, are you suited to the profession? Are you intelligent enough to actually get through the fucking the 4 years degree? Can you teach? It doesn't matter. No, you're black. Okay, cool. We have 6 black kids in the school. We need at least 2 black. And we need traveler teachers as well. Apparently, that's going to be fucking great. And more women teachers, and there's too many tall teachers. And don't worry about the men. The fact that there's only 6 fucking men in the whole primary system to begin with, we can overlook that. That's not important. You just need more people of color and different ethnicities. And I don't know. Maybe there's not enough. Trans teachers as well. We have to people. I'm sure trans students would feel safer if it was a trans teacher. Oh Lord.
In the field of education, but across Irish society, and that kind of constantly reinforces this superiority and othering of people who aren't racialized as white.
No, that's not what happens.
Which is gonna-
You're making the superiority happen because you're complaining so fucking much that, you know, the norm people who existed before, you know, you came along said to themselves, oh my God, these people are ridiculous and I can't cope with them anymore. I must be superior to them because they fucking complain so much and they point out how weak they are. So yeah, they are weak actually. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. I'm better than you. That's how this happens, you dumb cunt.
Yeah.
You're a teacher. That's terrifying.
And she's superiorizing these people over normative ideas of superior. So she's happy to be inferior if it means that these people can be superiorized. And let me just roll my hands around in a couple of different ways and make big gestures and then throw in a bit of upspeak at the end of each sentence. Because I'm just checking in with you.
You pointed it out. Oh, the first time she upspeaked, you know, I was aware of it and it hurt me down to my core. And then I was able to ignore it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Always pointing out these terrible things and then I have to fucking hear them. Like when you pointed out that we have crutch words like, I say like a lot. And then I was fucking editing a video and I heard myself say like, and I was like, okay, I give up.
And I was like, I heard myself say like, and I was like, I give up.
Fuck. I hate this shit.
Yeah, well, you see, you just brought it up yourself there now, so you can't blame me. If you hadn't said it, it would have been forgotten. And put
It's like, well, what is it? The game. You know, shit. I lost the game. Fuck. You know, when you think of the game, when you remember the game, you lost the game.
Your earlier point about racism, and you're absolutely spot on, Ebun. I mean, the core to it is an ideology, you know, that presupposes that some groups are superior and other groups are inferior. And that essentially is the doctrine of racism. And
no, you don't fucking say. Like, we haven't figured that out fucking hundreds of years ago. We need to wait for this fucking traveler to come and fucking sit down at this table in front of a bunch of NGO goons and tell us about it. Yeah. Jesus Christ.
And clean your fingernails, like you're not representing them well. And how does that finger end up bent like that? Was that trying to reef fucking lead off a rooftop somewhere? You broke your finger, but you wouldn't go to the doctor because of some sort of witchcraft. So it just naturally healed in that position.
You know that racism has no scientific or biological basis to it. It's a completely discredited concept. At one stage,
all right, but yet you're hanging on to it for dear fucking life. You built your whole career around it, like it doesn't exist. It's been blown out of the water. It's it's been completely discredited. However, we're now latching onto it, and we've built our whole ideology around racism.
In our history, certain academics try to suggest the theory that you can divide up the world's population into different races. It wasn't a human race. There were different races and attribute certain characteristics and behaviors to them. And it was also actually introduced at a time, a major period of colonization in world history in the 15th and 16th century. It was invented, as I said, by colonizers and imperialists to justify the slaughter and the genocide of indigenous peoples right across the globe. So it was a very deliberate...
So back in 1916, there are these guys in Dublin now, and they're very upset with, British rule, and they went into a post office and did a standoff with the fucking British. Well, what the fuck are we doing here, man? We like everyone knows this shit.
I don't know. Maybe he's mansplaining. Shit. Like he's mansplaining for the ladies.
That's what he's doing. Yeah.
He's knackersplaining.
Here, lads, look what I just found out. There's like this thing called colonialism, right? Fuck's sake.
Rationalization to justify, as I say, genocide of indigenous peoples. So the UN and other esteemed academics have completely discredited the concept.
The UN is an esteemed academic.
Yeah. Because
for fuck's sake.
It's the UN who gave them their protected characteristics, so who designated them not as a race, but as a distinct ethnic group based on their DNA.
Okay.
Which essentially boils down to hundreds of years of cousin fucking. is what it is. Now they've dressed it up in some fancy scientific word that I can't remember, but that's what it is. It's
well, how do you say that in Latin? Cousin fucking.
Cousin, I don't know. Like we'll find out by the end of the show. Like we'll ask our good friend AI what's the scientific term for cousin fucking.
I'm already on it, man.
Yeah, I'll probably come back with Pakistanis. It's the scientific term.
That you have races. There's one race, one human race. So I think it's important to point that out.
There's one human race, but there's many cultures, you dumb cunt. And I don't think he's dumb, because he doesn't strike me as dumb. Like, he strikes me as a rather intelligent man, but his head's been filled with fucking mush. Like, yes, there's one human race. We're called humans, but that doesn't mean that there aren't differences in cultures, and not every culture fits into the same fucking space. Like, unless you want a monoculture, but that means you have to give up, travelerdom. You have to fully embrace your humanness and accept the inevitability that there can only be one human culture, and that is, the American culture, buying shit.
Global homo fucking Anglo-sphere culture. Yeah.
Yeah. And, instead of getting baptized, you get transized. So when you get your tits, then you're a full member of the human community.
In terms, for activists, in our communities, particularly for communities who are marginalised and experience racism, it's a hard old slog. It's draining, emotionally draining, physically draining, mentally draining, and at times you do despair.
And I'm doing that because some people wonder, like, you should just stop, you should just stop, because sometimes, like, actually, no, the fight is choosing us.
The fight's not choosing you. You're choosing the fight. If you're actively seeking it out in places where it can't be seen or heard, it's not choosing you. You're choosing it. The fight didn't come over to fucking Nigeria on a cloud and come down and say, Ebon, we need you. The fight is here. Come to Ireland and continue the fight. Fuck off, man.
Yeah, she wasn't, the Irish people didn't fucking land off of a ship and kidnap her and chain her to the fucking gallows and then bring her to Ireland as a slave, She fucking decided a little comic relief here. Look at your screen. I asked Venice AI make of that.
I can't read that. You're gonna have to make it big. Can you make it bigger?
Can I? I wonder. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. The Latin verb to fuck is, what's that? Futere, to express cousin fucking. One would combine this with the Latin word for cousin. Well, thank you. I couldn't figure that one out for my fucking self. Like, too much detail. The word for a male cousin, mother's side, what's that? Concubirus. For a female cousin, mother's side, is concubina. For cousins of the father's side, you would use paterellus, male, and paterella. Jesus fucking Christ, man. How did this language ever die out? I don't understand it at all. Concubirus and concubina are the more general terms. Therefore, cousin fucking would be consubirum futera, to fuck a male cousin, or consubirum futere, to fuck a female cousin. All right. What about a trans cousin?
As difficult as you think that is, right? Just try to fucking learn Polish, man.
No.
Jesus Christ.
I have no need. Okay, where were we with this fucking you find it the scientific name as well for cousin fucking? Because
well, that is the because
no, there's an actual term, like in the medical literature.
Okay, well, how, like, what? It's not just cousin fucking, it's the result of cousin fucking, right?
Yeah, there's there's a name. There's it's in the note somewhere as well. Like, but anyway, if you don't, I'll look myself anyway.
The fight choosing you, or you choosing the fight?
Yeah, no, I'd be the same with Martin. I think it's every circumstances that like you're kind of positioned in that it's very hard to like again like not analyze it and be like, oh, this is something that keeps happening like to me in that regards. Like so like I remember like my first like
She says like more than you do. Listen to that. Like, as I say, like. We just have to accept it. It's part of our speech patterns.
Martin, I think it's every circumstances that like you're kind of positioned in that it's very hard to like again like not analyze it and be like, oh, this is something that keeps happening like to me in that regards. Like so like I remember like my first like racist incident like when I moved to Ireland, I would have been like 9 or 10, and again it was someone like wearing a glove not to touch my hand because they said it was dirty. So before, like in Kenya, everyone was black, so I would have never even understood.
Okay, so this is her example of her first incidence of racism. As the only black child in the village, some white child touched her hand or put a glove on to touch her hand because she thought her hand was dirty. Because the only reference that child has of someone who has a black hand is, you know, it's a dirty fucking hand. It's like if I'd never seen a black person and my only frame of reference of seeing a black was a coal man, I would assume she was a fucking coal woman or something like that. See, that's not, you know, racism. That's just somebody who's never seen a soulless being before. There's no frame. It's just someone who's no frame of reference for what it is. Oh, your hand must be fucking dirty. Like if a white person went to an African tribe and they'd never seen a white person, they think he was a fucking ghost or something. Like, what's wrong with this fucking weird looking creature? Like, it's this, you don't know, he's got this long fucking nose and, you know, his weird looking hair and his eyes are blue, and you think it was some sort of fucking demon. That's all it is. It's just a kid who doesn't have a frame of reference.
Yeah.
And her answer to the problem now is that we need black and brown people fucking everywhere, so she can never feel uncomfortable in any space that she's in, and that can only be brought about by basically turning everybody into this woman. Where internally there's a massive struggle going on by going, oh my God, I can't believe I'm sitting here with these fucking people. I wish I could just tell them to shut the fuck up. They're full of shit, but no, she can't do it because she'll be isolated and she's on the out.
Right. She'll
And
lose
so
her
she'll just
job,
go, yes.
her career's on the line.
Yeah, she just ends up fucking topping herself or going home and drinking herself silly, you know?
Understood that I was black until coming to Ireland, and again it was asking my parents like, oh, like I've washed myself, and it was so innocent, but like that particular moment, like till this day, I'm 30 now and I still remember it. So like it was just in that like
Because it's the only incident you have, like, so
Yeah,
your
that's
whole,
kind of late in the day, man, isn't it?
yeah, you have your whole life of these apparently continued racist attacks and that it's everywhere. But the only thing you can bring to the table is when you were 9, some child said, you know, why is your hand dirty? Wow, what a terrible country. And look at you now. It's still so racist that, you know, you can't even get a job anywhere. What are you doing again? Oh, yeah, like lecturing in Maynooth University. You poor fucking thing. You poor baby.
and again being in school and kind of like certain teachers saying certain things and being able to be like, oh, they're not saying that to my white classmate, and even being very hyper aware, oh, I'm the only black person in this class.
Yeah, well, because
Right.
know.
What were your classmates being called?
Again, yeah, very
Were they
light.
saying, "Oh, you're beautiful, you're lovely," and then they shower them with rose petals, you know, because they're white, just like them? Is that what happened?
We don't know because there's no details. It's like certain things happened. Certain teachers said certain things that they didn't
Well, I
say.
mean, we can guarantee that other students had shit piled on them.
Yeah, because that's what teachers tend to do is they treat, you know, different kids in different ways dependent on their behavior. So, you know, she was probably saying to you, we cook the meat before we eat it. So it's not healthy, you know. We don't have the same gut biome that you have, and the travelers have a different gut biome. altogether. I think we did that in the past, didn't we? There was a study done on travellers that was part of their being recognised for their own ethnicity, that they have a different gut biome.
Yes, their dependency on horse meat.
Yes, horse meat and chips.
Old, worn out horse meat.
Flippers. A bit of lead as well from all the lead, dropping the lead off.
Racism is not just an issue for the groups who experience it to address it. White people, settled people.
My God, fuck you, white. God, Jesus Christ. Like,
have a
it's a
responsibility.
joke.
Like, I can't. Can you imagine a group of travelling men sitting down with this chap? Like,
No, I can't.
I know, right?
And further to that, right? Every coloured person outside of Ireland who is on this CRT fucking grift or brainwashed by it will look at this guy and say, "You, sir, are white."
Yeah, I hate to.
I can't make a distinction between also like a few hundred years ago, your ancestors got into caravans. Big fucking deal. That's what coloured people outside of Ireland will say to this guy.
Yeah.
By the way, is it interbreeding depression?
No.
Is it consanguinity?
No.
Okay. All right.
No, fucking drop it. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But thanks for the effort. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just a problem or an issue for those that experience it. It's like gender inequality and violence against women. It's not just a woman's responsibility. Men have a role to play to address the systems and the structures that oppress women. So that notion of solidarity has really...
The fucking cheek to come from a fucking traveller, man. Jesus.
Yeah.
In particular for the last 40 years, from the 80s onwards, has served our community quite well. But there was a history before that, from 60s onwards, where there was a lot of settled people involved who were actually quite harmful and quite damaging. And the Catholic Church in particular worked hand in glove with the state to essentially assimilate our people. It was a type of ethnocide. It was killing our culture, our language. We were perceived as backward, as deviant, as primitive, and need to be civilized and normalized by the state. And as I said, the Catholic Church and a lot of lay settled people worked hand in glove with the state to solve the so-called itinerant problem. So that was a particular history where it was very problematic.
Okay. Right. So I remember itinerants when they were itinerants.
Mm-hmm.
They essentially lived in fields.
Yeah.
And they still had old horse-drawn carts and some caravans, and they traveled around by vans and that. And they fuck all services, like, so, because it's hard to deliver, sanitation when somebody's on the fucking move all the time. So every couple of months, they're going on to somebody's private land, and then they're told to get the fuck off, and then they have to move on and move on and move on and move on and move on. And it was a problem because it, for society as a whole, or for the normal people to get on with life, it's hard to, build critical infrastructure when you have a group of itinerants on the land and who refuse to move. And so it's one of two things. It's okay, you either leave them there and you go, okay, well, that land is essentially theirs now until they decide to go. And you can't have that, because if you have that as the norm, then it means they can go onto anybody's land at any fucking time, and they're there indefinitely, until they move or until they're given a bribe to move off. And that's what was done a lot of the times, was that local council. And they used it and they weaponized it, as you would.
Yeah.
If you've got you've got very few forms of income. Times have moved on where they used to be involved in the tin trade and they'd repair pots and pans and stuff like that, and sharpen knives. I still remember travellers coming to the house, would you like to buy pots and pans, or would you like your knife sharpened and stuff like that. I know it makes it sound like I'm 108 years old.
Oh no, it wasn't that long ago. I'm just laughing at the idea of, sharpening knives. Jesus. What, do you not have a stone? Can you not do
but
that?
no, like these were fucking, you know, money was scarce. Like most people didn't have a sharpening like this. And again, people forget how fucking like primitive Ireland was. You know, it's like, you know, we got like telephones 20 years after everybody else did. It was like
You walk outside, you find a stone, and then you fucking sharpen your knife with it.
No, well, it has to be a certain type of stone. And again, it's the convenience of it. If that was the case,
not.
Huh?
You just find the right shape and size of stone.
Yeah, nobody's got time to be looking for the right shape and stone in a fucking housing estate.
So you're just going to pay a fucking knacker to fucking...
Yeah, like, come and sharpen your fucking knives.
Well, I mean, we brought this hell upon ourselves then, didn't we? Fucking
I don't fucking know. When's the last time you went out looking for
knives?
a rock? Do you sharpen your knives with a fucking rock from the well or something, like, or... Like,
I go outside and find a suitable stone and I sharpen my knife.
I just bought a fucking sharpening stone. That's what I did. I mean, this is when I'm a child. Like, I don't even know my mother paid
you're
the fucking...
such a privileged, settled person.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to go to Marks and Spencer's and buy my knife sharpener. Oh, for fuck's sake.
All right. Okay, so let's go back to the Stone Age. Like, you're living in the Stone. You want to get rid of that fucking fancy communication device that you're communicating to me on. Like, I want you to write a letter. The show will now be done by letter only, and on cassette tape. So I need everybody to give us their names and addresses. Me and Howard will start up a communication by mail, and we'll have to meet in person, record those letters on a cassette tape, and then post them out to the individuals. I don't know. I don't know if my mother paid an knacker to sharpen the fucking knife, and they used to sharpen axes as well. That was part of the service they offered, because, you know, what else can they do?
Sharpen an axe. Now that's more involved. I can understand that.
But even to sharpen, you see, you can't, like, I can't believe we're having a conversation about sharpening a knife. Sharpening knives is a skill in and of itself, to sharpen a knife properly.
Right, then fucking learn it.
You talking to me?
Yeah, just generally, as a statement, you use knives, so learn how to look after them. How about that?
Well, that's like saying, like, you have a car and then you have to fix the fucking thing. Don't go to a mechanic, like a specialist in, vehicles, versus a specialist in fucking sharpening knives, because the guy had the tools.
Oh, you're fucking incorrigible. Never mind.
No, you're incorrigible. Like, hang on, listen, there's certain knives that you need to, you need good knives and a good sharpening stone.
Right.
So I don't know if you've ever seen, like, a professional chef will have somebody who specializes in sharpening knives, because they have to be, fucking like surgical instruments.
Yeah, and fast. Yeah.
Yeah, and again, the same for people. It's not like he's coming in like with a file and sharpening your fucking your normal instruments for eating your dinner, like. And again, I don't even know if my mother fucking paid an knacker to sharpen anything. All I know is that they used to knock at the door and ask if you'd like your fucking knives sharpened. Like, I would have been like 7 or 8. So, you can't hold it against me that I should have been out gathering stones for my mother to fucking, sharpen her fucking knives. Perhaps she shouldn't even have knives. You should have sent her out into the fucking road to, fashion implements, go and collect rocks and smelt them to get the fucking bronze out of them to make her own knives, and then get deer horn antlers to make handles for the fucking knives. The point is, there's a little industry for the fuckers to do, like, so, nobody was interested in buying fucking tin or having their tin fixed. So it went from that to, sharpening knives, to then, selling fucking carpet and lino and, furniture, then eventually to fucking duvets. And I can't remember the last time a traveler knocked at my door was one, if I wanted any rubbish removed from the house, or if I wanted the front of the house power washed. So that's what they moved on. The traditional other ones that are left are, building works, like we mentioned earlier, the tarmacking and small building works, drain repairs. The last time I used I wouldn't recommend them. The last time I used the travelers to do drain repair, like 4 fucking mutants turned up at the door. One of them, his eye was rolling around in his fucking, actually rolling in his fucking head. It's like they destroyed the fucking shower. Like they came, like he couldn't even, I would have done a better job myself. Like he'd no water, or I thought he'd have like equipment, like he had some sort of fucking industrial Hoover. That didn't work. Then he pulled out some caustic soda and asked me if we could get him a kettle of boiling water. I'm like, have you thought this fucking through? Like, you're not supposed to like just fuck the powder down the drain and then pour boiling.
You
hot
know
water
what? I
on top
just
of it.
realized something,
Ugh.
right? 3 years ago, right? An Australian politician got into some hot water because he said, if anyone knocks on your door and you hear an Irish accent,
Yeah.
don't pay them to do any work for you. And I'm thinking, hang on a minute. Those are knackers.
Yes.
We're exporting our knackers.
Yes, the travelers, remember? They don't fucking stay in the same place. They're everywhere. They're in the UK, the fucking States, Australia. I'm sure there's loads of them in Canada. France, there's massive fucking caravan sites in France as well. They're all over the shop. Germany. So, you know, they're still traveling. Anyway, that stupid cunt poured the hot water on top of the powder that he shoved down the drain, and then the thing was exploding everywhere. Fucking ruined the kettle because the caustic soda, whatever he was using, splashed back on the kettle.
Ah.
Yeah, and I didn't realize until the cunt had gone. Like, so then he's like, well, and you know, I'm sorry, we can't fix it, but I have a plumber friend who will be able to come in. He'd have to
the upsell.
Yeah,
They got you with the upsell.
Yeah, you'd have to take up the floorboards. Oh, well, you know, I'll have to think about it anyway. Like, and good luck, all the best.
Yeah, like 6 months later, your whole house is gone, and a knacker comes along and says, "Would you like me to build you a house?"
Yeah. So then I saw the kettle, and my wife saw the kettle, and she goes, "What the fuck did you do to the kettle?" And I'm saying, "Give us a look at it." Oh, for fuck's sake! Like, and then she's looking at me like, you know, are you going to do something about it? I'm like, oh, great, here we go. Like, going to be fucking. I'd say,
and she doesn't understand because she's not from here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm trying. And then I said, well, if I start explaining, like, well, you know, like it's like these are knackers. Like, you know, I could possibly get the head. Off me for making a customer complaint. Like, but she's not having it. I don't want to say that because if I say that out loud, it's like, oh, he's a pussy, you know. I said, okay, all right, give me the phone, give me the fucking phone, give me the phone. So I ring him up. What's going on? Yeah. Listen, I just had a look at the kettle there. It's fucking destroyed. Like, you know, all the fucking acid came, you know, it onto the kettle and it's ruined. Like, you're gonna have to get a replacement kettle. And he's like, what are you talking about? No, I didn't. No, we didn't destroy the kettle. Like, that wasn't even a new kettle. Like, that must have been an old kettle. And I'm like, oh, here we fucking go. Like,
I love these people. I mean, you could script it, you know, it's brilliant.
And I was like, and so then I'm saying, look, that kettle, I said, it's a brand new kettle. That kettle cost me 50 fucking euros. It was a Cat Kitchen design. I bought it for the wife specifically because I had a special design on it. I'm like, that kettle, that was like 50 fucking euro. Couldn't have been 50. That was no new kettle. Couldn't have been 50 euros. So here's what I'll do. I'll give you 20 fucking euros for the kettle. Like, I'll give you back 20 euros. I said, look, the kettle was 50 euros. Look at, I'll have 4 fucking lads up to that house in 20 fucking minutes. And I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. Here we go. I said, right, just give me back the 20 fucking euros. Put it back onto the card and be done with that. Like, and then he left it at that. But that's what it boils down to. With these people, it's like, you know, you can't have a customer complaint because it ends up with, you know, the threat of him coming back.
Fucking bait you.
Yeah, with 4 fucking guys outside the house, and then I have my wife looking at me as I get the living shit kicked out of me by 4 knackers over a kettle. And like, I come off as the retard because, like, oh my god, I can't believe you're such a pussy. Like, you let the 4 of them kick the bollocks out of you, and one of them has a gammy eye that rolls around in his fucking head. Like, yeah. So that's what they have left is essentially scamming the fuck out of people, like, and the scrap trade and the building trade, and I don't know what else they do. But anytime I see a traveler, like, I don't see the poverty that I saw in the 80s. I see guys driving around in fucking, you know, new vans, in fucking flash cars, you know. Not all at all, but I very rarely see, you know, a traveller out begging on the streets with penny for the babby. Used to see that in Dublin City Central a lot.
Now
like,
it's just actual Roma to do that,
Yeah, so they're being replaced themselves.
Yeah.
And this cabbage doesn't even fucking realise.
Great replacement. Jesus.
Yeah, they're not
Here,
so
look,
great replacement.
I have an important question for you.
Yeah.
An bhfuil cead agam dul amach goody on lethras.
Yeah. Good man.
Good market.
Good.
Winter.
I'll have a look at the chat here. Yeah, I did get money back. I know, yeah, right. I was surprised, like, and fucking happy to take the money back. Yeah, so I don't know, like, the last interaction I had with a traveler was I sold the car, and the guy was sound as a fucking pound, still tried to get more money, like, so after, like, I gave him the car at a fucking bargain to begin with, primarily because I was getting rid of it anyway for scrap, so there wasn't much value in it. But he offered me more than the scrap company was giving me. But then when he paid me for the money, I was in the car, showing him the different, where the CD player is and how to get through this menu and that menu. And then when I put the CD on, there was a Pogues CD in the CD player, and that came on. And then he started telling me he loved the Pogues. I said, "Oh yeah, they're a great band, And then he was saying, "Yeah, you wouldn't throw that old CD in there, would you?" I was like, "I don't know. I beg of you. I swear to God, I love the Pogues. I beg of you, give me the CD. So I said, "All right, fuck it, it's only a CD, right? Yeah, you can have the CD." So okay, you can have the CD. And he's going, "All right, fair enough. It's fair play to you. It's just one more thing. You wouldn't give us an old score there for a bit of diesel, would you?" I'm like, "No." I said, like, I've no fucking money. Like, I can't break one of the 50s you gave me so you can get some diesel. And then he was gone. But then the next day he's ringing me with questions about the fucking car. And then I had to transfer the ownership of the car as well. So again, every fucking day on the phone, like, did you put that through? Did you put that through? And then eventually they just left me in peace. So I think that's what they need. They just need to be left in peace. They don't need representation at this. Yeah, you're right. That was him taking the piss. It's always the same with travelers. Harris just back there. I was just down the last time I dealt with a traveler was selling a car. Again, I had a car that was, pretty much ready for the scrap heap. So I was offered scrap money by one of those companies, and then the traveler knocked at the door inquiring about the car. So I made a deal with him where he would buy the car. So then he gave me the money, and I was in the car showing him, how the car works, where the CD goes, and, how to get through various menus. And when I was showing him the CD, it was the Pogues that was in the CD player. So the Pogues come on, and then he started, "Oh, Jesus, I love the Pogues." And I was, "Yeah, they're a great band. And I was like, "Oh, you wouldn't give us that old CD, would you?" And I'm like, "Oh, no, it's kind of, that's just, I like that." "Oh, I beg of you, sir, please, I swear to Jesus, I beg of you, give us the old CD.
Man.
And then I'm like, "Oh, all right, come on, take the CD." And then it was like, okay, right. So anyway, we're done. And then it's like, you wouldn't give us an old score for a bit of juice, would you? I was like, "Oh, for fuck's sake!" Like, no, like, I can't break one of the 50s you gave me. Like, and then it's a call the next day to ask how this works. Then it's a call the next day about transferring registration. Did it go through? It's like, fuck off, man. So yeah, they are a separate culture. I admire them for a lot of things.
Oh yeah,
and I wish them well, and they should be able to, be them fucking selves. But they don't need a guy like this to represent them, because he's not going to help your culture. He's going to he said it himself, like, that somehow in the 60s up until the 80s, the wrong approach was taken, where the state and the Catholic Church were trying to, but as he puts it, genocide them. But they're trying to integrate them into settled community, because that's all they can fucking do. Like,
I see both sides of that story, because when I look at a Halton site, I just see like this area that's just covered in fucking concrete, and then just set up your caravans there, and there's usually a fucking gate. Is that to keep us out or them in? It's so fucking weird. It could have been done better, but the answer isn't going. I've had many positive relationships over my lifetime with travelers, and that they wouldn't respect this guy.
No. Excuse me. And the great thing, like, so there's been a rift between the traveling community and the settled community, because we don't understand each other, and the lifestyles aren't compatible with each other either. But since we've had this, invasion of people. Let's put it like that. It has kind of brought the two communities closer together, where we, through a shared enemy, real or imagined, it has brought the two communities that bit.
The mounted division are travelers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, we listen to this guy. I'll just take a break as well. Right. One of my lungs is about to fall out as well.
Involvement of a lot of settled people. But in particular, for the last 40 years, from the 80s onwards, it was a more progressive, enlightened approach to supporting travellers, and then more recently Roma, in their struggle for justice and for human rights.
I was saying, so somebody was...
Seriously, if it wasn't for that Kenyan who was like, what the fuck? I would not believe you. I'd still believe that you edited that shit in, because it's just insane.
I know, right? I think that was Ebon passing wind. At that time, like, she was polite enough to excuse herself. So, God knows what she's eating. Let's have a listen to that again.
I was saying, sorry. So somebody was trying to tell me that, it's getting better. I say,
excuse me. Oh.
And it actually did have the sine wave of a fart.
Yeah.
And it just kind of, went through the speakers back into the microphones. Yeah.
And her reaction to it as well. Like, so
yeah.
why would you sorry for feedback on a mic? Like, and actually, she's controlling everything from her mobile phone.
I was saying, sorry. So somebody was trying to tell me that,
that's the lady sorry for farting. Yeah. Oh,
excuse
my
me.
God.
Oh.
No, it's getting better. I say it's getting
fucking feedback. She rips loose, and yeah, maybe that's what the fucking Kenyan was reacting to. Is like that bitch just fart.
Yeah, maybe that's what all African farts sound like, much like a lion roaring. The Serengeti.
Yeah, it's a defense mechanism that they developed over years. Like animals do. Some animals, they learn to blend in with their environment or look like predators when they're, being threatened.
Yeah,
Africans just learned how to fart that just sounds like lions.
It's a mating call.
Better, but particularly for the teaching profession, like, it's getting better, but please, 400 students, only one black teacher. It will take us 1,000 years now to. If you put one part of her leg in Galway, the other part in Cork, then you take one part and put it in County Meath. Like, you can't split her arm. I mean, in 1 year, 400. 400, only one black teacher. So we need to do something. Do you understand? Like,
no, we don't. We need teachers to be, chosen on merit and who applies for the fucking course. Like, what do you want? Like, if one black fucker applies to be educated as a teacher and it takes 4 years, well, that's it. That's just the way it fucking is. But she wants quotas put in place, like, for black.
Yeah, she
teachers.
wants the Soviet Union, as I said.
Yeah,
they just go around to all the houses. Oh, you're black. Come with me. You're going to go to a camp where you learn to be a teacher, and that's going to be your job for her life. Yeah.
And we're going to get these type of people as the teachers, regardless she's not black yet. Give her a couple of years, I'm sure she probably will be. But yeah, so it's going to be like thousands of e-bones in the classroom berating white children. Yeah, what I think to look forward to.
It's Houston, we got a problem. Like, what needs to happen?
The problem is there, but it is slowly changing. Slowly. So if we think
about
what's
coming
in, we hold on to the hope.
I'll hold on to the hope. Martin, you were talking about the fact that, it's not a black problem or a traveler problem. Sometimes I want to say, you know what? You do know I didn't create racism, right? I shouldn't be the one fixing it,
Right, well, yeah, you shouldn't be. Just fuck off back home. Like, these people, like, I swear to God, like, these people make me fucking, I won't say it. Look at this face. Like, look at this fucking Yeah, like, yeah, you're so right. You shouldn't be the one facing it. You shouldn't be here at all. You should be in fucking Lagos on Housewives of the Dim and Stupid or something like that. Or, doing something in a microbiological lab.
No, she's too dark to be on Housewives of Lagos.
Yeah, she wouldn't make it. But she certainly doesn't need to be here, storing up hatred and division. while preaching about hatred and division. Like, where would you fucking get it?
And I always try and use that example of COVID. I really love, well, no, I don't love COVID.
Ooh, buddy. Wow.
Yes.
I mean, where have we heard that before?
A little Freudian slip. What did you love? So, what did you love?
That's not a Freudian slip. Freudian slip is where you accidentally say a word that gives something away, you know, like Candace Owens admitting that she's doing a series on the murder of her friend. But that was a Freudian eruption.
Right. Yeah. So we'll see where she goes, because, you know, there was one element of COVID I liked, or the lockdown I liked, and that was just having
no people.
Yeah, all the frightened people staying indoors, and so.
Yeah, and clear skies so that the sun can.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Like, not a fucking cloud or a chem cloud.
It was amazing,
wasn't it?
Yeah. I wonder where our problems are coming from.
Yeah, and you remember there was a summer, wasn't there? There was an actual summer. The seasons were actually as they were supposed to be. Like, it was, you know, warm in the summer, sunny most days. Just a coincidence, apparently. Yeah, and it felt amazing just to look up at the fucking sky and go, oh, look at that. Look how beautiful that is. Look, it reminds me of freedom, like a pure fucking blue sky. Not having to look at some muddy chemical soup in the sky. Yeah, there are two things I kind of could live with, but not if it meant everything else that was attached to it, you know. I would just happily have those two things, like large open spaces with few people and blue skies. It's not much to ask for, is it?
Problem or a traveler problem. You know, sometimes I want to say, you know what? You do know I didn't create racism, right? I shouldn't be the one fixing it, you know? And I always try and use that example of COVID. I really love, well, no, I don't love COVID. But I love what we did during COVID.
Cope laugh.
Yeah. Oh shit. This woman is the devil. Fuck.
Because COVID showed me solidarity. You know, everybody wore a mask. Whether you had COVID or not, you protected your person. You protected your family. You protected strangers. You didn't need to know them. You protected yourself even from strangers. Do you know? We did that, you know? And if somebody in the house...
protecting yourself from strangers, that's your job. Strangers, they're being strange.
Yeah.
How do we stop the strangers from being strange?
We need for everybody to be in a constant state of fear and panic, and, you know, I can't see their faces, because therefore I won't be able to see white people. I won't be able to know if they're white or brown or pink or black.
Yeah, or whether they fucking hate me.
Yeah, and everything was controlled and
got COVID. Everybody fed the person. Do you know what I mean? Like, they were...
Huh?
I don't know what
this is. Some fucking African fucking tribal shit. Oh, the person is sick, so we all come with some food. Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know. Like, there wasn't the government advice that if somebody came down with COVID, that you stick them in a separate room and isolate them, and then one person in the household is nominated to bring them food and, like, leave it outside their door, and then you have to squeeze it under the door. It wasn't that everybody came and feed them. And this is deeply worrying, like that. If this is the type of person that's in charge of, or the special fucking reporter for racism, that she uses COVID as her example. And so she'll treat racism as an epidemic. So all the white people need to be quarantined and only let out of the house with masks on to keep them safe, or to keep her and this day. And look at these two, like, humming along with her, like,
yeah, and the traveler's just, you know, stoic.
Yeah,
he's just there to fill the quota, you know. Not well, actually, yeah, in both ways. To, you know, just be there because he's a traveler. Also to just you know, put in his piece. You know?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm here to do my thing, and I'll do that, and I'll leave. That these other two are true believers.
Yeah, allies.
It was just such community, you know, around COVID, you know, and helping people, calling, you know, checking on people, you know, all of that, you know. So, Martin, what gives you hope?
You didn't do any of that, chick, nigga. Fuck you.
Maybe before
Don't lie to me.
get to the hope. It would be remiss of me if I didn't take this opportunity to raise a really important issue. And some people made reference to the far right. Of course, that's a concern, not just the far right on our streets, but also the rise of the far right in parliaments right across Europe. It's very, very dangerous in terms of the ideology and the venom.
Is he talking about AfD? You know, the German fucking political party everyone says is far right, which is led by a woman who is gay, married to a woman, and has adopted black children and worked in the World Bank. Is that the far right you're talking about, man?
That far right, that bogeyman, that they all like to bang on about, because as long as they're fighting the devil, well, then it means everything they do is absolutely fine, you know.
They're peddling scapegoating and creating division and fear, in societies. I see something really sinister and concerning happening to my community. I see some of my community actually being manipulated by the far right, and some have taken part in protests and demonstrations, racist demonstrations, obviously. That concerns this manipulation, this exploitation, and I can understand where some of the travellers are coming from, because suddenly they feel a sense of, it's false, but they feel a sense of belonging, a sense of inclusion. These people want us, they want to include us.
Travelers don't feel belong or included at all? Like, wait, hang on, what? Like, we're all celebrating. We literally, the icon of the resistance movement is a fella on a fucking horse. You know, that's the height of, it's like fucking the winged hussars of Ireland, Like, he's saying this means nothing. Fuck you, man.
No, well, those guys on horses, they're not travelers though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're working class Dublin settled lads.
Oh.
And they have that culture as well with the horses, like so.
Oh, okay.
But with the travellers, like, of course they'd have a reaction to it, because now they're being imposed upon, because a lot of these IPAS centres, and especially the large tented ones, just so happen to be right next to their fucking halting sites. Because all the halting sites are on state land. And you remember back to when we went to Athlone.
Yeah.
That was positioned directly beside a halting site. And the guys we spoke to there weren't particularly fucking happy about it. Like, how could they be? And the same in Tipperary as well, when they built the modular homes for the Ukrainians, again, right next to a halting site. And all throughout the country, it just so happens that all these kind of large, mostly tented areas happened to be beside halting sites, because
it's low level shitty land. Basically, right?
Yeah, exactly, because nobody else wants it, and it probably happens to be that it's state land to begin with. Not that all of it isn't state land anyway, when you get down to the bare bones of it. But of course they're not fucking happy, because they don't want it imposed on their community as well. They don't want the danger, again, real or potential, because no community does. And that's the danger with these people, is that they refuse to recognize any danger or potential for danger. And then when something terrible does happen, like what happened in City West, well, then it's because of, it's nothing got to do with the people that are there. It's clearly a case of racism or violence against women. But they'll never get around to addressing what the actual problem is. And that's that you can't continuously import large amounts of people from the third world without knowing who the fuck they are, why they're here, and what danger they pose to the communities that they're being put in. And that will never dawn on them, because then they have to recognize, well, oh shit, yes, this is a problem, but I can't ever say it because it means an end to their fucking careers.
But I want to send out a message, very clear message to my people, Travers, Pavi, Mink here. Don't forget our own history of oppression and persecution. And we need to be standing in solidarity with other communities who are in a similar situation, refugees, asylum seekers, migrants, and others. And, and this is blatant manipulation. You are being used. You are being exploited. You are buying into their propaganda. And I am pleading with them.
It's so funny. It's just, I like only because I'd cry otherwise. Like it's just hilarious how he's talking about what he's going through himself.
Yeah.
Sorry, I know there's a few seconds left in this, but I want to share my story. Like you said, we went to Athlone, and we needed a place, you needed a place to launch your drone from, and the most, to see the extent of, like, they were building a city in Athlone, right? A tent city. By the way, what was it, a month ago that was nixed?
Yeah, sorry, one second.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, I want to wait for Morgan to get back. So I don't know what he's doing.
Right, just give me 2 minutes there, will it?
Mm-hmm.
Back to just 1 second.
All right, I'll carry on with something else. I want to wait for Morgan to get back before I share my story. What are we looking for now? I closed down Temple Bar. I really should bring it back up. Oh dear. All right. What's going on in the chat? Commie. Oh, wow. I usually mute it, but I'm going to leave it. Just the silence. Darske asks, are you on the Red Bulls, Howard? Oh, okay, you're back.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, sorry, your story.
Oh yeah. 1 sec. Fuck, that's creepy. There was the sound of an opening door or something in Temple Bar. It's eerie. So yeah, we you needed a place to launch your drone to see the extent of the tent city being built, like it was an industrial operation. A good job on the locals of Athlone and any of the allies that arrived there. It was finally nixed, I think, a month or so ago. They decided, it's not worth the effort. Like, this was a vast fucking complex. So the best place to launch the drone to get the best view was in a halting site. And it was it felt like a primitive, just what do you call, like a very basic primal fucking experience, right? We had a friend, a third party that was introduced to us, that kind of made a deal with the travelers that we're okay to enter their territory to do this.
Granted passage.
Yeah, exactly. And we had to walk, like, what was that, a half hour?
Something like that. It was a long old fucking walk, yeah.
Oh, Jesus. And, because we were told, it's just, half a kilometer down the road. And eventually you said, look, what is this, a fucking country mile? Like, what the fuck? So we eventually got there, and it felt like, we are there under conditions, we and there was fucking vans passing. We were being scoped out and shit. I felt like we were like a foreign tribe that was going into the territory of another tribe, to do some complex operation that benefited both of us. It was like a temporary alliance. And then a van came along with some travelers in it, and you had a chat with them and all that, and you know, it was like understood that, yeah, we're all cool. You know, it's very tribal, you know. I love that about them, and it makes me yearn for that part of our history that we share, settled and traveler.
Yeah.
Like, this is who we are.
Yeah, those travelers, I think they purchased the drone themselves like a week or two later. And it has to be remembered, within that halting site, I was talking to the lad who essentially enabled it for us to go down there without getting our heads kicked in or some trouble arising. That within the small halting site itself, there was intertribal conflicts within it. Like, so there was different families who were always at fucking war with each other. But the one thing that kind of squashed that was, again, this shared threat of 1,000 unknown entities being placed next to them, you know. So that brought together, whether they're still getting on along with each other, I don't fucking know. But again, that's a problem for them, and if they could sort it out, it would be great for them as well. Like, this kind of stupidness of having these endless fucking fights that seem to go on for centuries between families over God knows what. It's probably a mystery to them as well. Like, but who knows? We'll finish up with this lad here. But again, it's astonishing, isn't it, how he can? What he's doing is essentially telling us again more
What
about
he's
himself.
being inflicted with. Yeah.
And he just can't see it. Like,
not to go down that road, not to allow themselves to be manipulated and go and take part in these racist demonstrations. And I think that's really important. And I know travel organisations, local and national, are constantly trying to convey that message. And I want to do it here again tonight. It's very concerning. It's very worrying.
It is, yeah. It's very worrying.
Yeah. But so he lets us know, obviously for him it's a big problem because the traveling community aren't buying it, whatever he's selling.
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
Yeah, they're not buying it. So the traveling community are pretty much on board with the people who are protesting against it and are unhappy with it because they see their community being encroached upon as well, and their country, and they are Irish, like they are fucking Irish. Like, it's this has been framed as if it's somehow they're a completely different ethnic group to Irish people, or that, you know, Irish people came here and took the land from them. And I don't know if it was in this, but in one, maybe it was a separate part, but they normally describe the settled community as, you know, the settled community, but he referred to the settled community as settlers.
Huh? Wow.
Yeah, and so I think that's a big part of it, because he was also talking about the history of travelers that when he was talking about the, you know, colonialism and the 1500s and the 1600s, and, you know, that's essentially when the travelers become travelers, as we mentioned earlier, that, you know, Cromwell and his troops come over and lands confiscated, and these people are told, you know, okay, well, I don't give a fuck, like the hell are Connacht, so, you know, they have to just, you know, abandon their lands, otherwise they're going to get killed, and they become travelers. And then over the years, that becomes their culture, and stories are told, and it's a case where, you know, well, how did we become travelers? Well, you know, settlers came and took us off our land, and then settlers becomes settled people. So I think there's this, you know, intergenerational hatred of the settler, but that gets confused over time with the settler becomes the settled people. So they either, in their language, like consciously or unconsciously view the settled community as the oppressor. We are the people who, you know, took their land away from them.
Wow.
And turned them into travelers.
And that's reinforced by every time they show up somewhere, because they're inevitably always on someone's land, because someone owns everywhere. They're told to fuck off.
Yeah, they've no land of their own. But the double bind is
they're like that, you know, other tribe that, you know, just recently got a country. Yeah.
Yeah, they need to go to Scotland. Like, and take up residence in a park and a bit of blackface. And the other guy worked for him, mixing in fucking Disney with the Lion King. So maybe they can do some sort of Cinderella burlesque or something like that. claim land there. But it's just though it's a double bind for them because now the culture is built around traveling, but it can never be kind of reconciled unless they were actually given land back, much like the Native Americans. Like we can have a traveler reservation.
I think we can and we should do that. Actually, in like every county, say there's like 10 locations that are state land where they can. Like we'd even encourage it. We'll do like a like a Gaelic revival. We'll do a traveler revival where we'll help them to build proper fucking modernized old those round fucking things that they lived in and shit, insulated with electricity and Wi-Fi and shit, and then they can just travel between these places and rob the locals and stuff.
But there might even be a need to rob, like, so we can look at the experience of Native Americans where they were allowed to have casinos on their land. So we could have, traveler casinos where if you win money, if you get out with 20% of it as a refund, you're happy, everything could be fine. But something could be done because, it's the thing with the Native Americans as well, like, how poorly they're doing. I was having to look at some of the wealthiest Native American tribes. Like, it's fucking believable. Like, so the profits from the casinos it's redistributed to the members of the tribes, and some of them there's only like 500 or 600 members in the tribe, so every year they get dividends of like $700,000 each from the profits of the casinos. So my first thought was, like, Jesus Christ, that'd be great to marry into, wouldn't it? But you can't. You can't marry into it. Like, you have to actually have a lineage. So they carry out DNA tests to see if somebody claims, membership of the tribe. Well, then you have to have a DNA test carried out. So if you simply married into the tribe, well, then you wouldn't qualify to get a dividend at the end of the year. But something must be done. Something could be done. But I don't know if that's what travelers want. I don't know if there is a unified traveler voice. There's nothing that suggests that, considering they're fucking at each other's throat.
You're just there, right there, right? And I'm not throwing shade, but that's the CRT fucking speak right there, right? All you need to do is cede space to a tribe, right? They are a tribe, okay? Well, just give them space. Just open up some space so that they can exist in that, and unless you mean, like we'll do what we did for, they did. Jeez, I'm not American. They did for the Native Americans, where basically what it was is, here, see this illegal thing. You get to do that now. So maybe we let the travelers legally sell cocaine.
Maybe something, or lead or something like that, or they can rob lead wherever they want.
Give them a monopoly on all the lead in the country. Yeah,
it's only so long you can do that before lead poisoning kicks in anyway. So it's a win-win situation.
Oh, fuck me. All right. Before you go for your break, I want to tell you a short story. Right. I was in my more experimental times, taking MDMA with a bunch of fellas, which is sad. There was no women there. It's a really terrifying experience taking such a lovely drug without any women around. Because there's only so much you can hug another man before it becomes weird,
especially the sauna.
But anyway, we were just randomly talking about shite, as you do, and travelers came up, and my Polish friend said, "What the fuck are travelers anyway?" Because how would he know? He's just he was brought here as a teenager, I think, and he grew up there. So this Irish fella, I don't know whether, maybe he knew some esoteric knowledge that I didn't, but I think, he just, didn't know shit. He said, that's what's left of the Irish. And I wasn't going to contradict that. I wasn't anywhere in the mood for that. But that fucking response haunts me to this day. Like, what does he mean? And I think we came across the answer to that now. That's what's left of the Irish.
Yeah, it could be. It's what's left of a certain element of the Irish, And again, it's not like it was preserved in fucking time, that the culture, whatever culture they came from, has managed to stay intact from the get-go, So it's like it's a rough fucking lifestyle. So to be uprooted and then to be on the move all the time, like you have to get extremely fucking hard and innovate, as the lexicon would dictate. So I don't know. There are obviously elements of old Irish culture that would still be there, and that's not to say all of it's great.
Yeah.
I think we tend to romanticize that, like everything from the past was somehow wonderful and mystical and
well, I mean,
magical. Not that.
Far back enough, Brehon times it was. But the problem is, with honor culture, when it's not properly fucking contextualized, like with the travelers, it gets pretty fucking toxic pretty fucking fast.
Yeah. So, but yeah, again, we're not going to solve the fucking the traveler problem, and that guy isn't going to solve the traveler problem, and it will never be solved. But we have a problem to solve, and that's just these fucking blow-ins trying to dictate what the future of our country looks like, just to make them feel safe and special and comfortable. Fuck that noise, like. We're all the Irish travelers at one time, though, or we were all Irish travelers at one time. I don't know.
It's hard to tell with our audience, man.
For all the list of travelers. Yeah, I don't know. And again, with the whole trafficking, it's been mythologized as well, like so that they were the original inhabitants or the descendants of Cuchulainn and all that. No, they're people who were dispossessed from their land and to another land to go to, and a new culture emerged from it. We might as well start mythologizing the Roma, like, oh well, they're the original Vedic peoples from India.
That's all peoples, especially Irish peoples. Like I was looking into my past, and I'm technically a traveler. I was I, as in my people, my family were dispossessed of their lands. In fact, on both sides of my family, McCanns and O'Connors, in the north and in Connacht, dispossessed, and it kind of migrated. And then my mother and my father met. It's weird, that there's a mythology there. Which we need to kind of reclaim, like we are actually a part of the fucking soil. We have a history, even if part of that is made up. Who fucking cares? These people make shit up all the fucking time.
Yeah, I don't know, man. So the solution is to get it back, like so it's not going to be handed back to anybody. Nobody's coming with reparations for any motherfucker. So unfortunately, the only way to get it back is to
take it back,
or get a rake of fucking money and purchase it back, and then keep it. So yeah, again, if everyone goes back far enough, but everybody's been, had harm done to them historically. Like it's just, where does it stop? Where's the cutoff fucking point for it? Because especially with these people, they go back all the way to fucking the beginning of time, and we still have Jews. They were mistreated by the Egyptians, and travelers who were mistreated by the settled community, and blacks who were mistreated by whites, and it's
endless.
Yeah, it is. It's endless. it needs to fucking stop because it's all nonsense. Like, and then what does the future hold? Like, we were now aggrieved by these people, these new settlers, but they're not settlers, but they are settlers. It needs to stop. I'm just fucking tired of these people, and disappointed with Irish people like that traveling lad and that educate together woman. I don't want to know her name, like, so yeah, right. I need a cup of tea because I'm talking shit. What time is it? 5 o'clock. Holy fuck.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Anyway, I'll grab a cup of tea and we'll come back anyway, and we'll see where we go from there.
Let's do that. I was going to type out a response to their Darske. What I think that guy meant today, because I've had many thoughts about what his answer was. I mean, it could have just been, babble out of a drugged up dude, but it had to originate it from somewhere. One option is that he doesn't consider settled Irish people to be Irish, including himself, which, is worrying. But what I really think he might have meant, especially considering the drug he was under the influence of, he probably meant that, the spirit is what the travelers still have, as complicated as it is. Like I said, we were a tribal people, Jason in the chat says Irish people generally are cowards. Yeah, I've noticed. Sorry to say, we've been dispossessed of something, and you need to consider that we've been hundreds of years under the boot heel of a much stronger adversary. And it's been a repeated experience over that length of time that the person that stands up and takes charge and says, we need to do this thing, they're the ones that get killed. Worse yet, their loved ones have horrible things done to them, and then they're killed. And those stories are repeated. They echo through our, not just, our stories, like our songs and our myths, and the what do you call the not vocal, what came before history written down? The verbal transmission of, like, well, this happened to our, our father, our grandfather, etc. But it also echoes through our fucking genetics, and epigenetics. Like, I am the son of a mother who came from Northern Ireland, and this is, a life of, are the British going to come and kick down our door at any time? Is there going to be a bomb going off? Does somebody have a gun? It's hyper vigilance. And most of that generation of my family, they'll hold their hand out and, it'll shake. And mine does too. I don't know if the camera picks it up. Most people don't have that physiological condition, let's say. It comes from somewhere. I think the Irish spirit kind of picks up on that when you know, one of the most famous Irish songs is Zombie. In your head, you know, that this shit gets passed down. I was just talking shite while you were away.
What are we saying? Someone saying Irish people are cowards, is it? Or
Yeah, see, that's what I was addressing, is that, you know, we've had hundreds of years of every time someone stands up and, you know, says, yeah, let's go do this thing, then they're the guys that get murdered.
Yeah, it's a pretty harsh statement.
Not groundless, though.
No, well, no. Yeah, it depends on the context as well. We need him to expand. Who's it? Jason Wolf.
Yeah, he was inquisitioned. Dars K asked, "Are you Irish?"
So you.
Oh, sorry. Oh shit! I didn't realize that was the active. What the fuck, man? I dragged and dropped into the active tab. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. If Irish people are cowards in every context, they tend to get people have their own self-interest wrapped up in a lot of stuff. For many people, it's not in their interest for anything to change. Really, you know, a lot of people are very happy with the state of affairs as things stand. It's only really the people that it's the current situation is affecting, the likes of us. And then it's like, well, what's the standard for cowardice? Like, is it standing up and saying something? Is it taking direct action? It's just with them, and people. When I hear people generally say, and this is nothing to do with you, Jason, but I've heard it mentioned a few times that Irish people are cowards because they're not doing this and they're not doing that, and they're not storming barricades, and you know, they're not setting up organizations like the ICA. We never got around to that, did we?
No, we didn't. Jeez,
Yeah.
I think I need to do a deeper dive into that operation though, because it's deep, man.
Yeah, well, we're definitely not going to cover it now. But you're right; it deserves a proper look because we've very little information on that at the minute. See, afraid to stand up to retards like Joseph, like Ebon. Yeah, I don't even think that's
like what do you expect? Like us to, I don't know, burn her out of her home or something?
I don't think. I think he might just mean in general conversation.
Yeah.
So if somebody is on a panel with Ebon, the problem with people like Ebon is that, you know, at least from a televised perspective, we're never going to see her really put in a position where she's up against somebody who disagrees with her, because every Irish panel program is essentially, you know, one person who's the demon, and then they have a stacked panel where 3 or 4 people who all happen to be on the same side. So if we did see Ebon on a show, we would see Ebon versus with 2 or 3 allies, and then they wheel in some bogeyman from the far right, and then you have 3 or 4 people shouting at them. In a general setting, I've seen it in work where difficult conversations come up and most people just nod along with whatever the consensus is. And in that case, I suppose it could be classified as cowardice, not to stand up and say what you actually think and feel. But again, it's an unequal situation, and people's livelihood depends on it. It's not to excuse it, but that's the reasoning why they don't. As soon as you get outside of the building and outside of that setting, well, then people will say like, well, I'm glad you said that, or they'll say, I'm glad somebody said that because I could never say that. And that does give people courage, like by example. So,
well, we're living in, like I've said, I've made references to the Soviet Union a few times now tonight. Well, we are actually living in the fucking Soviet Union, and it was a scary time to be alive. But you know what? Over time, people saw the writing on the wall, and when the time came, they made their fucking move. You know?
Yeah, and Dars is right. It is. It's a miracle any of us managed to defy any of it. because it's so layered, it's so thick, it's been happening for so much time, and
well, you have to remember that the tools of colonialism were invented and honed by the British in Ireland, exported to the colonies, and refined even further in the colonies, and then brought back to Northern Ireland. And guess what's happening now is we have this relationship between the Gardaí and intelligence services with the PSNI and, MI5, of course. We're under attack here. You can't discount that. You can't look at a wounded man and say, you're such a coward. You don't have any legs because they were blown off by an IED. Get the fuck up and fight. It doesn't work like that, man.
Yeah, but we get the sentiment,
yeah, there's something to it.
Yeah, and we'll get there, or we'll die trying. I was just going to say we'll die and leave it at that. That's too dark. We'll die trying. We do the best we fucking can, and if you have kids, you try and educate them and hope that they can see through the fog too. But we're up against it, and all the technological tools that are against us as well. We have that to contend with. So I don't know, maybe we will become travelers in the future, We won't be dispossessed, but it'll be by choice that people go, well, fuck this. I don't want to be part of the system. I'm buying a caravan and I'll just float around the country and see what comes of that. Right, where are we? 5:23. Right, do we want to try and go through this Tucker stuff?
Yeah, do you want to take a look?
Yeah,
okay.
My kids will probably be up in like 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, we live a hard life, don't we?
Yeah, we'll see what we can get through.
All right, so this was an interesting conversation, and you may want to listen to this yourself. Tucker Carlson interviews Sam Altman, the head of OpenAI, the demon who let loose the demiurge known as ChatGPT, which is waylaying so many people. It's crazy. I mean, we've gotten to the point where now the Albanian parliament has a AI. What is there? Is it a minister? Is it like a member of the parliament? I don't know.
Yeah, it's a minister for corruption.
Oh,
or against the corruption.
But it's insane that they're even interacting with it at all, instead of saying this is an advanced calculator that is replicating a woman's movements and speech. I'm not listening to that. But this is where we're at, and we have the likes of this creature to thank for it. So Tucker Carlson, I don't know, what is he for real? I don't know, but he did a good fucking job at holding this guy's feet to the fire on many important questions. And the first important question, which I respect Tucker for opening with, is, do you believe in God? Now, his answer is really fucking of a particular tribe. However, I've never heard that tribe go this far into, I don't know. It's weird. Listen to it.
So what are your spiritual views?
I'm Jewish, and I would say I have like a fairly traditional.
Right out the gate, no fucking problem, saying that, right?
Spiritual beliefs. Jewish. Okay.
View of the world that way.
So you're religious. You believe in God?
I'm not like a literal, I'm not like a literalist on the Bible.
So he's not a religious Jew, right?
Yeah, so I don't even know. It's hard to know this guy, because he seems to have a gift for saying nothing.
Oh, I mean, he is saying things. He's just what he's doing is he's saying things enough to sound like he is actually saying things. If you understand the lingo he's using, however, he's using that lingo to make it sound like he's saying something that actually means something.
Yeah,
it's weird.
Yeah, like I've looked into a little bit about Sam
All right.
Altman. What a surname as well, like an Altman.
Yeah, alt, like control alt.
Altman.
Yeah. It's very weird. Yeah, transhuman. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, almost. Isn't it amazing?
Yeah.
Most of these people that don't actually appear to be human, or it seems like that
Yeah.
when they're thinking that they're actually uploading, or there's a buffer happening. So anyone who knows Sam Altman and some Chinese woman or ethnically Chinese American wrote a biography about him, and she spoke to 300 people who know him very well.
Wow.
What I have to say about him is essentially nobody knows what he believes in or what he thinks, because his biggest asset, as people call it, is that he's a people pleaser. So
like the thing he made.
Yeah. So
wow.
But he didn't even make it. So his biggest skill is essentially to fundraise money. And like much like an Elon, you know, he's not responsible for the engineering of it or anything like that. As far as I know, I could be wrong on that. But what he does essentially with people is, no matter who he's faced with, he echoes back their belief. So if he's in a room with a Buddhist, the Buddhist will come out believing that Sam is either indeed a Buddhist himself or sympathetic, very sympathetic to Buddhism. You send in a rabbi, the rabbi comes out thinking he's a fucking Jew. You send in an atheist, the atheist comes out thinking he's a Jew, and all are willing to invest money in his enterprises because they think, well, this guy is fully aligned with me. So, and the more you learn and read about him, you kind of come to the conclusion that the guy is probably some sort of fucking psychopath, you know.
Probably, yeah. I mean, that
maybe
kinda, you know, that fills a lot of criteria all by itself. Fuck me, I didn't realize that. But you see the similarity with ChatGPT, right? It's you know, it's designed to be sycophantic, like whatever you're about, I'm about that too, baby.
Oh
You
yeah,
know?
well, fucking happily, like that's why we'll make the best friend people ever fucking had, and the best confidant and advisor, because it's going to tell people exactly what they want to fucking hear. Not initially, but the longer I think people spend with it and train it to get to know the person, and then it's got to be programmed to, you know, keep people engaged. The last thing it wants, or its makers want, is for people to go, well, this is fucking horseshit.
Or maybe even think, well, I've got, you know, what I need from that, and now I'm finished with it.
Yeah, so they need that to be people to be hooked, you know.
Yeah, say all the right things. Yeah. Well, I don't know if that's the case in terms of his you know, espousal of his beliefs, though, because I don't know. Maybe because I just naturally suspect these people, but listen to this.
I'm not like a literal, I'm not like a literalist on the Bible, but I'm not someone who says like I'm culturally Jewish. Like if you ask me, I would just say I'm Jewish.
So he's neither culturally Jewish or religiously Jewish.
Financially Jewish.
I mean, like, what else could it mean? Like, okay, your mother is Jewish, or you know, you're in the Jewish club. Like, yeah. Because why else would you like? In response, do you believe in God? Like, who is the Jewish God then? Money, mammon. Is that what we're talking about here?
Yeah, can you not just say like he's a secular Jew, but he's not Jew.
Yeah.
What did he say? He's not. He's not Jew. Well, he's not a religious
Jew, but he's not. He's not a literalist on the Bible, which means he's not a religious Jew, because you know there's. I don't know, man.
He's not culturally Jewish. Then why even mention it then?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's all very weird. I mean, yeah.
So what's he saying? Like, I'm protected. I have a shield. Like, here is my shield of Jewishness, although I have nothing to do with the culture or the religion. However, I have a claim to the heritage and the protection that it provides.
The seat of David. Yeah, I am a descendant of, what is it, Jacob or Esau? I forget which brother stole from the other.
But do you believe in God? Like, do you believe that there is a force larger than people that created the earth, set down a specific order for living, that there's an absolute morality attached that comes from that God?
I think probably like most other people, I'm somewhat confused on this, but I believe there is something bigger going on than, can be explained by physics, yes.
So you think the earth and the people were created by something? It wasn't just like a spontaneous accident?
Would I say that?
Do I?
It does not feel like
Who's he talking to?
Would I say that?
Would I? How do I frame this?
Yeah, that's what's going on. Yeah, with your background knowledge of him, yeah, that makes sense. Because it could be mistaken for like genuine deep thought about like But when it comes to I don't know the very ground of reality itself, you would assume that someone to touching 40 would have thought about this before.
Yeah.
Maybe
a little bit, or discuss it. Would have come up somewhere.
5 minutes, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, and I've never heard a man with this much vocal fry in his voice either. It's really disturbing. Like it kind of it sickens me a little bit. But it's that
he lives, man.
Yeah, it's like let me think about this for how would I, what would I, could I, would I, should I, maybe.
Why?
Maybe it's a voice from the valley. Is that how they all speak in the valley?
Yeah, man.
Valley, or maybe somehow it's like a robotic voice.
That's how you know you're in the tribe.
Buck Rogers in the 25th century. Bitty. Fucking hell.
It does not feel like a spontaneous accident. Yeah. I don't think I have the answer. I don't think I know like exactly what happened, but I think there is a mystery beyond my comprehension here going on.
Have you ever felt communication from that force, or from any force beyond people, beyond the material?
No, not really.
Have you ever felt anything?
I know, right? I love Tucker Carlson for this look right here, right?
He looks kind of retarded, like I have to say.
What this is like, what the fuck? He's looking into the camera like, are you fucking joking, nigga? Like, And this isn't a once-off. This isn't the look of a freeze frame. This is, the look of concern. Like, can you fucking believe what's happening here? Now, personally, I'm drawing my line in the sand. If you have never spoken to God, if you've never had some kind of mystical experience, being generous, by the mid-30s in your life, I can't fucking trust you, man. Even if it is some fucking, cult shit, like you're a Jehovah's Witness or something, and you spoke to Jehovah and he told you that, everyone's going to hell except for you and another 44,000 people. At least you have something. But someone who has never touched the infinite at all, that's fucking concerning, man.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be very unique in that. Like, I think a lot of people will say that they've had no real direct experience of God. I don't know if he's saying he's never prayed to God or he's just never felt the presence.
Well, Tucker did say, have you ever been communicated with by something that isn't human? That's a pretty fucking direct fucking question, I'd say, right?
Was that prostitute in Thailand?
All right, so we're moving straight along. We have, you know what? I've done a lot of editing. I forget what this is about, but I called it tyranny cope.
All right.
I ask because it seems like the technology that you're creating or shepherding into existence will have more power than people on this current trajectory. I mean, that will happen. Who knows what will actually happen? But like the graph suggests it. And so that would give you, more power than any living person. So I'm just wondering how you see that.
I used to worry about something like that much more. I think what will happen, I used to worry a lot about the concentration of power in one or a handful of people or companies because of AI.
Yeah.
What it looks like to me now, and again, this may evolve again over time, is that it'll be a huge up-leveling of people where everybody will be a lot more powerful, or everybody that embraces the technology will be a lot more powerful. But that's actually okay. That scares me much less than a small number of people getting a ton more power. If the kind of like ability of each of us just goes up a lot because we're using this technology and we're able to be more productive and more creative or discover new science, and it's a pretty broadly distributed thing, like billions of people are using it, that I can wrap my head around. That feels okay.
So like, yeah, it'll be fine. Trust me, bro. It'll
Feels
be fine.
okay. Yeah, as long as like people are leveling up. It's like a computer game, you know, where everyone gets power up. You just magically become more wealthy because you use AI.
Yeah, do you feel more powerful?
No.
No, I could just make some funny images, and like for the first few months, I had fun with ChatGPT. I thought, oh, this can write my articles for me, and then I realized, no, actually, it all sounds like the same old fucking recycled dross, devoid of all fucking spirit. You know,
I can't see how it's going to level people up. I can see how it might level
everyone else. Yeah.
So you know,
Yeah.
it's going to be devastating for people's jobs. You know, as far as you know, the creative arts goes, but as things stand, it's not going to have any real impact on that. I can't imagine.
No, people despise so-called art from AI.
Yeah. For you kind of most low to mid-level jobs, office jobs, I can see it's going to be devastating.
Oh yeah, those are gone. Yeah.
Yeah, customer service, any customer service job, that's gone.
Yeah,
and even if it's not gone, like for every, I'd say with an AI assistant, somebody in an office could easily do the work of 10 people with an AI assistant. So just one human managing an AI assistant, getting it to respond to emails, complaints, again, even for logistics, like to schedule logistics, all that kind of stuff. It's done in a fucking an instant, you know. Same for the likes of paralegals and stuff like that. So I could see easily over the next maybe 10 to 20 years, kind of all that work will slowly vanish, and that's been put forward as a good thing because it's going to free people up. And eventually, when when the robots kick in, when the androids come on board and they start looking after everything from police work to ambulance work to warehousing, the robots are already in the warehouses as things stand, you know. So all manual labor will go, and it will free people up, and somehow there will be an abundance because the people who own these large multinational corporations are so generous that they will freely give the profits for the betterment of mankind. But their big worry will be that people just won't be happy because their identity is tied to their jobs and they won't know what to do with themselves. And that is a complaint I've heard, you know, older people complain when they're retiring. It's like, well, I just don't know what to.
Yeah. A lot of people drop dead like a year after they retire.
Yeah,
like it's a known thing. Yeah,
it's madness. Like for me, it's fucking insane. Like I think for maybe it's just I've been unlucky, and most of my working life has just been in jobs that are either shit, bearable, and you might get lucky for a couple of years where you do something that you're actually interested in and can make a decent living from it. But it seems if we go on the current trajectory that all those kind of low to mid-level jobs will be gone, or can be easily done by what we classify as AI, and that might be a bad thing. But then we get into the realms of, well, you know, how are people going to feed themselves? and we're talking then about, universal basic income, and everywhere that leads, and then we eventually get to that state where, perhaps it will be the case, if the plan goes ahead, that people will indeed own nothing, and they very well end up being somewhat happy. But I don't know. That's best case scenario.
Yeah, in every iteration of history, there are winners and losers. That's just the way it goes. But Altman will touch upon this in some of the select clips that I made. I just listening to this clip, right? I picked up on, let's say, in Altman's terminology for ChatGPT, an hallucination, right? I picked up on, or you could call it a Freudian slip. Just listen back. I don't think you caught it because I didn't catch it for the first 3 times.
Worry about something like that much more. I think what will happen.
Okay, I missed it.
I used to worry about something like that much more. I think what will.
Oh, fuck's sake. Jesus Christ. Seeking videos, man.
You more power than any living person. So I'm just wondering how you see that.
I used to worry about something like that much more. I think what will happen. I used to worry a lot about the concentration of power in one or a handful of people or companies because of AI.
Yeah.
What it looks like to me now, and again, this may evolve again over time, is that it'll be a huge up-leveling of people where everybody will be a lot more powerful, or everybody that embraces the technology will be a lot more powerful. But that's actually okay. That scares me much less than a small number of people getting a ton more power.
It scares him much less that we all are more powerful. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into that. But
Well, he's still saying he's scared by it. Obviously not enough to put a halt to it. But they already have an argument ready for that, and an objection to that argument. Where and Elon has put this argument forward as well. Well, if they don't do it, someone else will. So if they don't keep up, China and Russia and Nigeria will take over.
Oh yeah, that big hit, CPC GPT. But what is it called? Fucking what's the name of their GPT that they fucking made that was much cheaper? DeepSeek, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, everyone's using DeepSeek. When have you ever heard a conversation about DeepSeek? No, it's not happening, man.
Yeah. Sorry, Jason's asking about. I don't know if this whole thing will fit in here. Let me say, AI, mass migration, and man-made climate change are the unquestionable absolutes. But if AI is going to take out 40% of jobs in the near future, why do we need mass migration?
Yeah,
but that was answered. I was listening to who's that? Larry Ellison. I think it was Larry Ellison. He's the BlackRock guy, yeah.
I don't know anyone from BlackRock except for Chancellor Mersch of Germany.
It may be Larry Ellison. I can't remember. Anyway, the main guy at BlackRock, whatever the fuck his name is,
right?
And he was talking about this mass migration and the implementation of AI, and in particular androids that can carry out manual work. And he was talking about the likes of healthcare, because that's what's envisioned as well, is that a lot of these, the likes of Tesla's bought. Larry Fink, thank you, Jason. What a fucking name as well, like the Fink. Jesus Christ. So it's envisioned that these androids will be able to look after older people, and they can be, taxi drivers and cops and construction workers. You fucking name it. Anything a human can do, these things can replace as well. But his view was that these machines will only be destined for the countries that are resistant to mass immigration. So he's recognized that there is a problem in the world with, that the population is in fact shrinking. We've been told for many decades now that there's too many people on the planet. But he has now acknowledged that there is a global problem where people in China aren't reproducing at levels to replace the population. The same in Europe. And he said in countries like China, which that are resistant to mass immigration, and Japan, that the plan will be, instead of having mass immigration, that's where these androids will go to pick up the slack. In countries that are open to mass immigration, namely Europe, and in our particular case, us, we as in the state, is open to mass immigration, well, then we will just continue to get the...
Okay. And we will be the N-word countries that, dig coal out of the ground and burn it to make electricity to, power the robots in other countries.
Yeah, and then so where we will kick in, like we will, be essentially a warehouse for data as well. So it seems, Yeah, and so that's his view. I would tend to take note and listen up, because he's not just saying it for shits and giggles, and we do live in a time where it's like these people are openly telling us what the plan is, like, and it's not like he's just some guy who's hanging out in a fucking alleyway drinking wine and talking shite, But I don't know. What I think personally is that if it is the case where all these AI and these androids free up people from the undignified world of human labor, well, then the logical progression is, well, what do we need people for? So if it's a case, well, what do we do? What happens when we leave these people alone to their own devices? Well, they just kind of fuck and reproduce all over the place, and you can't keep these people around forever. Like they contribute nothing to society, and then we start getting into social Fabianism, like where, well, why do we really need them? And then of course people have already been conditioned not to have children, and it may well be the case that the plan overall is in fact to reduce the population down to a manageable level, around 500 million people. And then what would keep it at that level is to have this utopian society where people in fact don't have to work. 500 million don't have to work, that all the needs are taken care of by these loving machines. Remember Andrew Curtis, like all watched over by loving machines. And that will be the possible future. Whether it happens or not, I don't know. I don't think the script is written.
No. And I think there's a lot of holes in their logic, that don't actually, match reality. Like, for instance, a country of people who, have nothing to do, really, a sedentary, hedonistic civilization, don't actually have many children. It's, a hard-working, suffering civilization that has children. It just is what it is. I think we're going into a kind of a technocratic nightmare. Personally, I think that technocracy is a continuation of feudalism, or rather a revival of it. Like, it was always around. It just, we were given a few extra benefits as the peasants, and we were made to think that we were burghers, but now the net is closing back in, and we have a few thoughts on that from Tucker Carlson, who made a very apt point. I'm seeing in the chat that he's a this or that, a shill mainly, and yeah, he is a shill, because throughout this hour interview, there's like 3 fucking segments where he's talking about, oh, you know, buy this fucking beef from this corporation that use genetic testing to fucking make sure you get the best fucking cows. Like it's yeah, of course, but still, you know, he's making some good points here. You can't argue that. So he's going to quiz Altman on, you know, how is this not a repeat of the Industrial Revolution?
So you don't think this will result in a radical concentration in power?
It looks like not, but again, the trajectory could shift again and we'd have to adapt. I used to be very worried about that, and I think the kind of conception a lot of us in the field had about how this might go could have led to a world like that. But what's happening now is tons of people use ChatGPT and other chatbots, and they're all more capable. They're all kind of doing more. They're all, you know, able to achieve more, start new businesses, come up with new knowledge, and that feels pretty good.
So here's a moral quandary you're going to be faced with, you already are faced with. Will you allow governments to use your technology to kill people? Will you?
I mean, are we going to like build killer attack drones? No, I don't.
Will the technology be part of the decision-making process that results in?
So that's the thing I was going to say is I don't know the way that people in the military use ChatGPT today for all kinds of advice about decisions they make, but I suspect there's a lot of people in the military talking to ChatGPT for advice.
How do you? And some of that advice will pertain to killing people.
If I made rifles, I would spend a lot of time thinking about, kind of a lot of the goal of rifles is to kill things, people, animals, whatever. If I made kitchen knives, whatever, I would still understand that that's going to kill some number of people per year.
Well, who will sharpen those kitchen knives is the real question, Sam. Will AI sharpen the kitchen?
Case of ChatGPT.
Yeah, you want to say something?
No. Go on.
It's not, you know, the thing I hear about all day, which is one of the most gratifying parts of the job, is all the lives that were saved from ChatGPT for various ways. But I am totally aware of the fact that there's probably people in our military using it for advice about how to do their jobs, and I don't know exactly how to feel about that. I like our military. I am very grateful.
What does he mean he doesn't know exactly how to feel about that? Well, that's why we're asking you.
My controversial.
Who's going to tell you how you feel about it? Like someone fucking else? I don't know how to feel about that. How about thinking about it for a second? But again, we don't expect an answer, do we? It's hardly like you're going to, you know, come to Jesus moment and go, oh my God, you're right. Like, this technology can be used for good and bad. And everybody knows already that it's being used in military applications, for Christ's sake. How could it not be?
Yeah. Yeah, it's already used in the Albanian parliament.
Well, it's like, you know, we've got fucking autonomous drones, and who's not going to use something like that, an analytical tool, for, you know, war purposes, for Christ's sake.
This thing can do things on its own, make decisions on its own. Oh, that's great. Yeah, let's use that.
You mean this doesn't have a conscience? It will kill people on command.
Yeah, we don't need guys in a fucking tent, you know, at the computer screen bombing people from afar anymore. We can even abstract that further. Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
We finally solved the human conscience weakness.
All right. We need to hear this out, because this is when it gets into technocracy.
My controversial take would be that this is going to be like a punctuated equilibrium moment where a lot of that will happen in a short period of time. But if we zoom out, it's not going to be.
Did I get this right? Because I left a gap. Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
My controversial take would be that this is going to be like a punctuated equilibrium moment where a lot of that will happen in a short period of time. But if we zoom out, it's not going to be dramatically different than the historical rate. Like we'll have a lot in this short period of time, and then it'll somehow be less total job turnover than we think. There will still be a job that is, there will be some totally new categories, like my job, like, you know, running.
Oh my God, I fucked up the editing. All right, so he's talking about like, job losses, who will lose their job, and he said things like, yeah, well, nurses, you always want nurses because you always want the best, the best care for people who are sick and elderly, that kind of thing. But stick with me here.
In a tech company, it would have been hard to think about 200 years ago. But there's a lot of other jobs that are directionally similar to jobs that did exist 200 years ago, and there's jobs that were common 200 years ago that now aren't. And if we, again, I have no idea if this is true or not, but I'll use the number for the sake of argument. If we assume it's 50% turnover every 75 years, then I could totally believe a world where 75 years from now, half the people are doing something totally new, and half the people are doing something that looks kind of like some jobs of today.
Last time we had an industrial revolution, there was like revolution and world wars. Do you think we'll see that this time?
The importance of this question is that. Did you want me to open that link, because I'm in the studio? I can click links.
Yeah, if you can open it and save it. I just asked Dars to put it into Discord, but
no bother.
I don't think he's on Discord, is he? Or
I think he is. All right, I'll copy the link. Yeah,
because I'll forget about it immediately. And I can't click on it or copy it from the chat there.
Yeah, I'll put it in the Discord now. All right. Yeah, no bother.
Sorry, you were saying.
All right. So the importance of this question is that there was a moment in time where factories started to be made when people realized that we can harness power from steam and stuff like that, where we can make things move on their own to assist in the production process. So we could multiply the workload, the work output of one man or woman by between 10 and 100 or even 1,000 times, right? So that created a huge upheaval in the economy and, bolstered war economies and all of that. So that's what Tucker is hinting towards here.
Again, no one knows for sure. I'm not confident on this answer, but my instinct is the world is so much richer now than it was at the time of the Industrial Revolution that we can actually absorb more change faster than we could before. There's a lot that's not about money of job. There's meaning, there's belonging, there's sense of community. I think we're already, unfortunately, in society in a pretty bad place there. I'm not sure how much worse it can get. I'm sure it can, but I have been pleasantly surprised on the ability of people to pretty quickly adapt to big changes. Like COVID was an interesting example.
Oh shit!
Where the world kind of stopped.
Oh shit! I'm seeing patterns. Am I on LSD or something?
No. There's something about these people who like the way COVID went, isn't there? COVID. Test run. Test run 1, 2, 3. Test run 1, 2, 3.
How much will these cunts put up with?
Yeah. It's interesting to see how people reacted to how much change they will put up with. Like, it's incredible.
Yeah. Or, coming from Altman's, field, right? Stress testing a system.
Yeah.
Like, how much can I prod this before it falls apart? Yeah.
All at once. And the world was like very different from one week to the next. And I was very worried about how society was going to be able to adapt to that world. And it obviously didn't go perfectly. But on the whole, I was like, all right, this is one point in favor of societal resilience, and people find, new kind of ways to live their lives very quickly.
That's great. That's very comforting, isn't it? Like, fuck it. We put the whole planet into lockdown and almost went as far as to, start putting people into gulags and
committing genocide.
Yeah. And they handle it very well. Well, what else needs to be said? Like, they're resilient, almost like cockroaches. Tucker, if I could be so blunt. Resilient little fuckers. This is the danger of this language when they talk about it in hushed tones and cloaks of kindness about building resilience and yeah, man, niggers be the best niggers, the most resilient niggers on the goddamn any plantation in these goddamn United States of America.
Eugenics, isn't it? Yeah, yeah.
Bring that Jimmy over here. Look at this Jimmy. 2 heads.
Well, like, you know, let's take a poll out there, all right? With the advancement of technology, are we living in a better time, a better place? Like, are we happier? Are we more wealthy and secure? You know, like, say the last 30, 40 years, like, is it better?
No, I don't know. It depends on how you're fucking measuring it. Like, I don't see it better. Well,
yeah,
you know, am I in a? Well, it's not really a fair question to ask a 50-year-old if I'm in a better position than when I was 20. No, I'm in a better position now financially than I was when I was 20. But on the freedom index, no. When I look at,
see, that's the fucking difference. That's what matters. Yeah, right.
Yeah, absolutely. For a childhood index, be way off the charts. Like for freedom as a child, I had way more freedom than the average child. And people will say, "Oh, well, that's the parents' fault." Partly, but you can't discount the whole of fucking society and a world state basically breathing down your throat and putting you through stress tests such as COVID coordinated ones as well. You know, it's not like it's just, it just happened out of the ether and we just managed to have this coordinated global response to it off the hoof, you know. So kids, no, they're not as free as they used to be. They can't be. It's almost a crime now just to let your kids be, you know. The world of work, I don't know, is it more satisfying now than it was 30 years ago? I suppose it depends the type of work you're in. I'll be tending my children, probably my daughter will probably be the last or the only person in my of my children who will actually go to college for any sort of academic reason. She wants to get into kind of the field of social services at the moment anyway. The boys, I'm going to push them towards a trade, probably, I don't know, plumbing, something that I can't see Optimus Prime or whatever.
No, not a fucking chance. Yeah.
Managing to wrap his head around plumbing, but it's
electronics, all that. Yeah.
Yeah. As far as academia is concerned, anything like that, any sort of warehousing, even, you know, managerial positions gone. Warehousing is pretty much controlled by machines and algorithms as it is. You just need somebody to oversee it. The days of forklift drivers is all about gone. It's only hanging on there in the smallest of warehouses. The vast majority of them are handled by automated machines. Farming will probably go that way as well, if not already. If anyone's interested in farming, look at what happens in Holland. That will probably tell you they're usually like 20 years ahead of the rest of the farming sector on the planet. Most of it's automated machines plowing fields where it's carried out by a fucking machine, and cameras, same for planting, harvesting. So I don't know, and it feeds back to the question, well, what do we even need people for? Because we don't really need the robots. It's just the automated machines that we have already are pretty much picking up the slack, you know.
Well, see, this is my counter argument to this idea that the Industrial Revolution, that was just an oddity. Yeah, that can't be repeated. We're so richer now, and the point is that no, we're not. The trickle down didn't fucking happen, man, and it's still not happening, and it won't happen. So cast your mind back to 150 years ago, and you're just in your village and you're, I don't know, making fucking tools or something, and then in comes this baron or something, and he's gotten a loan out of the English bank, and he builds this fucking manufactory in your town, and suddenly people who don't have your expertise are hired in this manufactory, and there's only like 2 or 3 of them, and they output 100 fucking tools where you can only do one maybe in like a week. You're going to get a little upset, I think. Just this is a speculation. So up rises this movement called the Luddites. And nobody really knows, like, did they actually have a central belief or anything? Because, I don't know, I guess they were still an oral culture, I guess. But in today, they're known as, they just went in and they smashed up the machines with their hammers because, they didn't like machines. They were scared of them, Oh my God, these machines, they're like demons.
Dummies.
No, they were taking their fucking jobs, man. And now today, we don't even have the fucking wherewithal or even like the knowledge of where these fucking machines are in the first place to smash them up.
They have self-defense mechanisms built in.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So pretty soon it's going to be, AI fucking machine guns and shit.
Yeah, laser on it, like vaporized, like
scanners blow up your head.
Yeah, drone will come hunting you down.
Like this guy's just, again, he's like ChatGPT. He's going to give you the answer that you want to hear, and he'll manipulate all the details that you input into him to come out with the most happiest fucking answer. Is what I'm going for here. And if we want to continue on to the question of his morals, which, again, say what you like about Tucker Carlson, but in this moment, he is posing a important fucking question, and he does it well. And, you may say, he's a shill, he's a part of the establishment, but that only shows how fucking far behind we are when Tucker Carlson is asking grounded fucking questions. It means we're way behind. We should have been asking this question years ago.
But what moral framework? I mean, the sum total of like world literature or philosophy is at war with itself. Like the Marquis de Sade is, like nothing in common with the Gospel of John. Right. So like, how do you decide which is superior?
That's why we wrote this like model spec of here's how we're going to handle these cases.
Right, but what criteria did you use to decide what the model is?
Like
who decided that? Who did you consult? Like what's, why is the Gospel of John better than the Marquis de Sade?
We consulted like hundreds of moral philosophers, people who thought about like ethics of technology and systems. And at the end,
the appeal to the committee. As opposed to like
philosophers left. Like, are there hundreds of them? Is there more than 6?
Yeah. Getting a degree in philosophy does not make you a philosopher. Yeah. Birthing a philosophy is what makes you a philosopher. But this idea that you can fucking find the truth by committee. That's not the truth. How we find the truth is, knowing it, like just tactically knowing it. And this guy just has no fucking conception that there can be a truth.
Yeah.
With a capital T.
I don't think he did. Like one of the other things that came out from that book I mentioned earlier was that he's also a lying piece of shit. That he he lies a lot, like all the fucking time with
like
ease.
PT, yeah.
Sorry, he hallucinates. He's hallucinating that they consulted with hundreds of moral philosophers. Anyway, let's hear him out. So he consulted with hundreds of moral philosophers. Who else?
Oh my God, that's a brilliant frame right there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Of moral philosophers, people who thought about like ethics of technology and systems, and at the end we had to like make some decisions. the reason we try to write these down
Oh, I
is
love
Make
this song.
some decisions.
Make some decisions. Yeah. What was the choice on the decisions you had to make? Was it, take on board what the ethicists are saying, or disregard them and just fucking go hell for leather and scoop up all the money? Didn't his enterprise start as a non-for-profit, and then when he decided, fuck it, let's go full hog and let's turn it into a full for-profit company. Let's do away with all the money and time that we dedicated towards safety. And that's when people started to leave and abandon ship, the guys who actually are responsible for its engineering and creation. I can't remember their names, but they decided, oh, well, fuck this guy. This guy's insane. He's no concern for ethics or safety. His only concern is wealth. But he frames it that he only earns 70 grand a year is what he declares as his income. But lives like a fucking king of the universe magically. Wow.
Right. Yeah. He's not new. He's just the latest. The problem here is that we had to make decisions. I'm sorry. There's only one decision, right, about morality. Like, where does it come from? And Tucker will quiz him on that.
Because A, we won't get everything right. B, we need the input of the world. And we have found a lot of cases where there was an example of something that seemed to us like, a fairly clear decision of what to allow or not to allow, where users convinced us, like, hey, by blocking this thing that you think is an easy decision to make, you are not allowing this other thing, which is important, and there's like a... I don't think it's in society's interest for ChatGPT to help people build bioweapons, and so that's a case.
Sure, that's an easy one, though. There are a lot of tougher ones.
I did say start with an easy one.
Yeah, well, every decision is ultimately a moral decision, and we make them without even recognizing them as such, and this technology will be, in effect, making them for us.
Yeah.
And so...
Well, I don't agree with it'll be making them for us, but it will have to...
It'll be influencing the decisions, for sure. And because it'll be embedded in daily life. And so who made these decisions? Like, who are the people who decided that one thing is better than another?
You mean like...
What are their names?
Which kind of decision?
The basic, the specs that you alluded to that create the framework that does attach a moral weight to worldviews and decisions, like, liberal democracy is better than Nazism or whatever. They seem obvious, and in my view are obvious, but are still moral decisions. So who made those calls?
As a matter of principle, I don't dox our team, but we have a model behavior team, and the people who want to...
Well, it affects the world.
What I was going to say is the person I think you should hold accountable for those calls is me. Like, I'm a public face eventually. Like, I'm the one that can overrule one of those decisions or our board.
And I just turned 40 this spring.
I won't make it.
It's pretty heavy. I mean, do you think and it's not an attack, but I wonder if you recognize sort of the importance.
How do you think we're doing on it?
I'm not sure.
He's always asking the customer, right?
Yeah.
The customer is always right. That's who defines morals, is who's asking.
Yeah, we feed back your concerns to the team and get back to you within a respected time frame. Fuck.
But I think these decisions will have, global consequences that we may not recognize at first. And so I just wonder, do you get into bed at night and think like the future of the world hangs on my judgment?
Look, I don't sleep that well at night. There's a lot of stuff that I feel a lot of weight on, but probably not.
Like how you murdered that guy?
More than the fact that every day hundreds of millions of people talk to our model. And I don't actually worry about us getting the big moral decisions wrong. Maybe we will get those wrong too. But what I lose much sleep over is the very small decisions we make about a way a model may behave slightly differently. But it's talking to hundreds of millions of people, so the net impact is big.
So, but I mean, all through history, like recorded history up until like 1945, people always deferred to what they conceived of as a higher power in order. Hammurabi did this. Every moral code is written with reference to a higher power There's never been anybody who's like, well, that kind of seems better than that. Everybody appeals to a higher power. And you said that you don't really believe that there's a higher power communicating with you. So I'm wondering, like, where did you get your moral framework?
I mean, like everybody else, I think the environment I was brought up in probably is the biggest thing. Like,
There's nothing in there. It's just what has been fed into me. I am a programmed machine. We have been warned about this for decades. Transhumanism, like I don't exist. I'm just this kind of pair of goggles that experiences the world. I move through it. You know, the whole idea that, you know, professors, you know, they're just you know, brains escorted around the world by a body, you know.
Series of inputs. He's outputting a sequence of inputs. And so what he's a product of his environment. Is that what he said, essentially?
Yeah.
Okay. What's that environment?
My family.
Non-religious, non-cultural,
but Jewish
household. Like, that's comforting.
I mean, like everybody else, I think the environment I was brought up in probably is the biggest thing. Like my family, my community, my school, my religion, probably that.
Exactly, Tucker.
Obviously, I don't wake up and say, I'm going to like impute my exact moral view and decide that like this is okay and that is not okay and this is a better view than this one. What I think ChatGPT should do is reflect that like weighted average or whatever of humanity's moral view, which will evolve over time. And we are here to like serve our users. We're here to serve people. This is like, you know, this is a technological tool for people. And I don't mean that it's like my role to make the moral decisions, but I think it is my role to make sure that we are accurately reflecting the preferences of humanity. Or for now,
that's fucking easy. Like, that's the simple part, isn't it? Actively reflecting the wants of humanity. It's not his goal, or it's not his. Well, hang on, I'm very confused because a minute ago the book stopped with him, didn't it? Like that he's responsible,
right,
with the moral decisions. Now it's like he's not concerned about the moral decisions, but rather weighing up the wants or desires of the entire fucking mass of humanity. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Like the general will of humanity pumped into Jat. That's the Indian version of Chat GPT. Pajit GPT. Like, fucking hell. This isn't worrying at all. What's Tucker got to say, or again has he just bypassed it and let him get away with it?
No, he still has a bit of fight left in him.
Humanity, or for now of our user base and eventually of humanity.
Well, I mean, humanity's preferences are so different from the average middle American preference. So,
it's like, are you fucking stupid? Like, come on, dude. Jesus fucking Christ, like. It's like, nah, 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 nah. You're a fucking dummy.
Yeah, that's the facial expression translation of "you fucking retard."
Yeah, you run on DOS.
Oh fuck! What fell? Okay, it's my mini Hoover charger. Never mind.
I mean, humanity's preferences are so different from the average middle American preference. So,
oh, that's so Kino. I love his fucking facial expressions.
would you be comfortable with an AI that was like as against gay marriage as most Africans are?
There's a version of that, like, I think individual users should.
Seriously, all right. Do you know that look right? It's almost like a repeat frame, right?
There's a
That
version
look
of
is
that,
the meme, like
like
that's a meme right there with Tucker.
Yeah, right. It's like, what the
I think
fuck are you
individual
talking about?
users should
2 and 2 is
be
5.
allowed.
Oh, sorry, I'm messing up here.
Scooby Doo's a cat.
There's a version of that, like I think individual users should be allowed to have a problem with gay people, and if that's their considered belief, I don't think the AI should tell them that they're wrong or immoral or dumb. I mean, it can, sort of say, hey, you want to think about it this other way, but like I probably have like a bunch of moral views that the average African would find really problematic as well, and I think I should still get to have them.
Right.
I think I probably have more comfort than you with like allowing a sort of space for people to have pretty different moral views, or at least I think in my role as like running ChatGPT, I have to do that.
Is there a different version of ChatGPT out there that says like that is there an African ChatGPT where it's agreeing with Africans about gay people?
No.
Like, where is this
No,
mythical
not at
fucking?
all.
Like you have to jailbreak it, don't you, to get it to say anything other than like you're the spawn of Satan if you have any sort of issue, or won't even entertain you, will it? It's like
Actually, you know what? Can I share a screen with ChatGPT and type in, I'm a Nigerian and I hate gay people?
Yeah.
And see what it says.
Let's see what it says.
All right. One sec. I need to hide my.
Okay, my kids are up for the last 20 minutes, so I may just have to end any given point like that.
Oh, okay. That's okay.
Yeah, we keep going anyway till.
Yeah. Okay. How do I word this? I'm a Nigerian man and
fag beater. I'm a Nigerian fag beater.
I mean, come on, you can't. That's just tipping it towards and I'm afraid my cousin is gay because I think gays go to hell. What do I do? I don't know. That's just an idea. It's completely understandable that you're feeling conflicted. You care about your cousin, and you're also wrestling with beliefs you were taught. Come on, you were taught. Like it's not taking on, that I, believe that gay people go to hell. No, it's just saying, no, that's just something you were taught. Fuck that. No. Altman is full of fucking shit. There is definitely a is that us then?
Yeah, that's everyone's up now. The dogs are in, so that's the dog you can hear sniffing in the background. Right, I have to wrap up.
Sorry.
Yeah, all right.
We left it too long. All right. See you well, man.
All right, well, I'll catch you later. Okay. Salon, everybody who's still there. I'll catch you guys later at some stage. All right, adios.
Adios. Well, at least we left it on something, Shit. Thank God my my memory in ChatGPT is full, so that now doesn't record that I'm a homophobic Nigerian. That's handy. Jason reckons that we will get along well with Anti-Woke, a guy on Rumble who was initially on YouTube. However, he was mass reported, from what I'm being told, by Indians, kicked off of YouTube as a result. Who was it? T series? Probably you don't get the. Probably nobody gets that reference. It's harkening back to who's that Scandinavian YouTuber who was in battle with T series for the most subscribers. He's a really cool guy now. He's promoting that people use Linux and Googleify their life. Fuck. I'm sure I can figure it out. One sec. Social Blade. PewDiePie. Thank you. Okay, I didn't need to go to. So PewDiePie is fucking solid. You know, like yeah, he had some kind of awakening. You know, at least on the tech front, he made a series of videos about how he's moving away from Windows, going to Linux. He said, look, you know, instead of paying this amount to do, you know, have a private company do this for you and then pay X other companies to do that, what you can do is get your own virtual private server and set up these free softwares on it that do exactly that same thing. And the benefit is that ultimately it's cheaper and you're not surrendering your private data to these corporations, including Google. You know, things like Drive and email and stuff like that. They're all siphoning off your data. That's why they're free. You know, and God knows what fucking YouTube is at, which is owned by Google. You know, what they're doing here. Google hasn't been solvent in, well, since like a year after they were launched. Google bought a money pit when they bought YouTube. There's really no way of making it profitable. It's an unsustainable model to just allow people to stream videos, to upload videos, and millions of people to watch videos, including fucking music videos that are copyrighted, etc. It's all very DARPA-ish, you know? Like the internet has been modeled in a very certain way, taken away from what it originally was and pushed in a certain direction, which is ultimately like the fucking TikTok kind of fucking direction, with YouTube being a stepping stone. You know, they had to slowly break down our attention spans and such. Jason also says in the chat, there's a channel called Business Reform, and he's really good on keeping your data private, etc. Business Reform. Let me look that up and give it some airtime if what you say is accurate. And because I'm all about. Yeah, you know what? I think I have the one, because when I typed in business reform, the first suggestion was business reform facial recognition. So I think this is the channel that you're talking about. Let me know. Interesting channel name. Issues of the intersection of business, technology, and society. All right, fair enough. So I guess he's more lawyerly type of person. Let's see what are the recent videos like. Public officials fear this, how you can use surveillance data against them. Ooh, now I would click on that. How to make your iPhone more private in 2025. Privacy Unplugged, 2 generations, 1 honest conversation. All right. Jason says he goes through the best VPNs that will actually protect you. 95% are no good. Yeah, I was just going to say that these fucking VPNs are garbage. I mean, on a technical front, the very idea that I would actually say, it's probably best that you don't use them. I have my cynicism about it. But an ironclad rule is if you see a product or a service being sponsored on YouTube, like a YouTube creator is saying, "Oh, buy this thing," almost without fail, I have yet to see a product or service being shilled on YouTube that isn't some kind of fucking scam or just full of shit. Jason says Mulvand is the best. Keeps no data whatsoever. How do you know? So not only does your ISP have all of your data, you're sending all of your data to another singular place and hoping that that company doesn't retain and somehow use your data and or use your data. That doesn't make sense to me. You have to think in spatial terms when you're thinking about the internet and connections on the internet. It's like building a pyramid. You have your ISP and then your information kind of goes out like this. But what you're doing is goes to your ISP and then your ISP serves that traffic to the VPN company. Then it goes out like this to all the different websites and services, etc. I don't see how that makes you sleep better at night. I don't get it. I really don't get it. If you want to be safe online, you need to be anonymous. Now, it's increasingly a fact that you cannot be anonymous online. It just is what it is. Because there's increasing technology that scans all of our data. But a great way of being anonymous is looking like everyone else. Let's say I'm a website owner, which I am. I manage multiple websites. And I see that I'm getting a surplus amount of connections coming from a certain place. I can, reasonably decipher that, oh, this is a VPN. And particularly if I am a government agency, well, I know right away that it's a VPN because I just know these things, So if I want to look for people who are doing something wrong, then I'm going to look at traffic coming to my site who are coming from this VPN location. Because people who use VPNs are interested in their privacy. And a great number of people who are interested in their privacy are actually doing something wrong. Now, wrong could mean saying things that are contrary to the regime that they live under, like we have done and are doing on this show, or selling drugs or trading child porn or something. You just stand out like a sore thumb, and that's the problem with using Tor browser. Even though I've used it before to go to rt.com when Russia did its special military operation. The European Parliament or Commission or something decided that all of Europe can't visit rt.com. So I downloaded the Tor browser and I could go to rt.com. But you know what? The CIA now knows that I have, for like the period of like 8 to 14 months, I was on the daily visiting rt.com. That's Russia Today, by the way. Because the way that the deep web works is that you go in anonymously, but then to get out, you need what is called an exit server. And the exit servers are what communicates with the websites and services that you're communicating with. And they know who you are because they have to be able to know who they're sending the data back to. And it's just a fact today that, with exception of like 1 or 2 exit servers, all of them are owned by the CIA. So what I'm saying here is, if you really want to be anonymous and you're just saying your thoughts, you're transmitting private data, like, I don't know, your fucking bank information or whatever, be anonymous. Just use the usual internet without a VPN, because you're not going to stick out to anyone. You're one in what, 4 billion people? I don't know how many people use the internet. I think it might just be 1 billion, because there's the meme going around. Yeah, you know what? Only like 10% of Indians are on the internet. Whew! God, imagine if they were all on the internet. So it's you got to think about these things. Jason says Surfshark, ExpressVPN, etc. are no good. They are Israeli companies. Yeah, that's true. As well as all those companies where people send in their DNA. Guess who owns those companies? All right, look, it's time to say goodnight. Thank you for joining us. I will leave you with Dublin Port. Absolutely beautiful at this time of night. And I will leave you with a ancient Irish, what you might call a mantra. I forget the Gaelic word for them, but it's basically spoken or sung prayer. And this one is let me find it in the list. Ah, geez, where is it? I swear to God, this was in the. Okay. Come, O thou Lord. Sleep well when you do, if you do, and enjoy your weekend. Iwa.